be calm, take a deep breath, and then just play
चलो
like it's a
चलो
normal
चलो
game. If
चैट
you yourself can't find your
एंजॉय
footing,
करो स्ट्रीम में 2 मिनट में 2 मिनट में 2
My
मिनट में 2
specialty is
मिनट
like
में 2 मिनट में 2
psychologically
मिनट
getting in
में
their
2
head.
मिनट
The only
में
team I'm worried about is G2. The rest are dog shit. So
There's
में
so
हो रहा
many
है
teams that I'll just like mess with off stage before we even get on stage, and then they're nervous or they're overthinking.
मैं अभी
Celsius
जस्ट
so
घर पे आया
shouting.
मेरे को 2 मिनट दो 2 मिनट दो
Let's say you're losing and you're getting shouted at, it's definitely gonna affect you.
The mental game is always one when you have no
2 मिनट दो
mental.
चैट अभी जस्ट घर पे
Sentinels
आया
will do
मैं
a lot of talking, but I'll just let my gun on the server do the work.
versus WOL.
Wolves have never made it to a global stage before, and their first opponent will be Sentinels. Talk about rising to the occasion. Usually, I don't think teams want to even face them, let alone making their debut against them.
Not at all. You couldn't come up with two different stories for these two teams. The first time for Wolves and for Sentinels coming back after bombing out of Masters 1 in Bangkok. Now for them, failure isn't an option again. This is what they must do, win here to redeem themselves.
Yeah, and now if we talk about the meta of the game, the map pool, some people might be looking at this team thinking, what is Gen.G going to play? But they don't have Fracture anymore. Sunset is back. This is a buff for Sentinels.
Absolutely, they've been this patch has really benefited them in the map pool change. They used to permaban Fracture, but what I'm really looking at is how that info initiator role is going to play out between Narrate and Gen.G.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's options, right? Are they still going to be playing double initiator? Is John going to be playing Sova thing? Probably not. Is he going over to Breach, letting Narrate play a Sova? That makes a little bit more sense. Or do we see Sentinels go back into playing double Senti ideas? That's definitely an option on a lot of maps.
Was giving it back to Zelsis. How many times have you seen that? Matching him on the vibes already, Mel, but the server is where it's actually going to count.
Yeah, I mean, like they said, I'm going to have my gun in the server do the shooting and speak for me, so I'm really interested to see if that's going to be the case here for Wolves.
Yeah, but Mel, you can speak a bit to this as well, like playing on a big stage like this, like when already the adrenaline is pumping before you get in the server, that game can explode so quickly, right? Your heart rate is bumping. Those first rounds can either give you this huge high or drag you down to the ground.
And I love that the IG on the war side is not afraid to answer to Zelsis' energy.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Yinzu. I think that normally one of two things happens. When someone like Zelsis is yelling at you from across the stage and making a lot of big movements with their body, either you try to ignore them and you try to do that nonchalant, ice cold kind of attitude, or you fight back and you show them. And it's honestly, I like doing the latter, where you kind of meet them where they're at, meet their energy with your own, because that honestly lets out a lot of your adrenaline, and it's just fun. I mean, at the end of the day, you see them sitting across from you, like, don't you want to say something?
Yeah, I love that. I love that. But looking at the map pool here, I don't think many people would have expected this insta sunset ban.
No,
Wow.
Getting rid of that one, even though Sentinels have played that map quite a bit in the past, I'm also a little surprised seeing Wolves going over onto Split. This is a map that historically has looked very good for
भाई
Sentinels.
कच्चा
Back
पहन
when
के
they
क्या
won
मजा आ रहा
Masters
है?
Madrid, Split was their
hello chat, what is up dedication बोलते
so they have to come up with something new here for their first.
भाई याद रखना मैं
This video has me completely
एसिटोल के
locked
साथ
on to see
डिनर
Alex as the decider and also
तकबा के
Lotus.
साथ
I think
डिनर
the fact
छोड़
that
के मैं वॉच
Wolves
पार्टी
aren't
करने आया
necessarily
सेन का
Sentinels
याद
is
रखना
someone
चैट
that doesn't necessarily like to play
याद
against that
रखना
much, and Wolves is someone that does, so
इसी
it's
बात
good
पे
that there's
सारे
a lot
मेंबरशिप
going
अपग्रेड
on
करो
in the scrims with the
W
new patch, with the new maps, and with the lack of Teo here that has completely
भाई
changed the map.
आज पता आज मीटअप पे जेन्युइनली मेरी सबसे पहली मुंह बोली बहन मिली मेरे को आज भाई इतनी स्वीट बहन इसका स्टोरी मैं बाद में बताऊंगा बट अमेया जी इफ यू आर देयर इन चैट स्टे काइंड एंड नेवर क्राई ठीक है
They earlier This year, we're playing no Taeho, right? Initially, right, Taeho was a little bit late to come into China, so they were playing some double Senti ideas. As a matter of fact, they're playing Cypher plus Buys on the map with Solo Sky as an option.
और
Now,
बढ़ाओ
you know,
कैसे
of the Solo Sky, but there are
है
some tapes that you could go back to for them to
Poll डाल
come up with a plan on split.
Yeah, I
Poll
can see that. Yeah.
सेन के
I can see
सामने
that 'cause
पोल
I'm
डालूं
thinking
मैं
either they
पोल
go
डालूं
Sky, or a lot of teams prominently have been playing
Huh?
Fade as well here, and I think that can work really well with double Sensi with the Haunt coming in. I mean, we saw it in APAC as well, how much value that Haunt gets on the A site. I can see it going either way for the Initiator.
Especially if you are running something instead of like a Raze on that map, you're going to play a Yoru, for example. You still have
Right.
some flashes to play, a Vise if they
Low
wanted to go
poll,
into
low.
that too. You can find options to give
हमारे को
yourself
बेन
flashes
बोलने
that
के लिए
aren't
थैंक
just
यू
in
इट्स
a
द
Sky or
सेम
Breach
गर्ल
slot
मैंने
that's so common on the map.
तेरा
I mean,
आशीष तेरा नाम लिया पता है आशीष तेरा नाम लिया एक्चुअली वो जब भी आई थी ना वो आज भी रो रही थी उस दिन भी रोई थी वीडियो कॉल में आज भी रो रही थी और मेरे को यही बोल के इंट्रोड्यूस किया कि याद है आशीष भाई ने आपको एक वीडियो कॉल किया था वो मैं थी करके डब्ल्यू यार आशीष शी सच अ स्वीट गर्ल डब्ल्यू यार जेन्युइनली डब्ल्यू मैं इतना प्योर और स्वीट बंदी कभी नहीं देखा शी इज वेरी स्वीट आशीष मेरी तरफ से बिग 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 शाउट आउट देना और बोलना उसको रोना नहीं बहुत रो रही है वो रोना नहीं बोलना ठीक है लाइफ में अप डाउन आते रहते हैं मुझे फोटो आया था एंड एक्सक्यूज मी मैं भाई नहीं हूँ मैं उसको बोला तू अभी भाई है तू मेरे साथ तू भी आज उसका भाई है लोग फ्रेंड जोन होते हैं तू भाई जोन हुआ है मेरे वजह से शाउट आउट टू यू आशीष कटा इसका चैट इसका कटा याद रखना
They've played and just how good they are on the map. So I'm honestly shocked, and I really think that Sen is going to take split.
yeah, but that's
आपका
what
बैनर है मेरा बैनर है मैं देखा नहीं यार
Wolves felt
Left it
confident
open.
enough, right?
वो
To
बता।
just go in there, and we've heard already from some of the players. You know,
Members
the
group में
coaches
डालो,
have been
members
doing
group
a
में
lot of
डालो।
counter-stratting. They've been on it, and Fade is definitely somebody we expect to bring in something, a good game plan, so to say.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing for me looking at Wolves is sort of how they play their mid rounds. Because a lot of teams in the mid round, they'll show some like fake information, they'll try to throw you off. Wolves usually just go dead quiet and they'll start slowly creeping
Cancel
forward.
membership.
So it can be very hard, especially
कोई
if you're
नहीं।
playing a more passive game style on the defensive side versus Wolves.
बहन को
to
protect
actually
करना
know
भाई
what
का
they're doing,
फर्ज
and
है।
that's where they can be so
इसलिए
lethal.
आज
And I
तू
think
भाई
that
जोन
contact style of play that they're going for can be countered by Sentinels if they get that off online early. And
हाँ
if
बे,
they win
Binks
those
भाई
contact
OP।
fights, rifle v rifle.
Well, we are
Classic
into
Sen.
ages.
हाँ बे।
Just to remind you guys,
अपना
it is
वीडियो है
live.
69 बिली
The
का नाम
grey
में
right now is the hovers from our players, and you can't actually
लव
see
यू
how much
यार
Please give me classic Sentinel
Oh, but
John
it's
QT
so-
back on Cypher.
It's so. This is
W
just
baby.
too contested at this point, right?
I mean, the second sky hovers has has me wondering a little bit that there has to be a little
rolls
bit
are
of
cut.
क्या हाल है सब बढ़िया हाल है भाई बहुत भागा दौड़ी हुई
I'm
भाई
refusing to believe that.
Spring?
मेरा पैर दुख रहा
Oh no, Spring was for a second hovering the waylay over there, but
Then
the
first
Viper
man
was
wins the 10
surprised
gift.
at all. He's
तू
been
दे रहा है,
really
अनस भाई,
solid,
done scene
a
है।
fragging Viper player.
hello will win
Again,
masters
Spring
if you're
has a
right on
lot of
super chat
experience
2k
playing
love you
goalkeeping
PRX
in
baby
this year.
Martin
He is so powerful.
क्या बात है आज
especially later
parking
into a
free
round.
है क्या
I mean,
बंद
looking
भाई
at the lock-in,
language
John has lost the
language
sky. So you've been
Okay.
playing
आज ना के
exclusively
गया
Teo
था
on this map this year.
इसलिए
It's
साफ
going to be
है थोड़ा
Sentinel's same comp as stage 1, just subbing out Teo for the sky. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Split
narrates
without
Breach.
Breach
I remember my own team, we VOD
is a
so
little
much
slow,
of Sentinels,
but
and how they play Breach on Split is super
अगर
key,
slow
extremely
खेलेगा तो comp
fundamental
अच्छा है।
to how they play their defense especially.
लेकिन Sen के
Narrate
पास
gets so
Breach
much
है
value
भाई।
out of his reads early on before the
Breach
free time
दर्द
even
है।
ends, where he's going to position himself early to capitalize on those stuns.
thank you
The
for stream
important
love
thing
you
for
यार
Sentinels, he's starting on the defensive side, is the mid-rounding, right? When information is taken away from them, how do you actually scout? Sky, not great at scouting. You have the dog and a couple of flashes only to be able to work with, and they don't have a dedicated Sentinel, so a lot of pressure onto Zekin to find the timings to be a human drone to take forward lines, and Wolves are going to try to exploit that.
Yeah, and for Sufat, no
Nice
tail,
हो
like
तुझे
you said,
मिलने
for
के
the
लिए
bait
आ
coming
जाता
in,
था
people
बंक्स
so
अगर
much
पहले
on Split.
पता
I'm
होता
super
तो
excited
मेरे
for
से
this
नवाज
match.
यार
Well,
बहुत
this
जन
is
को
the
नहीं पता
true
था
David and Goliath
लिमिटेड था इस
matchup.
बार अगली बार
And,
अगर ऐसा
the
कुछ
same
रहेगा
can
तो
be
मैं
said for
जरूर
our
बताऊंगा
casting duo. I'll let you decide who
Last
to
moment
take
पे
it
लोगों
away,
को बताया
Uber
था
and Wyatt.
अगली बार कुछ बड़ा
Last
करेंगे
time we
makeup,
saw
ठीक है
Sentinels at a global event, they bombed out in the biggest way possible. Talk about road to redemption.
वैसे तू
release
भी
America's
पिंकी के
superstar
साथ
team.
2200 हुआ था
Wolves on the other side.
भाई मेरी बात सुनो अमया जी जो मेरी बहन जैसी है अभी, मैं उसके लिए इन फ्यूचर, अभी तो बहुत छोटी है, इन फ्यूचर मैं उससे एक वेल टू डू, वेल सेटल्ड, रिच एस पक बंदा ढूंढूंगा, रिच एस पक, जो मेरा कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप ले, जो हर दिन 50 गिफ्टेड मारे मुंह पे फेंके हर दिन फॉर एटलीस्ट 5 years, तब होएगा वो बंदा क्वालिफाइड.
Began. Do they have it in them?
All right, Toronto, one more time. Make some noise. Sentinels versus Wolves starts now.
चलो बेटा कमाना चालू करो.
Sense that on defense side here on the pistol, and already Zekin's
क्या लगता है
looking to
चैट?
take
इजी
a
ना,
decent amount of
इजी
real
इजी
estate
2-0
from
ना
that big
चैट.
side of the map. Gate crash across the map that will allow for a quick rotate.
This
Send by big shout out to you,
Sentinels.
लेकिन अब तक
Certainly
TRX
not
के
lacking
3
in
राउंड
flashes.
खत्म हो
They
जाते
can
हैं.
get
Just
very proactive, popping out of smokes past wall. Second right now wants to take contact off this flash, but shut down. Juicy and Spring.
Flash was good. Can't complain about it.
Lucky.
Wolves though were ready to take the fight there. Zelsa's affected by paranoia, and this is awkward. The wall is dropped. He's going to have to take this fight, and Juicy rips him a new one. John can barely peer out of defense side. Spring sees him cross. Banks trying to get some sort of position towards heaven side now as the plant goes down. The veteran Lysor gets it in there.
पहला गेम वार्म अप होता है ना.
This flank from YU is likely coming, spotted out, but now this Cypher just needs to stay alive, bide some time, distract them. Fair enough.
ऐसा क्या चिल्लर उधर बॉम्ब
Time is
फटने वाला
dropping, and I
है.
love
Spike
this
मतलब.
reflank coming in from CFAT.
Yeah, they're on a timer. There's also going to be presence from Heaven. Spring's going to get there. It's Lysor.
What an opener! Basically every kill, a headshot there for Wolves. And they were ready for the trap send late at B.
There's going to be so
Please,
much
मैं dinner
proactivity
छोड़
like
के आए,
that from
please.
Sentinels here on defense. So if Wolves can continue to
Dinner छोड़
nullify
के आए,
that,
सब
flash
लोग
turned by
थे
both
यार.
players, quick on that
हाँ?
reaction, and look at these
Mortal
taps.
by तक by Snacks
Lysor,
by.
who is by far the
भाई
most
पर
experienced
रेगा.
player on this Wolves team
By-
when it comes to international
जोकर
events.
भाई
Every
सब
single
लोग
one
थे यार.
he attended with FPX in 2024. That experience is going to
Dinner
need to
छोड़
come
के आए,
into
Sen,
play to
तुम्हारे
keep
लिए.
the rest of these guys in it. He's been such a consistent.
पहला राउंड के बाद टाइम आउट ये हुआ ना. Send baby.
A keyboard issue being cited. So we have at least a chance to try and establish ourselves
Second
now
round
and
पे
start
दोस्ती
this game
मारेंगे.
because John QG
एक पॉज है क्या?
picking up the sky here. Obviously,
रेगा
we're
को भूल
very
गया,
used
मैं
to
लिया
seeing
रेगा
this
का
team
नाम.
source Teo. Every single map we got teased a little bit. And
Feedback को
agents
भूल गया,
saying
जानबूझ कर
maybe we would
लेके.
head back to the Cypher.
हेटर ही कह दे.
This is the look that Sen have sort of settled on. Obviously, Zekin still going to be on that Yoru, a huge component of their run. A big recovery when they got back to the Americas region after that shocking start in Bangkok. Can he carry them further?
One of the big gameplay narratives coming into this year with Sentinels, when
Arif bhai, thank you for the
Tensoft
membership.
decided they need to reformat how they're approaching the game was, why is John not playing Sentinel when you have Narrate coming in, who was such a great initiator in EMEA last year?
चला जा डिनर
And
करने
at
SEN
times,
जीत
certainly
जाएगा. अभी
felt
जाने के लिए वापस
awkward.
1 घंटा
Fans
लगेगा.
of the team, when they were
बहुत
in
दूर
a bit
डिनर
of disarray, were
5 स्टार.
questioning those role
Michelin
swaps.
star
Is
hotel
that
में,
the
Michelin
reason for
star.
some of those early struggles? And it all
Hey,
makes
यहाँ पे है
sense.
क्या
John was
Michelin
able to
star?
pretty much play Tejo on almost all the maps, occasionally playing the breach, and Narrate will pick it up, right? And that just seemed to smooth things over. So now that we're back in a Tejo-less world, will things be as smooth as they were for Sen when they were the
Hey,
only
Delos, hey,
Americas
Delos.
team to beat G2 in that
भाई
first
उनका
stage?
मॉनिटर कितना
Or is it
FPS
going to
होगा?
be an adjustment period?
मिनिमम से मिनिमम.
Conversely, Wolves also were a really
240 है, minimum.
Tejo-reliant team. They're playing.
But I think
that
अभी
Asian
upgrade
pass
होके
on
360
most of their maps
या
as
ऐसा
well.
कुछ है.
Tech pause sorted. We're going to be jumping back into the game now. It's
रिन्यूअल
Wolves, of
है
course.
लवली.
They're anti-eco.
कैसे भाग के आया है भाई? फुल स्पीड में भाग के
Rifle's
आया.
just going to leave that ghost towards Spring, who's going to be surely trying to lurk, take a couple engagements with no upgrade here. Look at this from Wolves. This is really right now telling the story of what they know they're up against. At any moment, there could be multiple flashes with a fault line coming right at them, especially on an eco round. So they are taking their sweet, sweet time. We're already 40
भाई
seconds in. and
पूरा
they're
इन्फो
chilling.
लेके स्लो खेल रहे
Delta
हैं
took a
चैट.
hit there. Some spray potentially as the poison orb came up in mid.
500-600 FPS पे खेलते हैं लवली. यही बात
Okay,
है ना.
Wolves may not opt to stay
इसलिए
at
मैं
the
बोलता
A
हूँ
side, hoping to
education
tease
is the
something
key.
out.
वो
There's a
लोग को
flash
मिलता
mid
रहेगा
for a
500
re-clear, nothing spotted by Sen.
लेकिन
Now
मॉनिटर
disperse
नहीं
a
है.
little further, at least
600
Zeki will
वाला.
move back
समझ
towards
रहे हो?
heaven.
That's a ping from Wolves though in mid. They're starting to make this move on A.
We are down to 45 seconds, so there is no map control right now for Wolves.
Hey, लगा दे. कैसा safe?
And certainly that trailblazer broken, they'll know.
Now time getting a little even lower.
Boy,
Where do Wolves
heavy
go from
util
here?
dump.
Hit by
अभी
the
ये
fault
लोग
line, able to
पाक
make
के
that
भी
execute
जाएंगे.
onto A, but Spring
By
has started to
W
create
level.
an opening here through mid. Senna responding though.
They're on the full
नहीं,
rotate.
late है ना वो लोग, late है.
The rest of the team should be able to get to heaven.
रुक
They
दे.
have a smoke
Oh,
back.
top
That
blue.
will do the
City
job.
से
20
जाओगे
seconds
और
to
late है.
cross into the site.
ले
Still time
need.
is so low.
Horn confirms no players for Sentinels are in this part of the site for now, so in they go. Lysol just want to stand up over towards here, that defense spawn choke.
10 seconds.
Bye.
The attack side will have themselves a plan. Sen not
Bye,
able to
W killer,
create
bye.
any trap opportunities early in the round. Only equipped with classics. There's not a whole lot to be done.
These guys are giving me some serious anxiety with that late rotate.
Monitor और FPS का कोई relation नहीं है. FPS depends on
Spring and Lysol going to be grouped up here in the back of sight. They're going to be facing in a bunch of classics.
मैं
This
क्या
should
बोल
be
रहा हूँ?
easy enough for them, but they're
1000
able to find
FPS
Juicy.
का
Guiding like
PC
goes in,
लेके
does
ना
find a
60
ping.
Hz वाले
The
monitor पे
wall gets
खेलो और
thrown
देखो
up
क्या
here by the
दिक्कत है.
attack side. They can sit happily behind that now.
Valor खेलोगे लोल ब्लॉक दिखेगा. समझ रहे
Corral
हो?
them into the site and walk out of the round with
अच्छे
3
दिन है.
rifles.
All of the important guns carried over from Wolves. Dangerous for a moment there.
Binks भाई लैपटॉप से जिस करो ना 80,000 बजट है मेरा. पहले उसमें से 150 निकाल के मेंबरशिप लो ताकि भरोसा रहे. लैपटॉप ले सकते हो करके. What is this? याद है बेस्ट फ्रेंड प्रोफाइल एक्सेप्ट करे इसलिए जिंक्स करने बोला था तेरा जिंक्स काम आ गया. सच्ची मेरे लेफ्ट में जिंक्स काम नहीं आता है भाई.
One thing
मैं लाइन से बोल रहा हूँ मैं घर नहीं ले सकता. सच्ची नहीं ले पा रहा.
can make adaptations on the fly.
यार 5,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. जोर से लाइक दबाओ क्योंकि अभी सेन सिनेमा दिखाने वाली. सिनेमा जिधर मैं गया था वो सिनेमा ही था, थिएटर ही था, उधर ही दिखा देते.
Winning a clean 2-0 over Billy. Qualified and losing 0-3. Here's Juicy trying to press up towards mid. An incredibly aggressive player, specifically when he's on this duelist, on this map even. He is a menace.
भाई बिना ब्रिज का भी फास्ट जा रहे हैं.
Zelsis plants his feet, ready to receive him, but at the same time the push is coming to the B side, but bang is hidden.
Spring is so aware.
Oh, that's straight through smoke, Lysol. You can't be doing that. Now Zekin and John are a little bit split from each other. John attempts a hallway and Meier just blows him up. Zekin just has to walk away with his gun intact. There's not much else to do.
Free little upgrade for Meier on the bonus round conversion. Zekin forced to save. Bank broken for Sen. Wolves with all the momentum in the world early. What a play from Spring. Now he is a man on this team that shows absolutely zero fear. Reckless abandon at times.
सुना है आप रिश्ता करवाते हो. एक लड़की का रिश्ता मेरे लिए भी ढूंढ दो प्लीज. नितिन भाई एंट्री फीस है 2000 का एंट्री फीस है नितिन भाई.
I just love that awareness from him, realizing that Banks is
2025
going to
चल
be
रहा है.
playing
समझ
around
रहे
the
हो?
cloud
100
that
रुपए
he
में
had
से
up.
बड़ा पाव आ
He's
सकता है.
posted for the
लड़की
duel.
ने.
That is insane.
2000 का
He's the
एंट्री
kind of player,
फीस
even as a
है.
Viper
औरा
player,
बढ़ाते पहले.
loves to just stand out in the open and take these duels. Sometimes early in the round, so it's been exploitable in the past for Wolves, but in that situation, it was just what they needed to
Hey,
control
new
B.
member is here.
When you're on attack and you're getting clean 1v1 wins over Bang anchoring a site, you're earning my respect because these are the situations
बाप
where
कहलाना
Bang
Spring.
is at his finest.
Zelsis is the only player for Sentinels who's really able to have any stopping power in that round. As that poison orb came down, he was just too slow to the punch. Rough starting for Sentinels. Oh, we've got him mic'd up. That's an interesting decision.
A small trader of first salary M20 and a settled on. हाँ? विशाल भाई डन से नहीं, गवर्नमेंट से डर लगता है. डन से नहीं विशाल भाई. आप फ्री में बोल रहे थे मैं कर देता.
One of the silliest guns in the game.
Blinded.
They really want this mid control, Sen.
विशाल भाई मेरा थोड़ा टैक्स का देख लेते तो यार.
And Wolves almost playing again.
YouTube भी ले रहे हैं, आप भी ले रहे हो, समझ रहे हो? दो जगह से पड़ रही है मेरे को.
Two players grouped up towards Ramen, but Zekin's got a pretty far forward on Bang. Sufat's able to spot it out though. Of course, Gate crashes away. Now Wolves do have
20 साल का सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कैसे स्ट्रिक्ट भाई जब 18 साल में है
local player advantage here.
Juicy has worked
तो 10-10 करोड़ कमा सकते हैं गांडू.
Ryu spamming through. Sen, again, they are rotating.
भाई upset लग रहा है पहला मैप.
Have made noise. This is really reminiscent of that eco
अच्छा
round
info
they
लेके
had
खेल
earlier.
रहे
They
हैं
are
वो लोग.
stacked up on the proper site, and it looks like Wolves want to force the issue.
Oh, this could be dangerous though. Zekin from within the dark cover, but Juicy takes the fight to them. That, however, though, is where the Stingers thrive. Juicy is cut down. 40 seconds left in the round, and here at least Wolves are changing things up. You'll note that Lysor has taken the spike across towards mid. They have, though, left Spring here.
30 seconds left.
Does Lysor dare try to take this spike towards B? Do Wolves attempt to pivot? They're going to. He should be able to get a free plant. Doesn't look like Bang is going to be in position to stop that again. They're going so late, man. We've got 15 seconds on the clock, but they should be able to get the spike down. Sen do recover another upgrade. Gun to narrate. Oh my god, this could be everything.
He has the gun.
This could be everything on the round.
The rate gets past them, but the timing here is very tight. Siufat is likely to come up behind Sentinels here, and they may not be ready for a bated breath here as Wolves try and close the net. But John wins out against Spring. Siufat has to go large here, but he doesn't have much to shoot at. Sees John. Trigger discipline. Pays off. Now he's got that heaven control. Sentinels are starting to filter out onto the site. Lysor waiting. Dark cover blooms. He'll see it all here and brings Elsis to heal. The shot through the smoke might be too much in the head of a Siufat from the rafters. Can finish the job. That's 4 for the fade. And 4 for Wolves.
The IGL of Wolves. Speaking of how much this tournament meant to him, comes up in a crucial round where Sen could have halted the momentum they got from winning that bonus on the prior. The patience here. Beautiful flank, and then able to just snap onto the remaining Sentinel players while they were distracted by Lysor in the site. 3v4, 1 out.
कोई नहीं, मैं बहुत ट्रैवल करके आया, थोड़ा tired हूँ, समझ
Wolves are doing, putting them in a horrendous time situation, but they are still able to win it out.
भाई अच्छा खेल रहे हैं Wolves.
Have their rifles back to hand. Okay, Zekin.
भाई कौन है भाई जो टक्कर दे रहा है इसे Spring?
He will not shy away from taking a duel like that.
सीधा लड़ रहा है भाई.
Space up here towards mid last time. When this was the case, we saw Juicy just
Balls of
double
team
satchel
chat.
straight into heaven. And
विशाल भाई thank you for the membership मेरी जान लड़े. Sen without Sentinel, वो लोग Sen है already. समझ रहे हो?
With the adjustment, his aim is
भाई ये
sick.
मार रहा है भाई, मार रहा है कौन ये?
Sentinels do not have information about that part of the map. They've got no idea that Wolves have concentrated their players towards his A side.
सीधा डूब ले रहा है भाई.
Busy. The highest ACS and KPR
खास दोस्त का WhatsApp पे full पैसा मुझे love you और जेरी भाई hater से lover.
Will spray through. Siufat feels the burn.
जेरी बोस्टर ने क्या बोला देखा ना जेरी तो?
Looking to take that ramp control, but look at Sen.
मेरा दिल garden हो गया यार.
3 players potentially fire for Sen. Juicy
जिस
going
दिन
across.
मिलूंगा ना उसको गिरी
Second
तुम्हें
minute for
दूंगा.
John rather with that Trailblazers. Elsis, does he have an opportunity to get off the rope? No, he's just feeling the
Bank
danger
कुछ
of the
crazy
pressure.
कर
He's
सकता
going to
है.
have to at least get one here.
All the time.
एक,
Only 2, what a thought.
2, 3, 4.
Brings the house down. They really needed that.
The stun
Done
from
on
Meier was
top.
perfect. Made it absolutely
Done
effortless.
on
For one of the
top,
best
baby.
anchor defensive players in the game.
Done on
Flash
top.
Everybody.
They were trying to run through maple syrup way.
बेचारा stun blind सब थी पूरी team.
Third round, where Wolves had intentions of going A. This time they commit and Sen have the
अरे
full
पहला round है आराम से.
read on them. This is the first time they've
ना मान
actually
रहा.
been able to convert that though.
जल्दी से
Where
भाई
they've
ना
been able
मान
to
रहा.
use that overwhelming initiator utility to hold
FS
them
का
at a
autumn का
choke
भाई है
point.
Spring. वाह
Dropping
season
out
खेल रहे हो
of
मेरे
heaven.
साथ. उल्लू बना के. Autumn का भाई
Still
है
a timeout
Spring.
here called for
कल
Sentinels.
बोलेगा summer भी
They
है उसका
obviously
भाई
want to
एक
build
और.
off that very important round 5 win. And I think they're probably cotton on to the fact that Wolves are
सबने
playing
vlogging किया रहेगा. I think
at
Mortal
the
भाई कर रहे
speed
थे.
that should
Mafia
allow
कर रहा
Sentinels
था.
to set up the traps just like that. Have a little bit of
Joker
advance
भाई कर
notice,
रहे थे.
providing they can maintain some map presence and get some information in those mid rounds.
बोस्टर क्या बोला वो
Do
काश
go
दोस्त
back into
के
the
बीच
zone.
में भाई अपने प्रीमियम व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप
Round
में
6. Wolves are
कितने दे सकता
one
मैं?
orb away from 4 different ultimates right now. So you have to imagine out of
This
the
is
Sen,
by
they could
bold
be
by
setting up a
Sen
trap.
Badal.
If there's a fight from Wolves to
पहला
get an
round
orb
जीतते
over
ही
to
ना,
Juicy,
हाँ.
maybe get him that
guys,
showstopper
by the
that Sen
Sen
are going
Badal.
to trigger some kind of fault line into a flash. Second swinging off that. Something with Sentinels.
क्या हो गया आशीष? हो गया क्या भाई जोन W यार?
Second struggling with these early
हाँ
encounters
पियो में
with Spring
पॉकेट
so
मनी
far, Wyatt.
चला जाता है इंक्रीमेंट सून डालिन W बेबी
start
विशाल
for
भाई
Warriors.
W
That's after being on an absolute heater run in the Americas
पियो क्या
playoffs.
होता है?
The second was an unbelievable duelist there. Early
Papa
aftershock is going
OP.
to allow Zekin
Pio.
to press up into main, specifically playing off of that dark cover too. So Wolves are going to have to invest some resources, at the very least this Prowler to regain space, but that's
Post
not enough to force
office.
Zekin away.
पियो मतलब
That instant Viper wall
मैं
that
समझा, मैं
cuts
समझा.
mid. Wall's looking to make use of that to gain some space, but Zekin eventually has to give up B main.
Enough
अभी
resources
Cypher
committed,
lurk
that
कर रहा है.
dark cover dropping. He knows he's in
अभी Cypher
significantly
lurk कर
more
रहा है
danger
chat.
than Wolves
Viper
going
की
to
जगह पे.
pivot towards mid. YU has just been ensuring that no one from Sentinels has pushed
तुम लोगों को पता है
too
Cypher
far
क्यों
on
लग कर
this
रहा था?
A side.
Viper की
They
जगह
want
पे?
to go for the split at the moment.
This is dangerous.
Jack?
This is the weakest the A site has been in terms of numbers.
5
Saying
राउंड बाद
Wolves are
Cypher क्यों
actually
लग
going
कर रहा
to
था
hit
पता है
it.
Viper की जगह पे?
Bank can sense.
Here.
He can send something
ये
to the
Viper
wrong
meetup
way
में था ना?
and risk of getting pinched now as that heaven control's been effortlessly taken by Wolves. Given over by Sen.
W.
This is the position Bang was playing from the previous round. Is Juicy double satchel into elbow. Presumably, oh, it's a devastating push.
I know exactly.
And there it is. Narrate just handled.
30
Spring
seconds
is
left.
nasty.
Bro,
Zakin and Zelsa's doubled up here. Find a
bro.
way back in, but that poison orb is gone.
भाई
to
ये मेरे को
Nine, and he-
T69
more
का याद
progress.
क्यों दिला रहा है Wolf?
They're just walking away from this.
Spring always hungry for
T69
more. Wants to go
वाला
for the
vibes दे रहे
free
बे.
fire even. I mean,
भाई
the
upset है
Sun
क्या?
economy isn't great, but neither is Wolves. They would love to carry all of these guns over. Juicy in
Skills
that
के
round
लौड़े लग-
comes up huge on the double satchel. John just not prepared for him to go through.
ये तो
elbow,
अब पूरा
through
दुनिया
the
का
molly
पिकम्स
that
के
was
लौड़े लग गए मेरे हिसाब से.
thrown down on the ground. Those are the plays that Juicy will come up with because he is just so insanely aggro with the satchels. He will commit so hard on those
Bad
jumps.
map से था ये तो
Sometimes going
split
too
है
far.
language
There
Spring
isn't
मेरे
the
जैसे कर ले
follow-up.
इसलिए
When
बोला.
he succeeds, it will outright win rounds for this Wolf squad.
And you can see Sentinels insisting on trying to take some control of the extremities. Into B main, Zekin pushed early in the round. Over on the A side of the map, we saw Bang try and get forward towards YU, but the Cypher from Wolves is not giving
ADC का BGG Wolves ने किया था.
around that trip. And then Juicy
भाई
was
देखो
free,
ना
essentially
भाई.
heaven control. Has a
वो
fantastic
vulnerable भी
execution.
था दूसरे के हाथ में
In
यूटिल
that
था क्या
moment, too, Bang felt
सेक्सी
like he needed to
टाइमिंग
get
था
out of dodge back
भाई.
screens. There was so much pressure, so he just had the teleport out and was caught by the spam from Spring, who's at a cool 8-2 right now, 6 rounds into the game. He's been getting pivotal first bloods.
because 100% वाला टाइटल इस बार भी नहीं मिलेगा.
Same as previously.
Hey,
Aftershock
100%
Dark
wrong
Cover just to take that
का थोड़ा
B-main control
title
initially,
मिल जाता
taking those, but
तो.
move to A.
The importance of this round for Sen cannot
Sen
be
नहीं हार
understated.
सकते
This is
भाई,
their
मैं नहीं
economy
मान रहा
on the
भाई.
line. You're going to
Nice
assume
ball,
they'll
Bunks,
probably
man.
be using the secrets at some point to win this out if they can. This would be worth 2 for Wolves. Oh, and second! He can't even get away in time!
YU Anko
नॉट
too
बोला मैं
sharp and
सुपर
straight
में
over
जान
into the
कुछ कर
side.
किया तो एक और
Showstopper
करेगा
can't
ना
clear it.
सुपर मिस करके.
Good peek in there from John. Gets down Ramps and at least extracts Spring. A big issue for Sen so far, but Juicy's playing up close here and Narrate cannot win the fight against Silfat. John wants to get there. Oh, they're waiting for him. Juicy sat there and tells us down to a boombot. Okay, it's on Bang. It's doable. Fake TP now. Try and pull the wool over Wolves' eyes, but they're looking for him. YU with the cam, that has to be cleared.
That's going to give away Bang's position.
Bang,
Crucial
हो
for
जाए.
Wolves. They can double up, try to face this
हो
elbow.
जाए.
On
You
the
are
angle.
Sen Bang.
Silfat taking a solo fight. Bang just gets ahead of it. He says, "You're not coming to me. I guess I'm coming to you." 5 bullets in the chamber. And he wins.
W.
That's got Jordan on his feet.
बचा लिया.
Confidence
7-1
maybe
होते
for
थे
Sen now.
Must win round.
इतना crucial.
Economy was hanging in the balance.
इतना
Imagine Wolves win that
crucial.
round war 2. They get to 7 already on split attack.
और
Major
उधर जो है
deficit the
VC
Sen would
में
have had to
बातें हुए कहा
overcome.
था मैं
Second
love
is
you यार
just-
जेरी.
Wow.
Oh, he's in disbelief at how
Right
quick
swing.
that was.
Love you यार जेरी. Love you यार.
It's a tight angle to be fair. What's else to say here? Falling the wrong way of the boom bot.
You can see Sen there. We're trying to flood back in again. That should be their forte with this comp. They have so many options to get out through the smokes, but Wolves have fantastic positioning to deny the players like John, who's pooling out of heaven.
Vipers pit towards mid. Sen have really given up this part of the map in the last couple of rounds. This time, though, they stake their claim. Not again. Zelsa's having to play
एक
through that
मिनट पे वो
part.
लोग को पता है दो ही
Judge.
बी पे हो सकते हैं, दो
Bang
ही.
has the gap in the poison orb here, but Spring is very much aware of it. Damn, Tess strips off him.
भाई ये कुछ ज्यादा नहीं मार रहा है ये बंदा.
He's a menace right now.
But now a break in the action as Wolves
गर्सफुट
to
भाई क्या
concentrate over
लैंग्वेज
towards
है?
this A side of the map where it's really only John in attendance.
Yeah, currently just
गर्सफुट में मैं क्या बोलूं, कल
jiggle
आरएनडी
peeking.
को मैं सपोर्ट कर रहा था, आज
Going to send out that flash, perhaps for
तो आपका
additional
50
info, but
गिफ्टेड
no,
नहीं आया,
isn't
तो आज मैं आपको
going to
सपोर्ट कर
do
सकता हूं.
so. Just wants to play off Narrate, who's now jump spotting the
डेली
cross.
बिजनेस.
John here with a bit of spray. Lysor takes it. A
बस
glass
मिलके
of
बहुत
blow.
अच्छा लगा आपको. लव इज सिद्धांत भाई.
Okay, looks like that fault line does connect. Slows Wolves up further. Again, we're heading to the
Yeah.
30-second
वाला
mark.
मत डालो
Begin
emoji.
once more. The timing! John! At least he's
He's self-stunned.
He's got to fight his way out of the corner, but he can't. Caught by the
भाई,
seas. Narrate
scene
on
है
his
भाई.
feet. Sees the double swing coming in, but he...
ब्रो ओ सेन है.
Hasselfat stuck in
सेन
screens.
है.
Spike too far away to
सेन नहीं
recover.
है.
Sen looking like they can carry 3 rifles out of the round.
बंदा हीरो प्ले कर रहा है भाई, इतना अच्छा खेल रहा है वुल्व्स.
Bang won't give him more than that. Wolves,
इतना अच्छा
they
खेल
bleed the
रहा
clock a
है.
lot. 30-second mark, they go for it and they fizzle as they try and hit A.
And again, they're able to get 3 players over to that A site in time. Juicy gets a lovely first kill on
Nah.
to second. I think that was John got
भाई
one.
मेरे हिसाब
all
से कम
still
से कम
enough.
7-1 स्कोर था.
Yeah, he does. That is so important from John. After getting self-stunned by the close-range Trailblazer.
Look,
Bro.
That is a beautiful little transfer when Lysor tries to double swing.
Bro,
that puts a rolling thunder online here for Sentinels. Now last round they had the Viper's Pit to take that mid control. This time, not an option.
भाई सेकंड को तो शट डाउन कर दिया है भाई.
The outlaw
समझ
into
में
this
नहीं आ रहा
round.
सेकंड की
Multiple
पीसी है
players
करके.
that could be one
शट डाउन
shot.
कर दिया भाई.
Horn cleared as the poison orb blooming in mid.
And this time it's actually Bang who's up really deep in B main. Typically it has been second.
Zilfet's down to 10. He took a hit from that outlaw. Zelsa's backs away into ropes. You can see Zekin now has found himself elsewhere. This is hot and heavy stuff through mid, and Juicy's able to bring Zelsa's down.
What a double swing. That was excellent from Wolves.
भाई
Once you
कुछ
push
ज्यादा
it out of
क्लीन
mid
नहीं खेला. स्प्रिंग को
Spring's
देखो.
playing so passively, so safe with Bang.
Oh
Can't get a look at him.
my
Instead, tries to sneak up and has an off angle to play with now.
चलेगा
He's
full
in a
info.
ramen.
Hold on, a little bit of damage. Why you?
Nah,
I mean,
ये
it should be
ज़्यादा,
fighting
ये
out with a
ज़्यादा था.
classic brother. Wolves
ये
have gotten the way
ज़्यादा
to the B
था.
side, though, knowing it's vacant due to Bang having pushed out the other player going down. John concerned, clearing out heaven. Try from Lysor, but center good for 2. Everything on the very low HP Sufat.
Scrappy round, considering Wolves didn't really have a full buy to work with. So back with 10 health. You can't be serious.
What?
Impossible much, no HP. Just the sheriff. The trade wasn't fast enough from Sen. They cannot be losing that.
He took an outlaw hit at the start of the round. With the sheriff, he proves that the town ain't big enough for the 2 of them. Or 3 in that case.
What the?
Unbelievable.
Fuck.
It's barely checked for.
He ate that outlaw shot earlier. One of the only players that actually had full armor. I think there were 2 for Wolves.
Yeah, that's a stand-up. That's a stand-up.
Even the little box.
Desert? No, nothing.
Did you see me in the gym earlier? No,
That was Forsaken.
I turned it down there. Forsaken.
No desert.
Shredded, not gonna lie.
I mean, you have got to call your time.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बोलो, ये चाइना का हैशटैग 380 हैशटैग 3 हाँ हैशटैग 3 ये हैशटैग 3 है. हो गया भाई मेरा. ये लोग का चाइना रीजन में वैलो 1-2 साल बाद आया और उनका हैशटैग 3 टीम अभी ऐसा खेल रहा है. अब तुम लोग सोचो कि वैलो मोबाइल जो वहां पे ही लॉन्च हुआ है, डायरेक्ट उनके गोद में डायरेक्ट लॉन्च, क्या करेंगे वो लोग बाकी लोग के साथ? हाँ
going wrong, they're disjointed. They just look like a totally different team. You didn't know which one you're gonna get, but we got Wolves at their finest to open up this game.
Spring actually wants to challenge the smoke here.
It's playing off that
भाई
wall.
इसका है ना कुछ
Earlier
तो
was very
steals
passive
of
when this
balls
cover
of
was up.
gold है भाई
He
ये
has
बंदे
to
का
suspect that maybe the Ori's got tucked there in B main. We'll check back in on that
हर
story.
बार अकेले लड़ा है भाई अलग-अलग तरीके से
Bang still feels like he needs to give up
Map
a fair
pick
amount
किसका
of
ये?
that space. SEN are making a
Yeah,
multi-man
right?
pivot towards this A site. I mean, typically when noise had been made there,
अंधे
Wolves are
कह रहे
just
इतना
hard committed.
स्पोर्ट्स खेला है मालूम नहीं क्या
You know,
टॉप
they
लिस्ट
had
पे
a
क्या
couple
दिखता
rotates to
है
be, but that was like
Map pick
20
किसका है?
seconds left. SEN have typically had a great read on these situations.
Once again, Wolves using every second of the round to explore the map, and Juicy's pausing inside. Banks Cranium, what? He just takes the fights and wins them. That severely reduces SEN's presence on A. Even John peels off from screens maybe to go back around, but it's a heaven fight brewing. Zelsus seems to know it. It's a really laboured pick there from Lysol that allows Zelsus to find his own two.
That was the only way back in the round. Playing a weird off angle second.
Finally wins that fight.
बाप रे क्या राउंड कन्वर्ट किया
So
बे
dangerous
3-5
towards B.
30 seconds left.
Cam cleared. Looks like the move is over towards ropes here for Wolves. SEN have all pulled back to the B side.
हाँ
Side
साइड
is going to be
खाली
completely open. Juicy with all of the kills he's been finding has the showstopper active. That could be the crux of a round win. In fact, look at his position. He's pushing all the way through screens right now. He wants to take an early fight. This is a Mitchell. That's going to spot him out. I mean, this is a must-win right now for SEN. Look at their economy. Has to be committed.
भाई
Juicy
अल्टा
can't
अल्टा
gun down another brace of two this time, and out. But the dimensional drift comes second. He's handled. YU is ready for the clone. Here's the double swing now through elbow. He's low.
अल्टा जिसे यार अल्टा यार
Gets him within a 2-round
Mango
striking
drink?
distance
No,
point. They've
nothing,
had to fight tooth and nail for every single one of these rounds.
Zelsus is simply the hero of this round. Juicy winning 2 isolated 1v1s.
Bye.
Zelsus knows
Yeah, round
someone
Zelsus.
has to be the guy to save this round. I might as well do it. I'm just going to play a weird off angle when they push up into heaven. I just have to get a multiple. That's the only way back in, and he pulls it off.
SEN has
Round 11 coming at you.
taken Wolf Fairy
That
Light.
showstopper still there for Juicy.
They are not clearing common
Rolling
angles
thunder for Narrate.
and they are not playing
Hell of a lot of
together.
hits right now
Even
for
when they
Wolves. They've
know
got
multi
that
animals are
showstopper.
allowed.
Get
रवि
into a
किरण
side,
मैं
move
मेल
away from
करता
the
हूँ.
nightfall, and
टेंशन
then
मत.
throw
आप
down
टेंशन
that
मत लो.
pit to close things out in the post.
चाय कॉफी मंगाओ पॉपकॉर्न मंगाओ खाओ एंजॉय करो. मैं आपका फॉरवर्ड करता हूँ.
Narrate here just going to play up that fault line in case there's a faster hit in towards B main.
इनको जो ऐसा इतना सैलरी मिल रहा है लोलेक्स मिल रहा है
Second sees it. Nice little
और
1-2
ऐसा खेल
punch.
रहे हैं.
Quickly Juicy activates over at the A
देख
side
रहे
and John QT is
हाथ
going to
में
smithereens.
फुल क्यों भी लेके
Bengals
बैठा है
hoping
जब
to
रेस
find
के
Super
बगाल
Fan,
पे.
but the
बराबर है
power
रवि
comes out
भाई.
instead.
मैं
And Lysor is a
मेल
little bit
करता
out of
हूँ.
steam
He
here.
is so overextended and caught. If Sufat can get this spike
Very
down,
well,
he's going to
tension
have
na
the
lo.
nightfall. That could be enough to turn the tide, despite being at a man disadvantage right now for Wolves.
Neural theft there for YU. Gatecrest sent across to the A side now. It's going to be Juicy sat in elbow.
They have slowed things down, not trying to commit to the plan at the moment.
What is the plan supposed to be? Sufan obviously spike carrier. He's inching forward.
This has been enough time for Narrate
ये round
to want to
Cypher का-
actually
Cypher
cycle
का नहीं है,
back
Fade
up. So
का.
when the spike does eventually get tapped, there's even more
Fade
util
का.
for Sen to flood in off of.
Okay, I think Sen still confirmed that the Wolves are staying here. Here's the rolling thunder. This could
ये
get
देखो
ugly.
क्यों.
YU on raft to fight.
अब आएगा
Second
Fade
trade
का
and
ult.
instantly
वही plant पे
cancel
क्या
for the
होता है?
shadow tag, but it's not the off angle. They're not checking it. Banks able to salvage now for the 1 versus 1. No
देखा बोला ना फेड का.
He's caught with a use of
बोला था कि नहीं?
There's just no way they should be winning this round. There's just no way. Send man advantage, massive util advantage.
मेरे
Let's
को
slow
प्लांट
down
करके
the
अल्ट मार
game.
देगा सीधा.
Less
Plant
time
ही
when they
नहीं किया.
actually have to get the spike down, where Sen can exploit that by flooding in, pressuring so hard. They just don't check that
Bye.
corner. They don't think he can be tucked.
I definitely think there's some overheating
Diya,
going on in
diya,
the Sen
diya.
camp now. There's no more opportunities for
Diya.
Brooklyn to intercede.
गाली दिया.
That looks like a bit of frustration coming
भाई
out from Meier
टेक्निकली
late in the
3-4 में वहाँ पे
Bank
बंदा
goes
नहीं
to take
बैठना
that 1 versus 1.
चाहिए. टेक्निकली.
Look at the buy now from Sen. Their last
कसम
chance
करो
to
अगले
get
मैच
around
गोट
on
आसपास को
strict
देखना है.
defense.
Excuse
Only
me.
4 to their name before the side
भाई
swap.
आसपास का हो रहा है यार लेकिन.
This time there's a lot more presence in B main. Zekinen had to be ready in the double swing, catches him off guard. Narrate peels off the line, doesn't want to
Spring.
handle it.
Wolves
Spring
in
वो
this
है.
round, they say,
Kryptonite
all right,
है
Spring, you're
Zekinen.
starting to have a little
मैं
trouble.
समझ गया भाई.
Let's get you some backup, stack up with multiple players. This time, we're going to overwhelm Sen. who have been
लोग
happy
टीचर
to fight for
क्यों
that
बन
space
जाते
to
सब
find
लोग
the opening
क्योंकि
pick. Love
एक
that
इमोशन
decision
जुड़ा
from
रहता है
Wolves.
I understand
Bang is tentatively looking to
but it's
retake
good
this
and
ropes
bad
position.
in both way
All
वो
of
एक
Sen are grouped
इमोशन
up.
रहता है करके ऐसा लगता है कि यार इनको ये करना चाहिए था वो करना चाहिए था लेकिन दोनों
Wolves are
टीम
pretty
अपना बेस्ट ही
diligently
दे
trying to clear their way into B, but this will take some time.
ये
This will
समझना
buy some
पड़ेगा
time for the flanking troop of Sentinels to wrap around. It's being watched for by YU though. Better weapon. No stingers are not going to hit hard enough at that range. Now the Nightfall over to the B site. Nobody here for Sen. They've all peeled off. There's more on the flank. YU checking for it with a camera. Sees it all. Paranoia comes in but only catches onto the Cypher. There's a real fight here in B main. And Wolves slap Sentinels down. Narrators had to jump into the pit. No other choice for it. He gets rid of it though with Spring falling. That's the Viper out of the way. Now Narrate can heal back up, but Juicy's
WhatsApp
waiting
check
for
in
him.
break please dance in विशाल भाई dance
It's
in करता हूँ
8-4 half here. Wolves introducing Sen to that Chinese Valorant in the most brutal way possible.
They are being outshot.
Bye.
The mechanics right now are just simply better for Wolves. Spring, dominant. Juicy's entry is incredible.
All right, we're going to do a break, folks. When we come back, more of split in this game between Sen and Wolves after this.
फिल्म पाल भाई लगा नहीं था बे ऐसा हाफ होएगा हाँ भाई अच्छा एम तो है ब्रो भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ वो एक 1v2 राउंड था पिस्तूला वाला ठीक है वो एक राउंड शायद सेन जीत सकता था शायद ठीक है उसने बहुत क्रेजी शॉट्स मारे होता है लेकिन सेन कम से कम 3 राउंड ऐसे राउंड जीते जहाँ पे हर बंदा हीरो प्ले किए समझ रहे हो ये इजीली 10-2 हाफ हो सकता था लाइक इजी एस पक 6 10-2 फॉर वुल्व्स हो सकता था चैट एक सेकंड रुको फ्रेंड्स आ रहे हैं जीता बेसन जीता सेंटर ऑडियंस भरा पड़ा है भाई सारे सेंटर प्योर सेंस फैन प्योर भाई सारे लोग तो मेरे को सेंट जर्सी में दिख रहे भाई इसके से हारने बाद फिर से लिखे हो सकता है और नहीं हुआ तो तेज बहुत एलिमिनेशन कंफर्म 8-4 is not bad can come back but the point is comeback होना ही नहीं चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से पहला मैप 13-0 and दूसरा मैप 13-1.5 ये स्कोर लाइन से जीतना चाहिए औरा देखो औरा सेकंड औरा सेल्सियस औरा जॉन क्यूटी आज तक तुमको कोई बोला क्यूटी करेगा कोई नहीं बोला जॉन क्यूटी ऐसे मतलब औरा वाली टीम है औरा वाली
handling Sentinels here on split.
और 8-4
already 4 defense side rounds, 2 timeouts already blown by Sen. Frustration already bubbling to the surface for this North American squad.
भाई ये तुम लोग को एग्जांपल बताता हूँ ये ऐसा मैच देखना पड़ रहा है एग्जांपल के इसमें कि फॉर एग्जांपल ले लो स्ट्रिक्स को कंपेयर कर रहे रॉसी भाई से लेकिन एक्सकैली मार के जा रहे हैं स्ट्रिक्स को तुम लोग समझ रहे हो मतलब समझ रहे हो
To wake up.
काली को तोड़ेगा चलेगा आजकल वो कुछ तो डेटा साइंटिस्ट एनालिसिस ऑफ द एनालिस्ट
over towards that side of the map through spawn, but set up from committed.
हो गया भाई उसका
They're going to have to just play off of this fault line. Dark cover is going to get thrown down.
I am a core Sen supporter. You guys can mock me all you like. I saw Sen not being disciplined while retake and
get some information onto Bang.
with server I
So
play. Hope they
slowly
get back
taking
to
the
their
time,
serenity.
posturing
Ravi,
up. It's
even I am a
looking
Sen
like
fan,
John can be
but
split.
game is not easy. You cannot
That smoke indicates
double peak,
potential.
triple peak every angle.
Ropes
You
control,
cannot
but
clear
Sen do not
every
have the
angle.
players
You
on the
cannot
right side
put
of the map.
util on every angle.
Definitely going to see the
Timing
pivot here.
का नाम का भी
They're trying
चीज
to cut off
रहता है.
rafters
और
with that
utils
smoke,
का
maybe
counter
take heaven
utils
control
भी
as the
आता है.
paranoid that collects
कुछ
cleanly
एंगल
on
चेक
Spring.
इसलिए नहीं करते
Juicy though
ताकि
playing from within the
दूसरा
smoke
एंगल
kills
से
with
सीधा
Zelsus.
पिक करे और वहां का टाइमिंग
He's
ले.
away for second to really get past that, but Sufat trying to hold on the site. He's dug out
I get
easily.
your point.
Second has that rafters control, and low as he is,
But Sen है.
Sentinels have been able to
Tension
clear
मत लो.
Wolves. Player advantage now, Spike to go down.
Let's see what Spring can do. Working his way into heaven slowly, has to wait for this dark cover to fade.
Peers down ropes, doesn't see anything.
Rings
Why
से
you
डर
decides
लगता
this is
है
the
मेरे
time to
पास.
activate from the defender side. Spawn, Spring wins the duel. That's Beacon. Why are you doing as well? They can. It's down on rate.
Bye.
Has a flash to
भाई
work with.
स्प्रिंग का
Let's it
कुछ
go.
तो सीन है भाई.
It's a matter of playing time, something that Sen couldn't do in that first half when it needed to
स्प्रिंग
happen.
का कुछ तो सीन
Now it's
है.
ring around the rosy, folks, but now we're going to see them clash, and it's a right click
Agglomerated.
from the race. Give Sen the staging ground on this attack side that
Comeback
was sorely needed.
बोलते.
Desperately for Sen to get back into this game.
याद रखना
Get
Gen.G
things
में भी
started right in
टेक्सचर
this
है.
second half after
Gen.G कहाँ से आया यहाँ पे ये
not being
तरफ?
able to get anything started in the first. And it looked like even here, they were about to once again
हेलो
succumb
बंग्स भाई कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया.
to the aim of these Wolves players. Spring isolated 1v1, taken against Bang. Gets the
भाई
adjustment.
लड़ रहे हैं लेकिन.
Juicy didn't
Wolves
realize there were
led
two
it.
players in that heaven smoke. Zekin slipped the net and was able to pick Sufat off on the site. Anti-eco now for Sentinels. Phantom for John.
This is just full 5 classic save here for the Wolves team. So Sen shouldn't be succumbing to too much damage here,
और farming कर
ideally.
रहे हैं.
Trying to get those orbs into Zekin's hands, though. Get those dimensional drifts rolling early.
Yeah, that is the name of the game when you're running Yoru. That has been one of, if not the most
हड्डी
relevant
check
meta
गंदी लगती
ults
है.
this entire year.
Pin
Round
में से ज़्यादा
defining.
पहले की बोलो.
Laborious, but the cam is cleared. Sentinels crossing to take that heaven control, but as we speak, Wolves are coming up from ropes. Spraying through the smoke, Zekin, much to his chagrin, takes some damage and is seized in place. He's able to get at least far enough away from the snake bite, and even a
और
pinch
कुछ
shell is
util
committed
बचा
by
है गोट
Wolves.
पे डालने के
There's a
लिए.
lot of util drawn out.
Good little combo. He was close to getting one. Zelsus,
Oh,
in the
man.
meantime, he has just been slow getting into this site, and he's calling for the rest of the team to pivot over now.
Is this an overpush?
Free? No. Almost, but
मार सकता था लेकिन.
superior weapon comes out on top.
Great mid smoke here, might be a flash out of it. Sufat's going to have to face them down, but Zekin's going to be there with a stinger. Juicy from the smoke. They
Right.
emerge, and Zekin will dispatch them.
Equal.
Just YU now. It's outfoxing Zekin. But all things considered, pretty clean anti-eco
8-6,
percent. It's the
8-6.
6.
And it gets second just one orb away from the dimensional drift, so they can play to that
अभी
as
निकाल
a win
सकते हैं
con
ulti में.
now on this bonus. Give Wolves a taste of their own medicine for how they were able to open the game. How they were able
नहीं
to
हो
get
ब्रोजन चटको.
up in such a significant
मैं बात करता
lead
हूँ.
early. A bonus round win here should effectively tie things up. Would be worth 2.
नेक्स्ट मीटअप.
Nice pivot there from Sen. That mid control smoke to ropes and then face Wolves as they try and push out.
You see in that moment what we're going to be seeing a lot of on this attack side, which
ये
is
क्या
just
बोले
an
बंद भाई,
infinite
ये
amount
है
of flashes
सच
to
का
pop
साथ.
out of these smokes
सच
as a team from Sen.
Bonus hit
जीतेगा
for
तो
Sen,
Sen
Zekin
ही.
with a stinger in hand.
भाई मजा आ रहा है लेकिन वुल्स को
Chance
खेलते हुए
Cavan
देख
and
के.
it's very lightly
फर्स्ट
held.
टाइम देख
Also
रहे
player
बे.
in ropes, one just
इसके
entering that
पहले
part of
तो
the
नहीं
match.
देखा.
Looks to re-clear.
Sufat's actually swinging out. Does have to back away. Does have to give that space up. Sen are getting very active right now in heaven. A lot of control. Wolves pivoting multiple players back. Side to anchor. Spring. Crucial 1v1.
कैसे कौन है
Wolves
भाई ये?
Playing around this smoke, not looking to get entrenched in elbow, just want to play forward. Spring pops his head up and it's
नॉर्मल
whack-a-mole
बंदा
for
ही है
John.
भाई, उसमें क्या है? मारा तो मारा.
The double swing. The stinger gets some value though, and Narrate's able to hold it down from ramp. This just leaves
निकल
Sufat
गया.
in screens,
8-8.
and YU, with these rifles, this 4x for Wolves, have to untangle this round, but Sen are giving them nothing, Wyatt.
Unfortunately, this round is displaying what has been a major issue for Wolves defensively on this map. They'll get in positions to flood, but there will be too many isolated duels. Things will get a little disconnected. You had two players on site in that smoke, but they didn't pop out at the same time that Spring was swinging open in heaven. He just goes down on his own in this moment with John. There are two players to his right, but there's no one to swing out to help because it's just not coordinated on that timing. And this is going to get Sen an opportunity to tie the game 8-8. This is really my worry for Wolves coming into this match.
There's no initial anchoring presence on that site for Wolves either. They had to awkwardly filter in as Heaven's being taken. Spring passive hold in mid. Nice is awkward now. No one to swing off that line. Narrate guarantees that easy kill.
Crazy utils, na?
3 players with sheriffs is all that Wolves have to their name.
Great for Sen to have
this level of momentum
coming into the second half. Their economy is absolutely rolling. Unlikely that Wolves will be able to get any damage off. So, I don't know, maybe 1 kill if Sufak can get a nice little peek here, but this is going to put Sen ahead by a significant margin.
Nice pick. वो तो लेने पड़ेगा. 2 बंदे अगर मिड में मरते तो तुम लोगों को एक जगह पुश करने पड़ेगा.
Are going to have subsequent rounds.
Well, death and taxes. Sufak's able to find his one.
Doesn't
really change the fact that Sen are crawling over this A site like a kicked anthill.
हम लोग जो रैंक में जमीन में डालते हैं फेड का रिवील चोमते हैं हम लोग
Prowler down ramp.
इधर 7th फ्लोर 10th फ्लोर पे डाल रहे हैं
on this A site, ready to fight for it.
अपने प्लेयर्स तो जमीन पे डालते भाई.
See if they can take one of these guns away.
I still got a rifle.
हाँ चैट.
Pick up Zel's fallen weapon, presumably.
One of the 20 flashes they have
I would agree.
There's number 19.
नहीं उठाना था डस्टबिन से.
Oh, I love that foul line. Just to set a crossing, making sure no one can peer in. Lysor never had an opportunity to take a fight, but he will be allowed to walk away with this rifle. However,
चैट 8000 लोग देख रहे हैं. एक बार लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम. लाइक करो और से दबा के स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो.
कान में गुदगुली होता रहेगा ना.
And Sen have more than a real opportunity to extend this run to 5 rounds straight. Given the ultimates that they have when we get out of this timeout that's being called by Wolves. In a pivotal round in the game, this is 3 rounds coming up where Sen can outright win. They have a Rolling Thunder and a Dimensional Drift. Wolves have nothing to lose in the ult department outside of a null theft, and obviously that is a one-sided map when we're talking about the ult economy.
Let's get this shit. The Bishop reception.
भाई second का family है वो.
Wolves are going to need to tighten up their floods right now. They're going to have to be able to absorb this Sentinels utility when it's coming into the site. Not drop players anchoring. There's too much initiator util. There are too many flashes to play around. The ults are going to be too much to play around. They're going to need to find a way to.
Chat चुपचाप ये सब clips का है ना बताओ. Clip निकाल के अपने घर पे. समझ रहे हो? मॉम डैड ये देखो इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे दूसरे का फैमिली गेमिंग को सपोर्ट कर रहा है, मुझे भी करना है. आज के आज मुझे 3 लाख का पीसी मांगता. ऐसा कर कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ. समझ रहे हो? व्लॉग बनाना, लेकिन व्लॉग बनाना अगर कैमरा मुमडैड के मुंह पे नहीं रहेगा ना, बहुत फटके पड़ने के चांसेस है. तो चुपचाप व्लॉग बनाना. समझ रहे हो? कैमरा आता तो थोड़ा वो होते बेंच कैमरा चालू नहीं मारेंगे करके. समझ रहे हो? व्लॉग करना वरना.
Why you genuinely want to fight this? He needs to get out of here right now. He's going back in to fight second. This is mental.
Bone thrown out. Wayu is going to be in trouble. Just set up on all sides. No escape.
मारते भाई वही है अभी.
Bail him out. He gives himself up as well. This is
2025 का वही है. मालूम है अगर चप्पल पड़ने वाले चुपचाप व्लॉग करो.
It's just disjointed.
काउंटर है वो चप्पल का.
They're not operating as a full team in that moment. Wayu makes too reckless of a decision
ये Binks
trying to
members की
get
चैट
back in
पढ़ता है.
there.
तू कहाँ से member
He's
है?
going to get overwhelmed and does.
सुनो
at
अपने
best,
स्ट्रीमर की
if
बात
he goes
पीसी के
1
लिए
for 1,
3 लाख
and then
मिल
Spring
गया
feels
ये
like he needs
3
to come in
लाख
to help. But
इसका
no one else is on
guarantee
the
नहीं
rotate
है.
over just yet. They were trying to pivot
Also
over
12 months,
mostly
let's
from
go.
that A
Love
side.
you,
Not
Lemon.
close to assist. Pretty devastating. At least for Wolves with this save, they'll have an opportunity
क्या
for
करेंगे ये
redemption
लोग?
on
क्या
this
क्या
next
क्या
round.
change
Not
कर
a
सकते हैं
blowout,
लोग?
not going to have to eco, not allow Sen to get to 10 with ease.
मेरे हिसाब से ना साइफर
They are
Solo
still staring
A.
down the barrel of that rolling thunder from the raid, and now John has the
With
Seekers. Just a
Viper
streamline
Wallet
of
A.
ultimates from Sen to get advantages in all
समझ
of
रहे
these
हो?
important
और
fun rounds.
उसका एक ट्रिप भी
To
with
send
a
that such a
Viper
cost-effective
smoke B,
round win where they just
and
hit the
maybe
dimensional drift.
they
They realized that YU is
Three
still
mid.
on that B site. They set a 4-line up for Zekin to fight him. YU decides he wants to double back. And now that animated-looking Wolf squad really just buoyed forward by that momentum from some of their individual plays have gone quiet and gone off the boil. What can they manufacture here? Still a buy for them in fairness. 2 half armors, but reasonable arsenal, all things considered.
Sen posted up right now for that ramp take. As you can see, Nere ready with the fault line. Good save, but it's just slammed through.
Juicy here. The only player occupying heaven right now. That TP sound cue for him just makes him uncomfortable, forces him down. Spring will be there on the top of
The aftershock, able to dodge it, and Lysor catches out Bang to even things
भाई
up.
उसने पूरा डॉज किया
This is a
कॉन्फिडेंस के
wild
साथ चाट और
And managed to spray
खाना
through the walls from both teams. Live by the sword, Bang.
नेक्स्ट
by the sword
वीकेंड
as well.
में जाने वाला देखना है आई होप
Sen
सेन या
going for the
पीआरएक्स
voice
आ
cut
जाए
right
उसे
now.
धैर्य बाय
And you
काश
still
तो
just have this
मेंबरशिप लेके
duo.
जाओ और बढ़ता है
Celsius
जस्ट
second
सेइंग
row,
जस्ट
working
सेइंग
the map together on so many of these rounds, trying to contact up.
और फिर पेरेंट्स ने भी मार दिया तो टाइटल में गॉन रॉन्ग डाल सकते हैं डब्ल्यू आइडिया लव यू
He's turned. Second brings him up. YU the sole player over the B side of the map, and this is going to get a bit hairy for
giveaway
him.
gone wrong
Does he choose to try and fight to commit to this engagement? Got a trap wire on the side. Cam also set up. He's going to play closer under rafters, but he is overrun by the double swing.
भाई सेकंड है
Juicy ascending with bleed, fighting through
Instructions
tier 2 to
not
make it
clear.
back onto this
Hospital
team.
में हो,
But there wasn't
excuse
a
me.
spot for him in Pacific.
I would like to apologize
He's going to go looking via Ramen.
Had to wait years to get this opportunity. Has a rifle right now. Can he be the hero?
मेरा भी
Surely
पढ़
not
लो भाई
another save
क्या
for
चीज
Wolves. They're starting to get a little bit desperate.
But already the time
वीडियो
is just
बनाते
dropped.
तो फोन गायब हो गया
low for
हाथ
them.
They
से
give it up.
तो
Damage doesn't even matter. Look at the state of Sen's economy.
इसलिए दो फोन रखने का चुपचाप
Multiple players
मेरे पास
on
भी है
8K.
And honestly, this run of rounds, devastating. That is 6 rounds in a row for Sentinels.
बाईस भाई क्या
Now
लैंग्वेज
starting to
है
put the timer on Wolves, threatening to close the game out. With the 2-gun save, though, they can definitely distribute
इसे
enough.
इसे का डिफेंसिव
around
मैप मास्टर्स में
to keep
अटैकिंग हो
themselves
गया
well armed.
and it's like come back and split
But there's a rolling thunder still waiting in the wings for Sen to make use of.
अपना पिक
And
कम
you
बैक
can
हो
see
रहा
it
है
now.
यार
They've shaken those jitters off.
अपना टाइम आएगा अपना टाइम आएगा
To get overwhelmed entire Sen players.
भाई उसको
Just
उतने
a
में
glimpse
दो
of the
बंदे
throw that
दिखे
wall and Bang is... I mean, that boy don't miss. Sheesh.
Catch on the spring is so unfortunate. Almost had the turn. What's that gonna
फाइनली स्माइल दिख रहे हैं यार
Wolves calling
Finally,
their second
smiles
timeout now
दिख रहे
of the game. As things have completely gotten out of hand. 6-round run for Sen on this side.
Can definitely feel like we're starting to
क्या
get
आप
to
मुझे भूल गए बहुत
the
दिन
most important
बाद
round
आया
of the
कैसा
game,
रहेगा
round
कि
number
सस्ती
19.
यूपीआई
When we jump back in, Wolves will have been able to buy up.
बिंग में एसएमआर करके
Close to a
सबकी
nightfall, close to a
कच्ची
vibe
गीली
speed.
कर दो
Honestly, a
क्या
lot of those big
लैंग्वेज
ultimates
है
are just around the corner for them, but they want to be able to make use of them when they're in a good position economically. And this round would be one of those opportunities. Elsewhere, narrators just run away with the game on an individual level now. He's sitting on that breach ultimate.
Binks, do you know which map is
Sidekicks already also
attacking
struggle with the
and
pace
which
and
map is
come at them
defensive?
with on this attack
This
side.
is a
That's
defensive
going to
map
make it even harder.
There's
in
Nereid's
general.
clutch back on the pistol round that has gotten them in this position. That's what kicked it off. Wolves yet to do anything highly proactive early in these
I
rounds.
think Wolves only
Taking a fight
play
to send
attack in
two
China.
aggro. It's a little too much
तला
anchoring
भाई
attempts
कौन
against this
तला
comp from Sen.
कौन
It's too
तला
overwhelming
ये
on the
आप भी
execs.
अब भी गाना बजा है
Feels like they gotta play for
Are you
something.
the real
Really take some space,
China?
find some picks, or
फेंके ना
Tighten up those floods. play for
अनुराग
that as a
भाई
win
thank
con,
you
especially if
for
they're able
the
to get this
6
Nightfall somewhere for
cast
Zufat.
those membership मेरी
Full
जान
lineup
के
for
टोटे
Very respectable buy. Considered maybe a little.
www
They have actually
Welcome
just
करो
give up this
chat
B site.
अनुराग
They have a kill
भाई
trip set up that.
What is
Yeah,
Spring?
why he was hoping to just get a spam kill
भाई
from.
double blend
Spring
दिया
must have
भाई
played from rafters. What is that? Unhinged from Spring.
भाई double
Desperate
blend दिया
from
था
Spring
यार
to try and get something done.
But he's on his own. We talked about this. Out of the open, trying to take a duel as a Viper. Here's that attack side Viper's pit. Lysol trying to get busy now. No Zekin is in the corner, but the short he comes calling. With the pride of New Jersey, will have his pound of flesh. Juicy dropping down. Pit still active, of course. Juicy trying to disrupt.
One more kill and he'd actually get the showstopper.
7th नहीं है 6th 7th ढूंढ रहे
Can he find
अपन
it safely? They're on a clock. 2 players left here for Wolves.
नाम तो सही से लेते
Losing this round
अनुग्रह भाई
will
पेट
banish
नेम
them to the
में
economic
अनुराग
doldrums, and John waits
पेट नेम
patiently for
प्यार
his
से
prey.
बोला
Juicy serves it up. Sufat has to walk away now.
love you
Maybe an
यार
exit also.
6th है
There's
6th
no stopping the SEN economy. It is absolutely
7th
booming.
नहीं 7th हम ढूंढ रहे पापा
Sufat will do what he can. On the rope, Celsius. An homage to his mate Arsena, I'm
भाई
sure.
एक राउंड जीते वो लोग
That's SEN with 3 rounds in the lead, and we're out of our seats once more.
It looked like Wolves had the right
अभी
approach
को है ना
there. They were just playing off of a kill trip. They give up the site, allow the stack on A.
एक गिली
if they
चमड़े
do hit
गिली
A,
चमड़े
pick up
हितेश भाई
to go, and then
Love
when
you.
necessary, we'll move over.
दिन क्या मेरा तो वैकेशन चल रहा है कॉलेज में सोता हूँ 10-12 हर रोज और फ्लाइट लोग में मुंबई सर और कब ट्रिप पे जा रहे हो गिली को लेके पता नहीं टाइम है
So unfortunate.
अर्पित भाई
This is
थैंक यू
it
फॉर द
for
40 मेरी
full
जान के
investment.
टोटे
4 ultimates on
लव
the
यू
board.
टू
And a slow start here for Sentinels. They do have Bang pushed up in the
40
B
रुपए में
main.
नाम की मार
Why are you very passive on this side of the map? So last round, Wolves, in theory, gave up that B side until Spring decided to ungive it up. Well, we all know how that went.
फोर राउंड्स नहीं है करना ही पड़ेगा अभी राउंड में मैच पॉइंट थोड़ी दे सकते हैं
Few players here. Is that snake bite quick enough? Bang gets ahead of much of this util now. And there's the Nightfall. Gonna reveal his location.
Would have been right on top of this Prowler, fully spotting him out. Spring is steadfast right now. Just has not been able to get started on this defensive side. Wants to go for the peak. Can he actually catch the timing right now?
No one in heaven to be effective.
भाई
But
यही
it's
बंदे से डर
from
लगता है
Spring.
भाई
Bang just gets the spike, gets out, but he knows he's going to be pursued. Why are you from the low grounds not able to win it out?
यही
He's a
बंदे से
showstopper
डर
from
लगता
Juicy.
है यार चैट
Where does this one go? Unfortunately, into the rafters. No connection. Second gate crash into the back of the site. The spike though is loose out in the middle of B.
Spring right now trying to get back in. That distraction from the showstopper was enough for Sufat to get them that man
मारेगा
advantage.
क्या वो?
25 seconds right now. The spike is down in the site. Sentinels have to fully commit. This is the best opportunity Wolves have had.
Dangerous double swing. Yep, that's got to be double held that angle. The second goes into. Narrate tried to set him up with a fault line, and now it's down to Zelsus in the dying seconds of the round, but he's hit with the paranoia.
10 seconds
Nearsighted.
टाइम
Player in
ना
heaven.
तीछू
One on boxes and Sufat towards his left. It is a ridiculous stacked deck against him. And so
Tableau.
Wolves finally dig their heels in.
एक राउंड
They waited a long
अगर यहाँ से
time
फेक
for
करने
this
के बाद
round. Their
दर्द
first of
लगेगा
the half.
हाँ क्या लगता है पहले क्या होगा इंडिया होस्टिंग वीसीटी इंडिया प्लेइंग वीसीटी फाइनल्स और आपका 10 मिलियन नहीं
Finally
मेरा
able
10
to make
मिलियन
some
नहीं है
adjustments. Spring biding his time.
मेरे को नहीं लगता
Defense.
मेरा 10 मिलियन कभी
Saying not
होएगा आगे
expecting
होगा
him to pop out so late. Catches
I think
that first
India
kill,
playing
and
VCT
then they
पहले
do flood back into this like they are playing together. Juicy gets that great showstopper. He didn't actually get a kill, but he was a hell of a distraction
एक बार
for
बोल
the
दे
Akers to be able
इसकी
to pick
वियाड़
up
की
those players that were on site to find the
लोग बाद में
advantage.
मुझे
Wolves
टॉप
are
6 पर
back
बुलाते
in the game.
वियाड़
But
के
Saints
अर्पित
still
भाई
have too much cash.
Sees here, Bang. Has the TP away from it. It was a fault line that
ए
directly
अभी
connected
यूट्यूब
with
ने कुछ
Juicy, but his
चैट
team's
नया
util
किया है ना
bailed him out.
एंड
Again,
ब्लॉकर
like this
वालों
from
की
Wolves
गाफ
out of
मार
that
रहे
previous timeout. It was called by Coach Fade. They're stacking up towards A, allowing B just to be played for passive
Nah.
kill trips. If Sen do go towards this site, they're going to be running into so many players.
Scout destroyed.
Trailblazer goes up ramps here. Sen still haven't taken much control of the A side, but up mid
No.
they're starting to poke and prod.
Second did teleport
तुम
away.
लोग
to
क्या बोलो
meet
तुम
up
मेरा
the
एड्स
rest of
ऑफ
the
है वॉच
pack.
पार्टी में
The
बेशर्मा
entire Sen team are about to be in mid right now. Spring could be in some danger here. He's tucked in a corner. He can't
कल
get
हुआ था
out
आज
to the
चल रहा
left
है
side.
मेरा
Now
ऑफ
could
है
be dark
एड्स
cover
आज
plays.
चल रहा है
Let them cross mid. mostly undetected. See, Wolves now starting to
On
forge
करके
ahead for a
बताओ.
bit of information. That re-clear of B as main was too early.
Yeah, that was some false info.
मेरा वैसे भी येलो डॉलर है.
I mean, they do still have
Red.
players here, though.
बहुत
Actually,
particular.
they had not departed from this site.
The cam's there as well.
Love it, John Gray. Love it, Silvai.
Defensively to try to stop them in their tracks with Zekin. Gate crashes onto the site. Spring inside the Viper's pit. We have a TP by Bang to the back of the site. He clears a trap wire though, so has to give himself away. And it's getting messy in the back. The spray is there. Bang's able to bring Juicy down. Now 3 up for Wolves still. With the Viper's pit, they slow Sen down to a crawl.
Great read on the situation. Even after that prowler that gave false info, they stayed committed
बहुत बड़ी
into
रेड
that
की
site.
इतना म्यूजिक
Multiple
चलता ना वो
players.
लोग का.
Sufa ready for the teleport back from Zekin. It didn't end up paying off, but that little kill trip back there is also to deal with Zekin. If he just runs forward, he's caught, because that is your standard gate crash location from the Yori. Get in deep while the rest of the team come out main, but they couldn't. They were cut off by
fake
that
comeback
hit.
क्या? 11 is all they get.
Spring. The past 2 rounds, he is getting involved on this defensive half after being just going cold.
भाई genuinely बोलूं मेरे को लगा नहीं था इतना बाप चलेगा Wolves का.
1 round in the game, both
नया
teams
fanboy बन रहा हूँ मैं पे.
full buys.
And the Sentinels' economy is actually being depleted
Spring
at this point.
Spring का तो मैं बन गया
Having
भाई.
3 players with 8+
ये
K.
देखो क्या
Spring here sees the
मारा
drone come in. Paranoia hit.
The
Bang's
Binks
gonna try and
just-
walk away. He
Oh
gets TP
my
out.
God!
बच गया.
Great little combo again.
The reaction from Bang
React
is
is
so
the same
fast
way,
there.
thank you for the
All right,
remember
pressure
to
on
Jan
to Lysor.
today.
Backside has to go off.
Flashed. Fault line doesn't quite hit. Lysor trying to change it. It's missed it. What a whiff. Here though, the control from screens is good, and Zek is out in the open. John able to find Juicy at the very least, and now they've evened up the odds. Why you tentative about playing from rafters? The spike though still off the A side. Zelsus though is in there.
फिर भी 2v2 है.
That neural theft getting some serious value for Wolves.
LAN
Getting
server रोज के
slowing
बारे में
down
for
right now.
वही
Sentinels want to see a
सस्ते
corner peek.
ऑनलाइन
Oh,
सर्वर.
Zelsus!
LAN अलग होता
It's
है.
all
LAN
on
LAN
one.
होता
1
है.
versus 2. Sentinels are going to get a match point. We saw Bang win a clutch in this exact same situation in that first half. Can why you do the same?
He's going natty. None of that
LAN
side for
is
you till
LAN
here on
मेरी
A.
जान करते हैं. Online is online.
Nothing but that raw gun skill. Instead of trying to draw him out, tapping a spike. Still 23 seconds left in the round. And YU has been ever so patient. John sticks it for real though. Now Zelsus and
वाह
John.
whiff होने के
Grouped
बाद
up
भी तो
here.
2v2 हुआ है लेकिन. हाँ?
Looks like Zelsus should be watching this line, and YU swings it. 1 round
ये
away
भी
from that win for
Wolves का round
Sentinels.
start. Technically.
And the vibes are
Technically.
looking pretty good.
John and Zelsus just watching each other's backs, trying to bait out that swing. Love the way they play that. It was looking so good for Wolves when they had that double face coming from screens. Juicy comes out of heaven. But it's that additional swing where John finds that kill to make it a 2 versus 2 that puts him in a winnable
भाई ये
position.
Wolves का मैप था ना दिल से बोलो.
When necessary.
बेचारा कोच. भाई genuinely बोलूं.
Wolves are in the right place at the right
पूरा
time.
मैप में
Again,
Wolves
but
लिखा
Sen
था
come
भाई.
out on top. Match point opportunity.
औरा
to
के
steal
वजह से
away Wolves'
सेन
pick.
जीता मेरे हिसाब से. औरा के वजह से.
And a
औरा.
dimensional drift to start the round for second, but Spring's already found something. Zelsus straight down mid.
I think that was just spam down mid.
This time he gets in the back of the site. There's no
Spring
trick
का
here to
कितना
stop
impact
Zekin
रहा
though,
है?
so Sen have this
This
big
round.
control. Prowler thrown out once again. Bang has to TP away. And it's Narrate with the spike in hand. They've got to be concerned about this heaven control. Wolves have 3 players up there, and the Seekers are going to confirm this largely.
Bro.
John wants to go
Position advantage on top है.
That one-way trip is still
Sen का.
one-way unbreakable rather is still up there, so he's going to have to deal with that.
Okay, Juicy flies in, the judge! Zekin's able to trade it out. Gate crash now to a safer position. Bang is still on the side. Zekin runs into Lysor.
John is coming on the flank, but second is going off.
Just John now.
They know he should be here. He had to break the trip.
The timing, John's going to commit to the site. Spring down through the smoke. Too fat on the other side of the dark cover. John, very, very low, but he's buying time.
He got it to half. There's
Another
no
tap.
way. There's just no way he can stick it.
क्या देख रहा हूँ मैं?
Silfat saves the map for Wolves. Gets it to half. Then knows that John can only give him a tickle of the avian variety. Just throws a flash in, and that's all he can
क्या
muster.
गेम चल रहा
He's
है
been
भाई?
the
ये फाइनल
IGL
चल
team
रहा है क्या?
leader and clutch merchant for Wolves. Both halves winning critical rounds. Juicy just goes 1 for 1, but what a distraction for the rest of the team to get back in. And the fact that mid was stripped, John just couldn't actually accelerate to help these guys. Second almost came up with that multi-kill.
And now it's awkward for Sen. It's 2 stingers to their name.
And now that we've just gotten
भाई
into this
sexy
retake
खेल रहे हैं ना भाई.
Battleflood territory, Wolves are wrangling this game back. Multiple stingers for Sen.
But a couple Guardians for Wolves. Neither team are comfortable economically.
Problem ये है कि
Wolves are a couple orbs away here.
Celsius को ult मिल सकता है plant से.
Showstopper, only requiring 1 each.
Do they
वो
dare
एक
push up
problem
for
है.
that? There's no way. Why are you anchored on the site? We'll have Juicy on rafters early. This might be signaling an ace.
breach को ult मिलेगा शायद. एक kill पे.
Trip cleared. Clone gonna eat it up now. How do you respond as the defenders?
At the moment, Wolves are posturing towards B heaven. That's actually going to be a teleport to get info in A main and a cancel. But John,
It's false info.
a bit far back, as is Zelsis. This hasn't called for any adjustment in the Wolves' positioning. Here comes this breach utility, guys. We're definitely pivoting into B. I swear.
He's selling it.
I swear we're going B.
The right even gives up a bit of his health in order to sell, and he does keep Juicy interested at B for now. Canvid control the Sentinels.
Okay, crash deep from second. Fake teleport.
Bang caught in the seas, but will heal back up after the decay. Seal found here.
bhai.
Spring wants to take a fight.
Oh,
Characteristically,
bhai.
he also flubs the shot.
अरे बेचारा लाइजोर.
It's going to happen soon. It's second into the fault line.
GT has the showstopper. Oh, but he goes down.
W baby. Not even close.
Set after a paltry 4 defense side rounds. Come alive in Toronto.
Wolves on an unreal
Direct
run
Fen
to open
fans
this game
on
on
top.
attack, going up 8-4. Multiple players
Bhai,
hitting
Wolves-
hard, but
bhai,
what a
Wolves अच्छा
comeback
खेला
for
bro.
Sen.
And that's just the
Bro,
first
genuinely
half of the
Wolves
series.
बाप
We've
खेला
still
भाई.
got Lotus
इज्जत.
on the horizon. Plenty of opportunities for Wolves to break
इज्जत.
back in. Do not go anywhere.
Hashtag के
This series
साथ
promises
इज्जत.
to be electric.
हैशटैग के साथ इज्जत भाई वुल्व्स को.
Nice boys.
अभिनंदन थैंक यू फॉर 29 मेरी जान करोड़े.
चैट 10,000 लोग देख रहे हो स्ट्रीम को. जोर से लाइक करो और बाद में स्ट्रीम पूरा एंजॉय करो. लाइक दबाओ जोर से, एकदम जोर से स्ट्रीम पे को लाइक दबाओ.
Bro, this mother smiles at me, bro. Win this shit.
खुजली हो गया कान में.
That's what matters.
कान में खुजली हुआ क्या रे? ये अच्छा खेला रे. मेरे मैं स्प्रिंग फेवरेट. जूसी भाई बाप खेला लेकिन स्प्रिंग का इम्पैक्ट ना तोड़ इम्पैक्ट था उसका. पिक्स में बस मूड बना दिया. लैंग्वेज किसी को लेके कोलकाता घूमने आओ, हम घुमा देंगे. लव फ्रॉम सोनामच्छी. लव यू यार, लव यू यार अक्षय भाई, लव यू यार. अक्षय भाई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. मेरे हिसाब से आप स्प्लिट 3 जीतने वाले हो. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस मेरे जान बेटे. मैंने गॉड स्प्लिट भाई से बात किया था. आई थिंक यू आर विनिंग स्प्लिट 3. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस इन एडवांस.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon
China
announced
का
that
नाट से
they're
हो?
locking a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah.
भाई
That's
नाट्स
what
का
I'm talking
औरा
about.
सोचो भाई. चाइना का नाट्स.
Can you hear me now?
वेल बन दिया है स्प्रिंग बैन. भाई स्प्रिंग मेरा फेवरेट है भाई.
Let me show you how to funk stuff. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
चैट जस्ट सेइंग. यहाँ से मेरा एक खास दोस्त मेंबर वहां पे गया है कनाडा में मास्टर्स देखने. ठीक है. और उसने बोस्टर भाई को बोला बिंक्स के बारे में 2 शब्द. और बोस्टर भाई ने बोला आई लव यू बिंक्स, यू आर द कोच करके. लव यू यार, लव यू यार, लव यू यार. आज से मैं बोस्टर पगलू. सेन वर्सेस फेनेटिक का जब भी मैच रहेगा फुल सपोर्ट टू फेनेटिक. स्ट्रेट अप फेनेटिक का एक पोजीशन ऊपर चला गया. स्ट्रेट अप. झूठ बोलना पड़ता है. लैंग्वेज. पार्टी बदलते हैं भाई. लव यू बिंक्स, यू आर द गोट बोला यार उसने. समझ रहे हो? जिस दिन वो मेरे को मिला सीधा गिली चुम्मी क्या होता है, यहाँ से इंडिया से गिली चुम्मी क्या होता है उसको बताऊंगा, समझ रहे हो? लाइक नहीं हो रहे चैट, लाइक करो भाई, 6K 7K लाइक्स गांड फाड़ दो, तब तक मैं चाय लेके आया। बोला तो टेंस भाई से भी पूछ लूं मैं। लव यू यार विपुल भाई, हो जाए विपुल भाई, हो जाए। अरे क्या है ये $2 टोरंटो जा रहे हो मास्टर जा रहे हो भाई, $10,000 कभी फेंक के मारे। अरे ना करे क्या पूरा दिन।
Hello everyone, Gen.G here with Coach Kaplan. Now, Coach, that was a close game. I mean, thank God it didn't go overtime, right? Did anything surprise you from the side of the Wolves?
Nothing surprised us, but some of the stuff that we anticipated, it's hard to find practice against. You know, they're from a different region, they play a different way, so I think executing some of the ideas we had proved harder than we wanted on defense, but we were all confident we'd bring it back on attack.
Good luck on Lotus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sentinels really giving their fans in the arena something to cheer for. What a start from them. I am Youngsun. I'm back here with Ender and Mel. It was close. It was very, very close, Mel. I think a lot closer than we anticipated.
I think a lot of people were not expecting it to be that close. I mean, not, 45 minutes ago, I was here on the desk saying, yeah, Sen's got this, absolutely, and it got extremely close to the point where I thought they were going to lose the map.
I mean, honestly, the first half, like, they were getting crushed. Like, Spring's lurks were so effective. I think the just clutchness out of the Wolves players was looking incredibly good. It wasn't until the second half when Sentinels got on to attack, Narrate had those few clutch rounds on the pistol and on the bonus that got things swinging back in their favor.
Yeah, and that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment, and it goes to Bang for an incredible 4K at this point, and to even keep them in this map.
Yeah, and again, it's all set up with a Narrate stun. These 4 players flood out. There's a flash from John QT, then the stun from Narrate, and then Bang just lines them all up. I mean, this is Sentinel's team play at its final, and it's Bang to shine.
I mean, this is like the perfect dream situation as an anchor player. The stun hits, the flash hits, and no one's looking at you. I mean, this is just the meat and potatoes. This is amazing.
You gotta feel sorry on the other side for Lysor as well, because he was playing in that position a lot in the second half. Thanks, Celsius, for that. But Mel, Lysor, 2 crucial rounds, maybe whipping a little bit, maybe the pressure on stage, maybe could have made the difference.
The difference in between those positions, like you said, played the exact same position, but the difference could not be more staggeringly different. Like, there's one round where there's 2 sets of util, and there's one round he's just dry peeking. He has opportunity, but can't capitalize.
And if that was the first time we've seen John QT play Sky on Sentinels, he hasn't done it for this team yet. Was that the plug and play that you expected when you saw the agent select?
To a certain extent, right? The Teo, the Sky both give some information. I mean, Sky is actually even better in terms of the info, but I think that what we were seeing a lot from John was more sort of set up for his teammates to go into sight with the flashes. There were a lot of rounds where Narrate was actually banking flashes deep into the rounds, and it was him comboing with the stun to go into the sights, and it was just so many of these 5-player hits that John just kept calling over and over to win on the exec game.
And I think that's a great read from him as an IGL, understanding the win conditions of their composition, because Wolves on their side, very slow game plan, very contacty.
Yeah.
Sentinels, IGL, like John, completely understanding that they need to have very tight executes, and the ults especially, the ult rounds were just beautiful.
The ults were a consistent winning factor for Sentinels because in that second half, they're down 8-4. It's looking grim for them, right? But winning pistol, winning the bonus, that sets them up to get their ults online first. And then, because they start winning these rounds with their ultimate so quickly on the 5-player execs John was calling, you have so many situations where the Fade and the Raze from Wolves are saving on those players not getting their ult online. It wasn't until round 21 that they had a Fade or Raze ult. They win that one and make it close.
Yeah, as we move on to the next map of Pearl, this is where our questions go towards the side of Naray. What is he going to play? Not Pearl, sorry, I trolled. Lotus even.
Lotus, there we go.
I wish it was Pearl. It would have
We
been
all
tough
wanted
between
to see
these
it.
two teams. But for Lotus, what does Naray do here? You know, Sky, probably not. Probably not, right, Mel?
Yeah, and I think that's something from Wolves' perspective, it's kind of hard to prep for. I mean, already the first match that you're playing at Masters Toronto, you're already going in blind considering the map pool changes and the patch changes. But especially when you're dealing with a team like Sentinels where several players in the team can play Initiator, it's very hard to predict what's going to happen and who's playing what.
Yeah, honestly, I'm expecting to see some Fade coming online. I think Fade's so strong on this map, and if it's plug and play, Sky is a split map, or Split's a Sky map, Lotus is a Fade map.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what we're going to get in terms of comps. But for now, let's send it back to Jen and see what Coach Fade had to say ahead of map 2.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Fade. Now Fade, split did not go your way, but the potential was definitely there. So what do you think you guys need to do on Lotus to take it to map 3?
I think we have to clean up
बात
some
करो,
errors,
9:30
like
चालू
nerfs
हुआ
in
था।
our own team, and we had a lot of miscommunication earlier.
यार
during
1.5
second half
घंटा चला
especially.
ये मैच।
So once we get that sorted,
1.5
I think we'll be
घंटा?
fine on second map and third map.
Alright, thank you and good luck on Lotus.
I think we
हाँ,
saw
मेरा
some
हाथ
of
पैर
those
सब
nerves
दुख
that he
रहा है
was
यार,
talking
chat।
about. But that IGL
पीठ भी दुख रहा है,
Sufa,
पैर भी
I
दुख
didn't
रहा है।
think he was nervous at all. He was hitting his shots. The Fade didn't look
1v2
too
with the
bad.
Sheriff?
Right, it happened,
Just
almost
insane.
happened twice.
Number
as
gift
well.
gift हुई थी
But
किधर?
no, he usually
Hey,
plays
bye,
the
thank
tempo
you for the
here,
5
on
gifted मेरी
Lotus.
जान के
What do you
टोटे।
think about
Love
that?
you।
I'm curious
That
to
is
know
you,
as well,
भाई से
'cause
मिला,
I'm not really
please
sure.
छुपा
'Cause
दो।
I think here, I think a lot of it, to go back to
And
what you
for
were saying about
that,
the
एक घंटा
nerves, I think is probably the most important thing because on defense, I actually thought that Wolves could have gone away with that 10-2. They had
Honestly.
a lot of advantages, and Sentinels as well on the defense. Historically, they op a lot on the defense.
ये अपना
And
वीडियो
this is the first time
ये।
I've really seen them not bring it out, and that is a very intentional choice. And Kaplan even touched on it, saying, I think some of our defense game plans didn't perfectly go through. So a lot of it, I feel like, does come down to Wolves. Can you capitalize on the mistakes and the flaws in their game plan? Can
एक
you
घंटा
pull
बांग।
up? Can you
हाँ,
actually
बहुत
meet the
बांग बांग
pressure?
कर रहा है।
And I think the nerves is a
भाई
big part of
ठंडी
that.
लग
And
रहा है
especially
यार।
looking at Lotus, a
इसे
map that's
डालो,
all
ठंडी
about
बंद
these sort
करो,
of
गर्मी
opening
इतनी हुई है
skirmishes,
जिंदगी
fights for rubble, fight for sand control. Both these teams love to show a lot of utility early on in rounds. It's going to be looking at guys like Zek, it's going to be looking at guys like Juicy to find those opening kills to get the
इंडिया की
advantage.
टीम है कि
We
नहीं
are
है
just
वैलो
moments
में?
away
अरे
from
परसों मैच
Aiden's
हुआ रहा
select
है
Sufa.
भाई।
You can see him giving his team a bit of a
देखते नहीं हो क्या
pep
वैलो?
talk. He's definitely being one of the more animated one, carrying them through the emotions, through the vibes, going toe to toe against Zelsis of
Which
all
is
people.
hard. Which is very hard.
impressive, very impressive. I definitely want to see what they're going
अपना
to do
कब
moving
मैच
away
अभी
from
है
that
टाइम
table as we
20
move on
दिन।
to Lotus.
Yeah, the atmosphere on stage has been great with
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. Sentinels are doing some trolling. They're doing some crowd work.
Keeping
They're
it
having
funny.
fun up there.
I mean, if Wolves lock in right here, Mel, you're familiar with this comp.
Oh, I
भाई
love this
SEN
comp.
को
And you
देखो
too, aren't
बकचोदी
you? The
और
fanatic comp, as
Just
I
a
like
little
to
bit,
call it.
just a little bit.
The fade, the double controller, I think this is very much, we might see a very similar game style as to the first map where they play very slow and very contacting. And that makes me a little bit worried again for Sentinels on the defense.
I will say, John QT is on Viper. This is not normally what he's playing. It's Celsius on the Viper. This time Celsius going over to the Vise, so playing Senti on this map for Sen. It will
Even
be the
Invisibility
Fade in
next
the
turn, mark
hands
my
of
words.
Narrates. This makes a little bit more sense in terms of roles, but we're still not seeing John return to the Senti of old.
Yeah.
मैं सुना था कि प्यार अंधा होता है, लेकिन लोदा भी होता है प्यार, ये आज पता चल रहा। गुरसीस भाई, तिबोन के प्यार में आप लोदा हो चुके हो। Just say, just say, just saying, bro.
isolate your Raves player and you're trying to dive into sight. There's no Yoru clone or anything like that to break away the wall easily. So this makes things a little bit more challenging for Wolves to deal with in the mid rounds of finding and dealing with the Vice util.
I think a big part
कैसा है मेरी जान UPI ID लिमिट हो गई यार सॉरी पलवा किसको दे रहे हो
I need to see them win these fights early.
Well, we've seen this comp
50,000 की लिमिट होती है
times in the
किसको
past.
दे रहे
I
हो
can't wait to see what
YouTube
Wolves
देख
are
रहे हो
going to
क्या
bring
आजकल?
because Uber and Wyatt, if they win this, they'll bring it to a map 3.
Frankly, I wouldn't have it any other way, Hinsu. A full round defensive part from Sen on
Let's go
Spetsy's
Sensitive,
exploding
baby!
the map. It was, for no good reason, a legendary clash between Sentinels and Wolves.
Jackpot,
And now heading over to Lotus, it looks like Wyatt Tejo's departure has taken us back to some of the more traditional
आजकल
comps
छुट्टी
we've
है
seen here.
अच्छा
This is vintage stuff. The only difference being
1 lakh
that
वो
Sentinels
limit
are
पता नहीं
bringing in
मेरा
the
तो पता
Vice,
है
which has been so popular on this map, and specifically when you're looking at Zelsis
जीतेंगे
on
भाई
this
जीतेंगे
agent, very refined, excellent, anchoring over towards that C site. Has some pretty standard setups over towards A that he just continues to play off of very well.
कैसे बिंग्स भाई मैं भी यार और आप
Just
विन
patented
करेंगे आज
off-roads over
देखते
there
हैं
in
सेकंड
Tree.
मैच क्रेजी होने वाला
Some little things that Wolves
भाई
are definitely
लेकिन
going
पहला
to be or
मैच भी
should be
क्रेजी हो रहा है
prepared
यार
for when they've been reviewing the Sen VODs. But yeah, the biggest departure for me is the fact that Zekin's Yoru was lethal on this map. Last we saw Sen against MIBR in America's upper final, but just pivoted back to the Rays, which is, I mean, a vintage Zekin agent as well.
Absolutely.
बैकबोन ऑफ द टीम मालूम है लेकिन ये बंदा फ्रंट बोन है
Passively here on the A side of
सबसे
the map
पहले
with a
लड़
drift
लेता है
over the stairs by Narrate. Zelsis is about to get busy, but Bang
Double
already
blind bang.
emerges. He holds it down, peeking over towards the push to Tree. Cover going out. Lysol might make a pivot here towards the B side where Zekin will be waiting, paint shells in hand. An early encounter at C as well. Wolves testing every avenue.
They are so spread out at the moment, but Lysor is just solo walked into B and is going to get the spike down. All right, cool. Spring with that Sheriff, getting some damage done through the dark cover, spamming away. Triple players stack up from Sen, trying to get through Baby.
He's alone. Lysor is still alone right now.
All the timing.
Not able to get away from that. C is going to be thrown in. Lysor at 2, finds at least 1. Narrate, a tap on the spike here. Door opening up. Prowler to herald the arrival of Wolves as they try and stop this retake. But Sen hard
ये
hitting.
थंबनेल में जो बॉडी आपकी है क्या ऑब्वियसली भाई
And out of luck.
मेरी एप्स है भाई
That's Wolves down a player early on account of Bang, but then just being very disconnected as Lysor knows he can get a free plant, but no one's really in position to take any further positioning.
Spring threw up a Viper wall that allowed the 3 Sen players to get into Baby Door for a 3v1 against Lysor to start that retake.
Yeah, unfortunately, just due to where all the players were and the importance of taking further space towards defenders spawn after getting the spike down on B,
desert
especially, they're just not able to do that because all of the Wolves players are spread across the map.
जो पिछले जीते हो मैं हारता है ना सेन ओपी ब्रो ये मैप सेन का है बे
going for the force right now. Jersey has the Bucky.
Maybe looking for a more of a close quarters context.
And he's going to make it close quarters with a double satchel.
Yep, here we go. Juicy coming on in. Narrate has to hear this. Oh, Juicy! Well, has his wings clipped as he tries to cross that B side. Already big mount control. Bang pushing up. Has to be aware that
सजा के रखने वाले हैं हार्ड ना डेजर्ट खाना है डब्बा खाना है तेरे को
Wolves there displaying for us why the Vice is just so effective on this map. They're going to need to be able to proc that wall so Juicy doesn't end up in situations like that. We know he's going to be double satcheling in deep, but if the rest of the team are cut off by the shear, he's going to get cooked every single time like we just saw.
Eyes towards Baby Door now for Wolves. Narrate. About to have some visitors.
खाने का पहला फोटो निकाल फोटो ही निकालो
Spike recovered, of course. Sufat now needs to make a decision. They've got that stairs control on A, but he's still fancy B for a moment, and there it just took too long. Zelsa's caught a timing on Spring, and now Sufat's
भैया
no choice but
स्टिंगर
to
है
go towards
स्टिंगर
B
है
side where Zeki
भैया स्टिंगर
will be
है
lying in wait.
30 seconds left.
Again, unfortunately for Wolves, the players are just so separated from each other on individual missions, and this, what looked like attempt to be the Stinger rush onto the B site was ultimately just denied by the Sentinel utility. From there, things have slowly collapsed.
No.
Why you left alone, surely going to be going down to second here. Closing out the round in pretty clean fashion for Sen against the Buy. Opportunity to get to 3 here now against Wolves early. get a nice little lead on their own map pick. I like what Kaplan said. It was interesting to hear with him just on that map, the difference in play for scrimming against teams like this. It was hard to get our own game plan online because we're just not used to what Wolves are doing.
Because Wolves made that force in round number 2, they've really got so little to work with. And this for Sen is an opportunity to build a massive economy on his defense side.
So that Outlaw still going to be getting value for a second as he pushes up and gets space on Rubble with the rest of the team. Wolves are triple faced on B, hoping that someone from Sentinels will decide to go for a peek. That's not going to be the case right now. Taking it slow, hoping to collect some orbs. I mean, back in the meta of Lotus, when these comps pretty much ran for an entire year, the game was really ult orb dependent. Getting those showstoppers was of the utmost importance.
Wolves get the sheer wall. It'll be about 6 to 7 seconds before they can circle back to C. That does seem to be the plan, though. Or slowly extract themselves. Might be a dangerous proposition for them, but Narrate is the one with the ghost.
I'll find you.
Perhaps an easier target to knock down. Confirms that there's at least one player still here.
Slow, अच्छा तो खेल रहे हैं Wolves सब जगह pressure देके.
Just ready to send out the paranoia off contact. What? Okay. No way. There's just no way. That shouldn't be happening. That shouldn't be happening.
Now it's going to be on second. A little bit awkward. Outlaw with a ton of targets to find. And Juicy trying to get across with a blast pack. That's 2. He'll fall off the line now. Paint shells to follow up. Peaks with the classic. He's bought enough space, though, at least for Sen to get the reinforcements in place, and so they do.
Sufa is so far away right now. He's having to go through big door. Spring's going to need to do even more work with his sheriff. And it feels wrong that the ask is on him to do more in this round.
Sufat is here. Sentinels now going to make this push up. Likely a double swing. John in second here on this line. Celsius with his back to Spring's position. No! His head cleaned off. Now 2 left. Second finally shuts down the rampaging Spring.
I'll find you.
But after Spring comes Summer, and Sufat's about to make it hot and heavy. Backs away, no time. Plays it like an absolute champion. That is not around. You have any business winning?
That feels impossible and should be impossible. How is that double setup from Sen towards Rubble dismantled? There's no util for Wolves to get out aside from using the wall to get forward. Sees what a shot. And the crosshair placement from Bang, who throws down the dark cover and throws out the paranoia. There's just no way. And then after that, Spring, could you actually do some more for us? Could you get another kill?
Come on.
Nice Spring.
In that moment. The Second's got no choice but to run at him.
Spring हो रहा है bro.
Wow, look at this. Read on the economy from Spring. Outlaw, 5 one-shottable targets. Everyone from Sen on lighter regen.
Sen know they've given that weapon over, though. They know they need to play around it. 0 peaks off the seaside here.
Goal trigger हुआ क्या? आवाज नहीं आया मेरे
को. Towards Mound and drawing a bit of attention from Sentinels, even procking the door. Celsius wants to go for some spam in case they are actually trying to get into B main at the moment.
Down to the minute mark in the round. Still nothing drawn out by Sentinels. Nothing really for Spring to look at with this Outlaw.
And this is Sufa just on a solo effort to keep the attention here. He's doing everything. He's throwing prowlers. He's opening the door.
Bhai Wolves sab jagah be.
There are 3 players.
Bhai bahut pyara खेल रहे Wolves.
It's going to be an A re-clear again. Can Bang right the wrongs from that prior round.
मजाक कर रहा था.
Narrate never had to show himself there either. It was awkward, but Narrate last time they were here had only a ghost. This time they're armed to the teeth. YU is able to draw that sheer wall out, but this fight's definitely happening over towards Rubble. Sen back up on it though. 25 seconds left in the round. Wolves have to make a decision.
Aren't too indecisive. They're going back to round now. They're in a 2-1-1 with 15 seconds left. The round is just over.
They've got no duels. They've got no entry on this side.
They can't even get past the thorns that are there. Now they're trying to get into B. This is mad.
Okay, 7 seconds left and they're going to go for it. Snake bite on the ground. Lysol knows he's going to lose much of his health.
Oh my God!
Right. Brings the house down on Wolves. What a bizarre round.
Sen
Wolves bleed the clock a little
too much. Alt on top stuff.
Indecision is their enemy there. You have Sufa making
tons
of noise over towards C in the mid round.
थोड़ा late हो गया.
Wolves after losing Juicy on this entry
थॉट
towards A. They
प्रोसेस
just
अच्छा था लेकिन
did not want to commit.
पहला किल और नरेट का थोड़ा बीटी दे दिया.
It's actually going to be an early timeout called right now by Coach Fade, and I am not mad at that. We, in fact, saw at the end of Split, it was his second timeout that got
मैंने
Wolves
SEN को रखा है,
back in the
मैंने भी
game.
रखा है.
That is when they started to put together some defensive rounds, gave them the right adjustments to make.
We just take stock of things here, because that's the round that Wolves, they win a ridiculous round in round number 3. They come out with an outlaw. Sentinels are all half-armored, all regen shields. Right? They do not have the ability to tank one of those outlaw hits. And they just give Wolves nothing. Not a thing. Play so safe, and it's eventually that swing on rubber.
Like करने बोल स्वाद ले लोग दोनों like
नहीं मत करो लाइक मत करो.
No idea where to go.
6000 लाइक भी मत करना.
One of the issues there is the fact that because it is Sufa making all the noise towards C, they don't actually have any of that initiator utility to get out on A. You don't have a prowler that can go clear rubble to get on.
It reminds me of the old
मुंह पे जाएगा direct. बाद में बोलना sorry बाबू sorry.
Sunset, you know.
Deep pull, but true. I mean accurate, but
using your initiator to try and sell a fake though. A lot
As
of
bola,
that tool could be really valuable to gain real map control.
You are so tired coming home, but you are still doing work party.
There's two Razor Vines on C, they have no raise, so they're never going to get on that side. Ugly stuff.
Alright, what's the plan for Wolves out of this timeout? They're nearing many ultimates. Sen expending some to win one of those prior rounds, so when we get to Wolves' full buy, can certainly be the linchpin of a win there. Here, they're hoping it's just going to be one of these two hero rifles.
Not playing a bit further forward this time around. Knows that Wolves are obviously less cashed up this time around.
मेरा हो गया भाई.
See a lot of heads though, and Juicy man, he is clean with it.
भाई ये लोग
His Sheriff claims the first.
Sheriff only people
Zelsus
से
is
लोग.
seized here, decayed down. There's a window here. Pops a Razor Vine. They can't quite get purchased on him. And Sufat overextends. Spike loose. Lysaw though is able to at least to salvage. Zekin's going to be here. Sprayed out to the way. Lysaw's gotten in onto the seaside now. Zekin's paint shells do not get any value.
Slowly trying to get towards Bend right now, not comfortable.
Life is not going well, feeling lost everything. Sembai यही तो रहता है, ups and downs, adventures. Smooth life रहेगा तो क्या मजा है?
YU checks for it, but can't beat Bang.
वो blind है वो.
Paranoia comes in, Lysaw
कोई
and
blind
Spring
नहीं है,
forced
बधिर
to
miss
just
किया
double
उसने.
up at the bottom of the seaside. Bang must have spotted them there with a shoulder peek. Perhaps not, as still eyes are looking towards the Bend. Spring just sees a head pop up. That's stunning stuff.
Spring बढ़िया player है, always good for one.
Health to play.
मर गए दोनों line up
and Sen are fully cognizant.
नहीं मरेंगे यार.
They'll
have themselves their fourth round.
Credit to Bang there, able to win the duel on the flank. That
Yes,
is
and
the highest impact kill in that situation you could possibly find. Then you have the other two players being encircled from multiple different angles.
Look at a brute force solution to trying to get Zelsus out of that corner.
I mean, I'm not mad at them fighting it. It's just that they didn't really fight it together. If they both kind of got out of this fight, they might have just gotten that kill in a clean fashion. But they weren't doubled up. Zelsus getting that one.
आपका hair care routine क्या है?
8-1. Night and day comparison to his start of his split game.
Basically, every day shampoo for 15 minutes. Worship check कर मेरा phone charge पे करता हूँ मैं.
Much of the Zekin raise, if at all this year, but that is his
shampoo.
Shampoo is the key to success. That's what he was known for. The flex raise play. Here comes Juicy fast into the side. That's a dodge. The arc road shut down.
Right into the Razor Vine as well. Zelsus now wants to assume some more control.
Wall जिंदा है लेकिन बंदा नहीं.
He gives up the side. Play for the retake.
In the meantime, YU did actually
Here on
kill
Wolves
one of the players from Sen on the cross towards B. Bang teleporting over to assist. This lockdown is going to keep the Sentinels team at bay. Should get Wolves a free plant here.
Yeah, look at, I mean, how much of Wolves this covers. Wolves also pinging the one gap in that. Oh, John, that is stunning. Gets detained, but there's no chance for Wolves to follow up on this. Spam down through this one, finds another one. Here's the nightfall down from the attack side. Wolves want to try and assume as much control of C as they can. They've even committed a Viper's pit to that effect.
Yeah, this round is must win. They have to send it all. YU spam kill.
Spring in the pit, dancing around. Narrate finds him.
Spring still good for one chat.
Now gone. YU and Sufat in this corner. Zelsus and Narrate do not have the util to clear them from this. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Spray down through the corner. Zelsus exposed himself to Sufat on a tight angle, and Narrate does not have the health.
ये Wolves का round था, अच्छा खेला. Viper पे BT देता है भाई, बहुत डिले करता है.
After second round here for Wolves.
They committed all they needed to. Must win.
Very
must
close to
win
6 के लाइक जल्दी करो.
They
Yes
are able to
sir.
take that
7 के लाइक्स
down.
भी हो सकते हैं. सारे मिलके लाइक
Spring
को
just somehow connects
ठोको.
a miracle shot on the second player that was swinging through the pit in that final situation. What a good usage of their alternates.
Right,
No
getting up.
doubt. YU was crucial on that round too. Early, pretty standard for your sentinel position. They're going to be taking a timing on B, waiting in main to hear those footsteps on the cross for someone trying to get over to waterfall towards C. Little jiggle peek and he wins the duel there. That's just always on your mind when you're a defender and you need to get over to that site.
All right, we have a mild audio issue down here on the stage. So that one will be rectified pretty quickly.
वेट करके थक गया. दले वीडियो कब आएगा? नया घर में मिनिमम 40-50 मिनट का होना चाहिए. जल्दी अपलोड कर. भाई लोग फील कर रहा था डायरेक्ट आपकी स्ट्रीम ओपन की थी भाई. लव यू यार रेगा के
He's
स्ट्रीम
playing
पे.
it balls. He spams down through that smoke. He's able to find one. But Sentinels are not aware that Super
टाइम में यार अभी फिलहाल मुझे 5 करोड़ शॉट्स पड़ रहे. सोच रहा हूँ एक गोल लगा दूं 1 बीच के नवी मुंबई में लेना 5 करोड़ गोल लगाने का सोच रहा हूँ. बहुत महंगा है भाई यहाँ पे घर.
Without some of those key abilities,
सोना लगा के देते.
make use of this showstopper to once again clear that space, maybe force them back into halls on that C side.
SEN जीतेगी क्या easy?
Looking to Wolves to maybe go for one of the crazy executes here.
Little John करा
where
किनका
Owen
पाके
uses
देखा
from the
excuse
shadows to get behind the defensive team, and then you send it at them with a showstopper. Pinch them from both angles. That is a pretty common ult execute on this map.
And Lysor is not above a cheeky little TP to the enemy.
भाई एक 24 आवर एक स्प्रिंग कैम हो जाए भाई. कितना बढ़िया प्लेयर है.
So turret here for YU to play contact off of the B. Wolves have been waiting for a push out of B main from Sen, but it's never happened. Not so far on this defense side. They've just been leaving Zek in here, of course, with those paint shells to hold it down.
The only real proactivity coming from Sen is just the double up from Meier and Bang to take rubble control. And to be fair, it has kept Spring at bay. He hasn't had opportunities to be able to lurk up off of his wall, which is very unspring-like. He was taking the fight to the multi showstopper.
He's waiting on those seconds.
Can't do anything.
On the snake bite, couldn't actually cross. Sheer wall did come up. And that's a speculative showstopper that ends up finding nothing. All the util cleared from the C side, though. It looks like Wolves want to double back, Wyatt.
Yeah, they certainly can re-execute off this. Secret does have a haunted throw, clear out an area like Bend, teleport through to make the cross, scale into the site, which is vacant of Sen players, but they are ready to flood back in off the Steel Garden.
GCV's Duelists here fighting for that Hall's control.
Second maybe नवी मुंबई का करके रेड ट्रिपल हो गया.
John explodes. Zelsa's now playing from waterfall.
Binks भाई यहाँ से हो क्या
plan? On the C side, the last remaining Wolves player. And Zelsa might not be aware.
भाई उनका प्लांट नहीं है. क्या कर रहे हो लोग?
बताएगा. Might not be aware of this. The Raid's able to spray them down through the poison orb. Zekin got off of it briefly, but he'll full stick this, and Wolves are none the wiser.
That's just disaster for Wolves. They have to all retreat into Mound after the Steel Garden is used and the spike just isn't planted for them. The round is just over at that point. Easy, effortless retake for Sentinels.
Spike planted.
Tries to get out.
I mean, what can they do after this?
भाई चलता है. अरे लेकिन
It's just the
वो लोगों को मालूम रहना चाहिए ना भाई से उठा सकता है. प्लांट उनका था ही नहीं कि बाहर जाके वो लोग
probably realized there was no reasonable way to get back in, so wagering those remaining rifles seemed less than ideal. Now a bit of a rubble fight. This time Sen actually aren't playing forward. They've got Bang back in tree.
4 rifles right now for Wolves. Spring just on the pistol though, unfortunately.
भाई ओमन रन क्लियर, रीड ट्रिपल क्लियर, एमएन ले लो. फटे सारे फटे सारे
Oh,
फटे.
and second getting caught out. Now Ray doesn't have much to see here, and Bang's gonna watch his left side. No! Oh my goodness!
Fight हार गए वो लोग.
That is Sen going for a bit of a haphazard attempt at the refight. Just not expecting, I think, so many Wolves players to actually be ready with the crosshairs on those angles. This has been the most convincing round win for Wolves so far, unless John is able to go crazy in that 1v4 body count. Is shut down by Spring.
That was a half buy. Hey, Wolves, I think, had 2 pistols, maybe even classics in that kind of round. And it was one of the rounds where Sen opted not to play forward on Rubble. They didn't have Bang TPing
इसीलिए
forward at the
clear
start of
नहीं
the
कह
round, having Narrate watch that live. They opted instead to try and play off a paranoia. Everything kind of went wrong for them in second. Found himself isolated.
Yeah, isolated on that
भाई
orb,
का
and
मारा ना
the rest of the players just tried to spill through the
तूने
fight together, but Sufa hits
स्प्रिंग को देखो बे
nice little
MVP है
snappy
अभी
adjustment.
भाई
Too many
सुई
players
बोल रहा हूँ
were
स्प्रिंग को
posted
देखो
up
भाई
to
स्प्रिंग
deal with.
है बे
And
मेरा
look at
फेवरेट
this.
है अभी स्प्रिंग
Somehow, 10. Their
कैसा
economy
प्रीमियस
is
भाई
very good, which feels bizarre, but this is an opportunity for Wolves to get right back in the game, potentially tie things up, break their eco right here.
Bang can't clear the horn with where he is, so he actually at least consider giving up that Rubble position. We're going to B variation though this time from Wolves. But some of this Vice Util is here.
Which has been an absolute nightmare for them. Second 2 rounds in a row has been instantly deleted by Juicy.
Wait a minute. We're going to go back to
सबसे
C here.
बाप
Seconds to
डिले
pilot.
करने वाला सेंटिनल वाइस ही है
in the
ना अभी
round.
और कोई
Juicy's being cleaned up. Spring wants to try and get forward here, but this Nightfall could be a bit of an issue for Wolves. Spike is obviously down. Spring trying to play from upper and cleared out instantly. Sulfat now gives his position away. Enough noise to wake the dead, and Narrate's going to turn around with the Odin. Look to try and spray him out of the game, and this is awkward timing for the fade.
clean round
Wolves here with a great opener.
Clean.
नाइट
Sen
सारा
able to
देखा
convert
फिर
on a
से fade ulti
4v5
होती
after
नाइट
second
सारा देखा
falls.
तूने
हाँ
नाइट
Great opener.
नाइट सारा देखा
Essentially a free
तूने
plant.
घर पे आ
They
रहा
have the idea, which is the right idea of when you're getting the spike down on this map, you have to go take more forward space on B, but they just don't do it together. Juicy is too
देखा मैंने,
quick
तू
to
नहीं बोला।
face here. Celsius gets an isolated one. There's no trade coming through. Spring is trying to
काटा
get forward.
चुमटिया ने
He's
यार
alone, caught before the dark cover drops.
सारे
Wrong idea, wrong execution from Wolves, and some frustration on the face of Fade as things are getting a bit out of control on Sentinel's map pick, especially for the defensive side. And when you're talking about these traditional
Banco,
comps,
Lord
this map
Banco,
was
update आया, जाओ
attack
check करो।
favored back when it was in the, in the pool, and this was the meta.
And that's why Sen getting to 6 is a huge deal.
My ult is ready.
Orb taken by Sufet now gets his Nightfall online.
हाँ
Once again, Zekken wants to take an early challenge, but looks like that's been denied. Classic entry over here. Zelsis is 39. Does he think to try and play a one and done in the corner now at this level of health?
and then thank for the 29
Paranoia, excuse me, forces John back in the Hall's direction. Juicy deals with Zelsis all too easily. There's a nice little tap from John.
bhai.
Happy to challenge this side, take you
Shot.
for a kill.
Yeah, now just fully on the retreat. Posted up to try and ensure the Wolves don't push any further. Lysor, danger for a moment, and it's just getting smacked through by Bang!
क्या
Disaster!
spam मारा
As Wolves try to
भाई
wrap around Ben to get that spike
क्या
down.
spam
Springs
मारा
able to recover the
भाई
spike, but what opportunity, they're going to have to plant it. He tries to surge ahead, draws Zekken out of position, might be a high-low swing, but Zekken tucks. He's not going to give them a free kill here. Wolves are the ones that have to wager something. And Spring has got some work to do.
Oh, it's disrespectful from Zekken. It's a little bit whimsical too with the double satchel in. Gets himself one orb away from a showstopper with those kills too, matter of fact. It's just those tracers from Lysor with the Vandal that are spotted out.
दो दिन से सोफे पे सो रहा हूँ
And at this point, Zekken just doesn't give them a freebie. Until this point, breaks that crosshair,
blue
places
by-
Spring overwhelmed.
इस हिम वाला राउंड था ना
And that is 7 defense side rounds.
इसको
for
क्या हो
Sentinels.
गया सेंसस
There's
को
no way of
Oh,
framing this
got it.
other than they're at a massive advantage on this map.
Zekken going to pick up that outlaw for another round in this map on an anti-eco.
Look at Spring.
Where are you?
Talk that Odin damage off the rip, and Zekken's able to find an outlaw pick with finally decided to push up on B, by the way.
Oh, that's gotten him his
फिर से
showstopper.
स्प्रे देगा वो
Just in case Sen
Buddy.
wanted another advantage to close out this half.
Oh, man.
वो लोग भी
Springs at
करेंगे ना
6, by the way. Far too much spam for Wolves to deal with. Center holding all the cards. A double swing here. They'll try it, but Bang almost had
Oh,
the correction. Spring at 6, wants a rifle. He'll have it stripped from his hands momentarily.
What's this?
हाँ हेलो
वो कैसे
ये
The
क्या था
delayed drop. I like that.
कैसे मुझ हो सकता है
8 rounds for Sentinels. Last
ये क्या
of the
था
half.
किधर
Showstopper
किधर लगा
earned
वो
by Zekken.
फिट
It's looking grim for
लाइन
Wolves fans.
अप बेबी
Gotta say, the just existence of the Vice
Pero
utility
alam
on this
वो
map
bouncing
has
lineup था
really thrown a wrench in the game plans from Wolves. And it's, I think, highlighted some of the issues that they've had as a team, where it's disconnected them on executes to too great of an extent on multiple site attempts.
Are they shooting back?
Hey, their jerseys are very cool, man.
पहला मैप बाप खेला ना बोल
Last
ये
chance
मैप
to get
थोड़ा
a desperately
casual
needed
सा
round win on what is typically the favored side on this map.
अटैकिंग
And
मैप
this is the more
में
passive
3 राउंड
A-side
जीते
variation for Sentinels on defense. Nobody heading up to Rubble.
And second has actually picked up the operator towards C. I'm going to assume there's probably a rifle on the ground for him as well to pick up, and he has the showstopper to play with. So he's got 4 weapons if he needs to use all of them.
He's Gilgamesh.
स्प्रिंग वुल्फ
And
में
that's why he's
है
down at
पर
1600.
स्प्रिंग सेल्सियस के
Of course,
नीचे
you spend up here.
क्या लैंग्वेज है
Look, that
शन
vice
भाई
util that you referenced earlier is definitely going to be
क्या
an issue with
लैंग्वेज है
C. Popped here.
मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड
Early.
करके ऐसे बातें करो क्या करो
So you saw the Nano Swarm used by YU. Try and draw it out. Oh man, that is a long shot. He even tanks the Prowler in order to take
अल्ट भी
it.
है
Zekin might likely give up some rooms. Juicy has his own showstopper, so he
Alt B, bhai.
clears the room at B. This is Wolves tipping
हो
their
जाए
hand.
सेकंड भाई हो
Just
जाए
look at enough space.
हो जाए जोक सो रेडेड हो जाए
Down right now safely. Spring on this lurk through A. Narrate is ready. He has eyes on the smoke. Can Spring actually catch a timing right now? He hears them running away. It's going to be time for him to hit the go button.
Juicy will buy more time now. He's gonna force
Easy
Sentinels back a
retake.
little longer. Okay, Juicy
Load
tapped
it
down.
again.
Oh, 56! Showstopper goes between his legs apparently! And Spring tries to get active enough, but Lysol down to 1. Just Lysol left! And it's a
कोई
disastrous
मेरे को
attack
बताओ कि
side on Lotus for
कैसे
Wolves.
अल्ट
Not
नहीं
nearly enough
लगता
rounds earned here to give them any sense of confidence.
कैसे
They were dictating the pace of the game on split. This time, though, they were taking orders from Sentinels.
They just don't have that explosivity right now on Lotus
बात
that
कर
they had.
स्ट्रीम
We
स्नाइपर
were
है
back
सेकंड भाई
on
मेरे हिसाब
split.
से
Sentinels looking elite right now. on
very
their
much
own day.
possibilities
Zekin tanks that Prowler. No
Very
taps
much.
the shot. Juicy clears B with a showstopper, but can't do much else with it.
Narrate once he got that Odin online.
नैंसी कर दो चैट
Second even getting the kill with the AWP there. Was taking advantage of the outlaw on the proper rounds. Sen really doing everything right. Wolves with no answers. Couldn't deal with the vice.
Classic comp,
एक
classic
और
performance from
डब्बा है
Sentinels. Can Wolves get back in the game after
शुगर
the
फ्री
break?
है
शुगर फ्री कप केक क्या होता
Everyone
है
make some noise because we got
ये
Alexis
केक
over
है
here in the house.
शुगर फ्री केक केक में क्या पानी डाला है वो लोग तो
What are
फिर
you up to here?
केक बनाने के लिए
How you been?
I've been really good. We've been doing duo
Hey,
workshops
sports
for
player
Downtown
बोलते
University. And now I'm just here watching the games.
Are you
जिसको
enjoying the
नहीं
venue
मालूम
and the
she's
vibes?
from
I mean, I saw a lot of
GC.
fans walking up to you asking you for selfies.
I love the vibes. The venue's insane. I love Artist Alley where I can buy little trinkets. I've bought so many
I
little
think
trinkets.
Alexis है ना नाम
All right, I gotta ask you about the game though. Are
If
you
I'm not wrong.
supporting anyone? You know, rooting for anyone?
I gotta root for
बहुत
Sen,
बढ़िया प्लेयर
right?
है
Gotta.
ये और एक मेल करके
Right, you're Sen City. I want to ask you about the meta though, because you play a lot of Breach, right? So, what do you think of the current meta with the Breach? I mean,
मेरे हिसाब से
Teho
कैस्पर भी यहाँ पे हो
little
सकते
bit of
थे
a
अगर
Breach
इतना
nerf as
और
well.
चेंज नहीं करते
And how the teams are playing.
I think the Teo nerf was definitely needed, for sure. Very overtuned agent. I will say I feel like the Breach nerf was not super necessary, but maybe I'm biased as a Breach
मना
player.
कर कुछ
That
आ रहा
stun,
है
that 2 seconds on the
ये
stun
मना
really
कर कुछ आ रहा है
hurts my
मतलब
soul a little bit.
Right, but I need you to do me a favor and hype up the crowd for the second half. So,
DXC
ready?
कैस्पर ठीक है
I'm
अभी
gonna say
बोल
let's
रहा
go. Okay, second half.
हूँ DXC
Let's
हेलो
go, guys!
Let's go!
आओ भूल गया था ना मैं क्या
नीचे जा
It's all happening here at the NK.
क्या बोले विशाल भाई मेरे को समझा नहीं
Sen City have landed
WhatsApp देखना
after a rocky
हाँ,
start to the
WhatsApp देखना,
series.
मेरा
They
phone
look
बाहर
like
है।
they've stabilized. Time for your Coinbase econ report here.
मैं नहीं बोल रहा
Remember, this
मैं
is a
नहीं बोल
factor
रहा
of the
रिंकू
damage
क्या
you've done
बोला
divided by the
मुंह
credits
बोला तेरे को विशाल भाई
you spent. So really about how much impact on the game you can have per credit.
Zekin bang up there certainly, and that's even with Zekin buying outlaws, dropping them, buying an AWP, still able to get so much
मैंने
value
बोला
out of
मैं actually
everything.
मियाओ
He was
बोलने वाला था
spending that cash on throughout the game,
Slip
which is
of
obviously
tongue,
also
मियाओ
reflected in the score. Sen on the less favored side for Lotus.
मियाओ के बारे में
especially
बात कर रहा
we're
था
looking at the comps we have of the old meta, which is back as the new meta. 9-3 is just
हक दिया मैंने
so
हाँ,
tough
2-0
for Wolves to come back on. Their attack
2-0
side
है,
was the
guys.
favored one back on split. A Let's see if they have it in them here.
Binks
Spring
भाई
has
B
been
main
hitting.
में खड़ा हूँ
But the
क्या
rest of the
देखो
guys, they need to come to life.
देखो स्प्रिंग आ रहा है
All
क्या
right, folks, we are moments away from jumping into the second half of Lotus, and like Quiet said, the challenge has been issued a 3-round attack side for Wolves. To the
Legend
Pistols, where it
says.
begins for them a huge comeback. Not unlike the one Sen had to undertake on
पंगा
Squeeze.
नको ले
देख
मॉड हटा इसको
Juicy had a tough
Technically,
time on
40
attack.
रुपए देके हेट कर रहा
Unfortunately,
है
was
मेरे को
just sent
Charlie!
in and isolated by so much of that
कितना
utility. Was
कितना?
in unwinnable situations.
सात
Maybe here on
मेरे लिए
defense is
थे
where he
तूने।
can turn it around. He
याद
was a
रखो
star for
एक
the
एक
team
वचन
on map 1.
तू बता दे एक बार 7 वचन
4 फेरे लिए थे अपन सागर
7
Tentatively,
क्यों बोला
Sen is starting to encroach here.
चल 4 वचन बता दे
Pass box,
सुख
they've
दुख
checked
में
that.
साथ देना है
Baby door, of course, untouched.
हाँ 4 बार देना है
In
फैमिली
tree,
का साथ देना
Blacksaw
है
is going to be waiting. Wolves may be looking for an
सुख
opportunity to
दुख का
explode
साथ
out from
देना
here,
है
but they have to
4
make
बार
some noise.
देना क्योंकि 4 बार
Getting rid of the door.
सर्कल
Free
दिए
control taken, but now
Huh?
Sen looking towards Baby Door. Supers able to stop them. What a
फैमिली
bouncer!
फैमिली का
Michelle
साथ
on
देना
pass,
है
he says. Still wants
Bye.
to
Shopping
push
का
into
साथ
the
देना
right
है
location. The race
मुझे
having to get a
खुश
second, but it's on
रखना है
Zelsis.
हाँ
Sheriff in
मुझे
hand.
खुश रखना है
A heck of a job to do.
घर की लक्ष्मी हूँ
Well
मैं
done from Wolves.
बराबर।
Just swinging out
और
together there.
फिर मेरे को
All of the
ढेर सारा
Sentinel
शॉपिंग
players
और
just
ट्रैवलिंग
kind of clumped up,
बराबर।
playing by the orb, trying to get towards Baby Door.
तो मेरा कुछ
The
था
exact
अलग से
start that
सर्कल
Wolves needed unless Zelsis with this Sheriff can
क्रेजी क्रेजी
go off, but that's
क्रेजी
just not going to happen. He doesn't have the time. There's simply no way. Wolves getting back into the game here on defense. Let's see if they can try
भाई
to
कम
go on a
बैक हो
similar
बे
run.
कम बैक हो बे
Juicy with the grenade out there. Zelsis is hoping for a little bit to
भाई
be
कम बैक हो बे पॉसिबल है
The swing there from Baby Door for
कौन है
Wolves.
या देख क्या
Gets them onto the board
कोई
here in
मेरे
this
को क्या
second
भगा रही है
half. A
बेशरम
drought
मेरे
of
स्ट्रीम है
rounds. Sen
भूल
was
गई
pushing
इतना
together
स्ट्रीम
four
करके
at
लग
the
रहा
end of
है
that first half. This play here, nice little double up. Spring pushes out to try and take more. Is punished for it, but the damage is already done.
And then you just have
Andrew
Juicy on the
हो सकता
cross
है
from sight. Just a beautiful setup. Simple, highly effective from Wolves. And they are going to fully invest up into this anti-eco round where Zekin is going to
No,
do
come
the
back.
Juicy cosplay from the first half and go for the Bucky double satchel.
Yeah, perhaps
मैं
the upper.
इधर जो
Maybe
4
with a
कपकेक
dark color
ठूस
getting
के
in there.
बैठी थी तभी बोलने को नहीं हुआ 4
Trailer
कपकेक
comes
खा
out
लिया
before
हो
the
गया
ball
मेरा आज शुगर का कोटा
Over towards the mound side of things for Sentinels.
बिंक्स लिखा है उसके ऊपर
Zekin still has his satchels, blast
किसने
packs in
भेजा?
court midway through. It's the marshal of all things that catches him.
John does
एक
actually
चॉकलेट
recover that
थेरेपी
Bucky and
एक
have
साल्टेड कैरामल
better fare
एक
with it.
ब्राउनी एक मोचा
Cross, a couple
ट्रिपले
of swings from Wolves.
और 2 और
Not
सॉल्टेड
right
कैरामल
knockout in this round. Solid stuff from Wolves. Why you? Just
Shut
waited on now and
विशाल भाई ने भेजा विशाल भाई लव यू
What do I have
यार
here?
थोड़ा
मैं एक्चुअली उससे खाता नहीं हूँ लेकिन
He gets
अपने इतना
his.
प्यार से भेजा मैं एक खा लेता
Unfortunately, that is just the
Hey
Marshall
Queen,
now,
you
but
don't crown
they'll
as
take what they
women.
can get with the Bucky
oh
investment,
shit
which does end up being a little bit awkward into this.
Give me one.
Zekin is just going to have to
Yeah,
fly up
चाहिए
into
मेरा
a stinger. Well, we've got two
ऐसे
back-to-back
वो तो
rounds, I will
तीन
say,
है।
for Wolves on defense, where the
Sorted
fundamentals are just
I
looking
love
good.
this one.
ब्राउनी
Playing
Chad,
some
mad
together.
over डोलनट्स खाएंगे अपन डोलनट्स
Yeah, good defensive util over
विशाल भाई
units
ओपी
of
कर दो
Sentinels to the C
I
extremity.
love this one.
वेट आई हीटेड एंड
No, I want IC.
And now the
Gee.
pleasantries have been
अरे I love
exchanged.
IC.
ऐसे कौन
Mostly
खाता है
by
मेरे
him
को
Sen.
एक वो दे दे बस टिश्यू नहीं प्लेट दे दे
There's a C's attempt over towards rubble, but nobody for Sentinels is in attendance. They're pretty quickly heading to C, but there's definitely some util that needs to be cleared out.
मैं स्वीट
And
खाता
like I
नहीं विशाल
mentioned
भाई
before,
कसम से
so
आपके लिए कर
important
रहा
to
हूँ
just try to
क्या
get your
डब्लू
boards
कर
over
दो विशाल भाई को थैंक यू
as
फॉर
early
द
as you can.
डोनट्स मेरी
Get as
जान के
many
टुटे
showstoppers as possible when you're on this attack side. Sen want to get into this C site perhaps. There are 3 players ready to go, but the other 2 a bit too far away. Would like to go to narrate on account of him being the closest to the ultimate at the moment.
डोनट्स
So here's
लैंग्वेज
where great teams on Lotus attack side
Bit bedoda.
can succeed. They've got
Language
nothing really
pussy.
out of these early exchanges except some defensive util.
And now look at the difference here for how Wolves are approaching these A re-clears. They do have narrate involved here. They can throw out some of this initiator utility if they want, but at
Banko.
the moment it's just going to be a snake bite for
पंको
back.
एक प्लेट
Rubble
और एक स्पून
slowly making their way out
एक
together.
स्पून भी
The clock is ticking down to 35 seconds.
Lysol spotted, tagged up on the shoulder peak. Backing away into Baby Door is Juicy. Celsius now takes this opportunity to get some B control. They can pinch on the raise, but Juicy sees an opportunity to come forward. The retake wall thrown up. Now Sen bouncing over towards B, but Juicy's going to be waiting for them. The paint shell doesn't do too much to dissuade him. Paranoia, though, could be a problem for the raise. Juicy on the corner. Can't really see. Bang, and it's haphazard shooting. Effective enough, though, for Sentinels.
Nere was just so patient on that lurk. Bides his time, gets the free kill. Spring, jump up from Zeki, gets out of the way to Satchel to win the duel. Now 1 for 1.
Why he's only going to share him to work with. Zufa has to be careful on this angle. Just a guardian to
play with. Same
moves. Smokes up, forces YU to just push out into the great unknown. Sentinels are waiting for him with open arms. Converting that first rifle round here on this attack side.
Nice fast trades from Celsius to clear things out. Juicy was dangerous.
अभी होगा MIBR आसपास. Yeah, आसपास was a texture है क्या अभी?
You can just feel the walls closing in on him. You're just too susceptible to any utility coming through.
Sorry. I got you though. I like that. I like that from you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
W.
Now heading into what will be the first.
इधर बाकी तो तेरे बाबी ने सेंड किया है क्या और क्या? Please ये मत बोलो डिनर ने सेंड किया है. पेट फुल एकदम खाके बैठे अपन.
On the line, not just the round. This would be Sen getting to match points.
Lolblox gaming में काउंट होता है तो
macro fundamentals for Lotus. Getting up on that C side, getting the orb, forcing out some of that killjoy util. Bounce over to A. See what you can tease out there. Start to pressure the player in Baby Door and eventually execute B pretty cleanly, all things considered. Wolves gave them a lot of map to play with, to be fair. Maybe that's the call. Maybe it's about being a little bit more proactive on one or both extremities here. Looking to take maybe an early rubble fight. They've got a full bike here. Our team from China.
Listen, so far, you still have to give them a lot of credit. They have defied expectations coming into this. Going up against the hungry Sentinels who are trying to bounce back from a disappointing showing at Bangkok this year, going out losing 13-1 to Liquid. They want to start off strong, a clean 2-0 against a Wolves team that are just trying to make themselves known on the international stage for the first time. We didn't even think they'd be here.
And once again, this early action, one out by Spring now.
Always happy to take a 1 versus 1 is Spring.
For all appearances, Sen are highly committed to this siege. Yet that smoke towards Waterfall says they're coming again. Why US the stopping power? Just punishes Zekin mid-flight. All of a sudden, the options are limited for Sen.
That's just some spray through after the door gets activated. No, the crosshair, Juicy.
Okay.
Quick on the shot.
Zuban थोड़ी सी.
That should be curtains on the round.
type है.
That's a devastating round coming out of Wolves here. That C control. Why are you basically locking it down himself? Look at the locations of Sen's deaths here. Failed B attempt. Why are you catching them crossing second? A flawless round here for Wolves.
Money's going to be pretty bad for Sen as well. Should be worth 2 here for Wolves. Look, that's just Spring. So
right, they are close to 7K likes. जिसने like नहीं किया like कर दो chat.
Timing Spring too fast. Juicy too fast on that swing as well. They just shoot well in that round, but credit for isolating second on that attempt to satchel in. Now we've got Kaplan going to call the timeout here. Wolves are trying to make a little go at it.
मेरा $2 तेरे $5
Second half, not too bad for them.
Sen able to convert their first gun.
Is that the Fox?
3 rifles out of it.
I got the 40 the Fox.
Buy of the Bucky and the anti-eco. Second had to make do with a stinger. It worked out. I don't blame them here though, sort of. That last round far less elaborate in terms of how they worked the map. They lost the player very early in B main and ended up just having all of their eggs in that seaside basket.
MIBR win. Pata nahi, strong hai.
Second just got headshot straight out of midair. So perhaps a call from Kaplan, hey, let's slow it down.
MIBR Gen.G hai
a little bit more. Make use of that Viper wall we're using on A.
Next MIBR Gen.G hai chat.
They're able to draw out a fair amount of that utility before they're actually getting in for the execute.
तो अपन किसको सपोर्ट
Sort of a
करें?
light commitment too.
दोनों
You
हो
can't
रहा
have
है।
Bing try to teleport
Gen.G को
across
करेंगे,
a
क्या बोलते हो?
situation like that.
टेक्सचर का ऑरा ज्यादा है।
They drew out a lot of util early.
दीपक, thank you for the 400 मेरी जान के टोटे। Thank you so much for the $400 मेरी जान के टोटे।
Round number
Love
17,
you.
folks. You still with us, Toronto?
विजय भाई चैट में क्या बोले?
That's what I thought.
और चैट भाग रही है, पता नहीं क्या हो गया।
All right.
तू गिफ्टेड दे रहा है?
Sentinels on the eco round here. Just a stinger for Bang and a full effort to try and get out towards Rubble. Viper utility up to make the cross.
Google of 60 of Ben Haka.
So again here defending. It's been a tough
W.
so far. Wolves would love for him to begin to heat up.
W Vishal bhai, big congratulations to Bobby J.
They're wasting no time getting this tree set up, and in fairness, Wolves.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? थोड़ा बातचीत करके ट्रेंडिंग पे डाल सकते हैं मेरे को?
Into the A side. Pretty ideal start to the round for Sentinels. Now it's a matter of landing the plane as Wolves give the side up for the retake.
Second trying to get this really forward position. Cheeky little angle to play around this dark cover that's thrown down.
A nice little paint shells buys a lot more space. Oh, okay. Zekin, oh, he disrespects the snake bite. Brings able to deal with him. Little high-low set up now from the defenders as they try and get back in here. Nightfall thrown up by Sen. A big ping though off that horn apparently. Suvet's able to reveal much of the defenders, and now Lysol wants to step up, have a crack at it too. It's only down to YU. These Elses. YU so little to work with in terms of teammates. Tara could be deployed, but in the 1 versus 1, he's got a face.
Closer है ये
His
तो.
rifle burst the classic. All things considered, pretty solid round for Sentinels, but Wolves rack up another.
A lot of damage done. I do like how Sentinels were able to play that. Getting proactive, fighting towards heaven. They back off, absorb a little utility, try to repost, keep fighting. They were not slowing down with their effort to apply pressure to Wolves. Results in a lot of damage done. Now here comes the very crucial buy round for them. They're going up against the Wolves that have multiple high-impact ultimates to play with here.
How's life going up? दोनों के पेरेंट्स गए सब बढ़िया सब टिक मच लव थैंक यू प्रेम भाई सब बढ़िया
You're right, we got lockdown. Viper's pit to play with.
सब बढ़िया चल रहा है मेरी जान पे
Bang with a TP across to Rubble now. Send again.
Remember, thank you so much for 200 with Gen.G today.
Wolves really no desire to go for these hard fights towards A. They've been giving it up, letting Lysor just spot for the information late send. They're slowing things down. They're cutting noise completely. Pressing up towards this site.
Result or result भी है.
Serious danger.
Turned anti-flash.
वो लोग 10-9 कर सकते हैं
more than enough to tempt him
देखा जाए
off of
तो.
A.
Yeah, gets away at just the perfect time. This site is totally open, totally free. That being said, though, Wolves just have fantastic ultimates to play for a retake. Bang, trying to get that kill. Lysor is going to want to play patiently.
Of course, the temptation's going to be here for Sentinels.
Easy retake now. Result.
Dangerous proposition.
Result. Easy retake. W retake.
He gets that steal.
Next round वो लोग इको जाएंगे. मेरा prediction है 10-9.
This is going to connect onto everyone if he rips it right now.
Yeah, finds the timing for it. Why are you trying to step out of it?
I think they mostly got out of the way there, actually.
Like
yeah, time is dwindling, though. They're going to have to recommit quickly. Great opener from Spring.
Delta's down. There's going to be a push coming from stairs at a moment from Wolves as well. But John tucked in the corner. 1 and 2. And here comes Juicy. Showstopper at the ready, but he can't get in. Finally makes it onto the site. Narrate's going to be dealt with, but YU is out of the game. 3 up for Sen. Bang. TP cancelled.
They all had to get off the site, but the spike is still planted for them, and there's just not enough time for Lysor. He's forced to retreat. Great positional adjustments from Sentinels at the end there. Had the spike planted for them. Steel guarded. Sure, it doesn't get the connections, but it just ends up wasting so much time.
I mean,
And that means Wolves waste the showstopper, waste the lockdown, all for naught. Sen on 11. Creeping closer to the map win.
Juicy looked like he got seized as he was trying to come in with that showstopper, but still converted it for a kill. But just the spacing, like you mentioned, that Steel Guarded forced. Then the Wolves lost another 5 seconds to make that retake happen. And timing's been a bit of an issue for them over the series at really important moments.
Sen bursting out into Rubble with some haste. They've been getting this space on the map for 3, and they haven't been getting re-cleared. So they're hoping that's just going to be the case right now, and they can pivot elsewhere.
The push-up, though, towards Mound by Juicy means that he knows this is a bit of a fake.
मैं देख रहा था. ये होता भाई औरा जो रहता ना हस्बैंड
Now Senna going to drift
इससे
back in that
बोलते हैं
direction. B main.
बट
Held
2
3
सेकंड में वो
players
काम
happy
होता
for
है
Wolves in general. So
There.
Senna
वो
make a
होता
good
है
call
एक
here,
औरा
heading to a pretty lightly held seaside.
My ult's ready.
Second gets the showstopper with a collection of that orb. Is he going to try to send it in? It's Bang teleport on the cross to break the crosshairs.
Awkward for John. He tries to crouch, but Juicy's
बोलते
waiting there, finds his second. Zelsa steps up, only for one. It's
बोलते
3
ace
for
है
Wolves' raise.
क्या
Now the
जूसी का ace है
momentum out of Sen's court. Second can still go for this though.
Oh, that would just be so high risk.
भाई ये भी
Certainly
मैप
doesn't
क्लोज
want
तो
to
जा
waste
रहे
it.
देखा जाए तो
That being said, though, this is a pivotal round. Maybe if they can get a kill
Maybe.
first, bring it into a 2v3, then you can use it. But in the 2 versus 4,
ये भी
you're
मैप
just not going to
टेक्निकली
want
देखा
to
जाए तो क्लोज जा रहा है
waste
क्या
it.
पिंकी दी
But look at the SEN economy.
30 seconds left.
Wolves have
Nothing
been
is-
able to keep a lid on
The
it.
side ये
They've
Binks
kept them
by
in that danger
level
zone.
में
And with just 20 seconds left, they're going to opt to save these 2 rifles, bring them into the next.
Narrate. Pretty big series for him. I mean, Zekken came on your show and sort of said he had full belief in Narrate to turn up when it mattered. That he just needed
10
that one
seconds left.
breakout game to really show what he's capable of.
चिलिंग कर रहा
There's a
था ना
sense that he's still got more to show on this team.
He's been having a quality series here. Yeah, I really don't think he's even
Just
reached his
mentioned
peak with
SEN versus
Sentinels
SEN
yet.
final at VCT Delhi next year.
To me, he
Imagine
does have
Aura
more to
by
show.
Binks
He
by
can even kick things into a higher gear.
Love you
It's a Wolves
यार
round picked up. Sen do not want to take the
Experience
game with the
versus
2 guns
Gen.G
left.
होगा तो भी
Break the
चलेगा
3-piece for Juicy.
PRX होगा तो भी
This is
चलेगा
another situation where you're seeing what Wolves are driving with. That is
कोई भी आओ
getting back
लेकिन
in,
आओ
some
वाला
good
scene
fundamentals, swinging together, taking the fights together, and they're finding the kills in the Sentinels' transitional
VCT
moments
Delhi-
where they're
VCT
trying to
Delhi,
still
VCT
scale
Mumbai.
deeper, get into the site.
Their fears.
All right, Sen, because of those 2 safe guns, they are going to be able to get a near full buy. Celsius does have the stinger.
Okay, they got Juicy at 8 this time. Looks like Wolves are ready for a bit more of a rubble fight.
Wow, this is Neri trying to draw a lot of attention. Baits out the Nightfall while the rest of Sentinels will be able to get into this B site unless Spring tries to slow them down.
Too slow in a baby door here for Wolves. Spring's able to find one anchored on the site. Sentinels forced away. They've got their fighting util.
It's just that Molly on the ground that once again isolates Zekken in the site and evens things up. Even this pivot to C slowed down on account of
घुस गया।
another Molly, but Wolves won't
घुस गया तो
be in
जीत गया
position
भाई,
to get
straight
in
up।
just yet. Hoping to spam through. Bang getting on low HP, but the Viper's Pit will just further obscure the view from Waterfall.
Sorry,
Passed
take it.
along to
उसको
Zelsa by the
पाइन दे
looks.
रहा
And now a bit of a nose cut even from Sentinels, but you have to imagine they're staying here because of the Viper's Pit. Zelsa's here with an Arc Rose to set up, and this is going to be a tough retake for Wolves at the best of times. They can't even counter pit this, Wyatt.
Spike planted.
Spike is going to be planted, getting through this pit. A nightmare, but at the very least, when Sufat does make his way over, look at the concern right now from Wolves about a flank towards B. They're doubling up for that. Oh, and it's just wasting time. Juicy can't win a crucial duel.
And he can't double up with anyone from Waterfall because of that pit. He's solo in that position.
The round is slipping away. Prowler needs to be used to spot someone out, hoping to get some spam through the pit.
Oh, 1 by 1, White, they set up and they're fed to the wood chipper.
Are
I think at
too
this point,
strong।
Sufat realizes there's no point
आधा
forcing
मैप
the
काट
issue any
दिया
further.
मैंने
Lysor caught out both guns.
सेव करना था ना मैं
Stripped
कॉल
away
दिया
from
था
Wolves.
सुना नहीं
With an economy still to be able to buy
Straight
that,
up
it's a
save
devastating
करना था।
round to drop to Sen.
1 round away, Sentinels from
Good
taking
बोलते
their
हैं, कितना
first
अच्छा drawing
match
करते हैं ना वो
here
लोग।
after struggling at Bangkok, going 0 for 2, sent home early.
हाँ
You could feel the frustration from them, the way they were speaking about that tournament. Second, speaking about their failures to adapt as a team, to play together in the way that they needed to, and they bounced back.
Marshall has decided to win the round. अरे किसी ने
For this
लिखा
final
था,
round
वो
2,
बता रही हूँ मैं।
they're going to
तेरे
have
को भाई क्यों
significant
बुलाऊंगी मैं?
ultimates to close things out. Wolves have got their full buy. Can they stay in the game? Nightfall ripped immediately onto Lysor. So
Camera
much
on
pressure
here.
towards his way.
Zekken wants to get up here with his showstopper. That's a deep rocket. Sent
Oh, he went for the snipe with that.
No catch though, Sufat respects it. Things slow down a little bit though. Sen have not left rubble.
अरे किसी ने लिखा था
Can still pull
भाई।
out. We've seen this before. Bouncing over to another side after some early action here.
Well, Wolves will be more
Last
than happy
one.
that both ults are gone within the first 20 seconds and did not do a
Shinigami,
damn thing
yes.
for Sen.
Yes,
They don't even
Shini.
really have much control of rubble. Juicy is pushed up towards box, has Spring on stairs ready to swing off him. John is just trying to keep them distracted, keep them
मैं क्या
on
किया
this site.
मैं थोड़ी कुछ
5 to
बोला
8 seconds in which Wolves do think something's happening at A, even if John doesn't have any follow-up. That means that will be YU again that has to enter this C site alone.
At this point, though, they're not believing it. Spring is getting over to the C site right now, and we'll be able to help YU on account of the delay from the Mollies.
2017
out of the C site. It's going to be
Pinky
a tough
versus
ask to expect Sen to go there, so we're
Pinky.
bouncing back. Time is getting short.
Kitna
30
badlav.
seconds left in the round, and the Vanguard appears to be Zelsis at B. Is A back on the menu?
Did you just say?
Looks like this is a very late pivot. They want to actually go into a B split. Threatening A hit second. Opens
It's
up.
working. They're going away
Bye.
from the B side.
Revealer.
They got the drop
Oh
on
my
GC.
God,
The
good.
one pick at A draws the defenders off the B
ये
side.
masterclass
Now
वाला
he's pandemonium
था,
for Wolves
नहीं
trying to
था,
get back
नहीं
in.
था, नहीं
Light
था,
saw with a
नहीं था।
double. Deccan and bang for well away side. Now
नहीं था,
Zelsis
masterclass
out of the
वाला नहीं
game.
था।
John
Casual round.
clutching for the series. Spring and Lysol doubled up. Spray through smoke is wild. It's wayward, and Spring gets it to half. Now off of it. Looking to team up with Lysol here, and John has very little to look at. Somehow finds Spring. Plants the flag for Americas here in Toronto.
कैसे?
The game is Sentinels walk away with the 2-0.
What a final round from Sen's IGL, John.
the
Beautiful
fuck?
into that pivot towards B, catches out Juicy, and then clutches
Bhai,
it
kya
out
round
into
nikala,
1 versus
2-1.
2. Sen starts strong, but Mandibles
Crazy,
come out
2-0.
swinging. No
Bhai,
expected
baat
this
kela
game to be that close back.
Man,
on
thanks
split.
for the
They kept
29
trying to
Saturday
get
chat.
in the mix on
8000 लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को एकदम जोर से दबा के लाइक करो उसके बाद स्ट्रीम देखो जोर से दबा के लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम
Kaplan said in that halftime coach interview that it was tough to play against Wolves. They're
Bhai,
playing a
the Sen
different style.
bundle.
We're playing against a different region, and our game plan.
Bhai,
it's
Wolves
hard to
अच्छा
keep
खेला था,
online,
लेकिन
put on
Spring
Lotus,
बहुत बाप खेला
work to
है।
perfection, dominant defensive
बहुत बाप
half.
खेला।
Sen are looking strong to kick off this tournament.
And in a return back to an old meta, a new meta, whatever you want to call it. It looks like Sentinels still have all the tools they need to put a compelling performance forward on these maps.
औरा देखो बे,
Ridiculous
fans
comeback
देखो
in that first
बे।
map. Great series. We're now going to head over to Gen.G down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Bang.
Hey guys, welcome to my vlog.
Congratulations, Sentinels!
Absolute cinema.
Relsis आएगा by the Sen bundle.
Stay sharp, everyone. Bang, I'm gonna need you over here for an interview. Please. Thank you.
Bang bye.
2-0, W on the board.
Hey, Binks,
That's gotta feel nice, right?
हाँ
Yeah, it
पढ़ा
does.
मैंने।
It was really good. I'm really glad we were able to close it
मैं
out. It
group
was a
में
little
आया।
shaky, but it's alright.
Can we please talk about how
बहुत
close
वीडियो लोग
today
हैं
was,
उधर।
especially on Split? What was going through your mind?
I kind of felt we weren't really ready for what they
Jai
were doing. to
Bangladesh,
us on
but
Split.
even better.
It was kind of a new thing,
any
and it kind of caught us off guard on our
Even
defense.
better any
So we just
day.
had to adapt.
I don't disagree.
And I mean, we still got 4. I feel like we did pretty good, even
I learned
regarding
from
that.
the GOAT,
But
man.
on
What are
attack
you
is when we
talking
really
about?
started like playing like ourselves. I
We
feel
learn
like.
from the God.
Speaking of having to adapt, right? Let's talk about the Teho nerf. Because you
I
guys
didn't
play
say I am
Teho
the GOAT. I
on
learned
basically
from
every map back
Goat
in stage
अगर
1.
मैं
So
करता
how do
है,
you
you're
think that
learning from
nerf
the
has
goat. You should
affected
know
you
how
guys?
to say मैं.
You consider
I don't really
yourself
think
the
it's
GOAT,
affected us
no?
as much
You
as
say
people think,
man.
to be honest. I feel like people are overrating how good we are, or underrating how good we are, and I don't think it has anything to do with how good Taylor was.
अपना वीडियो लोग बहुत है, बहुत है अपने वीडियो लोग।
Who would you like to face next? You have Paper X
बहुत वीडियो लोग है बे
and the winner
कैनेडा
of
में।
the upcoming
हाँ,
Gen.G versus MIBR matchup.
बहुत वीडियो
I
लोग
would
हैं।
probably out of all those teams like to play Paper X.
कम से कम 4-5 जन तो मेरे को स्पॉट हुए हैं मिनिमम।
Against, I feel like.
You wanna have fun?
हाय बोर्ड
2-0.
उल्टा कौन रखा है वहाँ पे?
All right, thank you very much, Bang. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more
औरा।
time for Sentinels.
जगन का फैमिली पंको। क्रेजी राउंड था। कनाडा इंडिया ही है, बहुत सारे लोग हैं।
Yes, Swaminarayan.
ये क्या रिएक्शन है इंडियन भाई? अच्छा लगता है भाई।
अच्छा लगता है यार.
अच्छा लगता है अपने वीडियो लोग दूसरे पे कुछ अच्छा कर रहे तो।
मतलब it's good to know कि like we are also involved in the game.
हाँ?
We are also involved in the game, so it's good.
और वो अपना बंटा की पब्लिक तो भाई। Down बेबे। अभी मेन मैच है, मेन मैच, मेन मैच। कल गांड फटी थी जब ये हुआ था। क्या लगता है गाइस, गोट वर्सेस गोट होने वाला है और ये गेम मजा आएगा देखने को। चैट स्ट्रीम को कर दो लाइक 69%। पैरेटाओ 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 पैरेटाओ।
Red Bull gives you
मेरा पैर वैर सब दुख रहा है यार, पेट दुख रहा है, गांड दुख रहा है, पैर दुख रहा है, सब दुख रहा है। बहुत ट्रैवलिंग हो गया यार।
मार दो पीठ पे।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट
मसाज की।
वाह, मारने की बात कर रही हूँ।
गाइस कौन जीतेगा अभी, क्या लगता है? MIBR कल से T1 बाइक आया पे मुझे टेंशन हो रहा है। अरे सैटरडे संडे इट डजंट वर्क हियर, इट्स अ फैमिली मैन। भाभी जी को टाइम सैटरडे संडे चला जाए। प्रेडिक्शन करो, अगर सही रहा तो 50,000 का मेरे को करने का, इधर नहीं। देखो MIBR में कौन कौन है, एक सेकंड में भी बस आसपास भाई, आसपास से डर लगता है यार। फाइनल बहुत आसपास। थैंक यू रनिता, हेलो हाउ आर यू? W मंत्र W। कौन जीता पहला गेम? सेन। टाइटल चेंज हो गया है भाई, देख लो। Fast. Texture also dangerous in jet. Yeah, texture is also dangerous, but like that's आसपास। Guys, टिकट लिया क्या? EWC का। भाई अच्छा दिख रहा है ना कब? बैंगलोर में आने का क्या प्लान है? कोई प्लान?
Welcome back to day 2 of Masters Toronto, and we are closing
यार जाने का
out
मन
this
नहीं करता
Sunday
तुम लोग को
with
chat
a
ऐसे।
gigafight banger. It is Gen.G versus MIBR. I'm your host,
मजा
Binks.
आता
I'm
है
here
भाई।
once again with Ender and Mel. That first match was incredible, but this one I have a feeling, Ender, it's not going to be a 2-0.
No, this one could go the distance. I mean, this is a hype matchup, right? You've got Gen.G, kind of stalwarts in the Korean Valorant scene, up against
Korean
MIBR
Jet
with the return of Aspas to a
मन
global
करता है
stage.
obviously।
Sign
बिल्कुल
me
आप
up.
तो जा सकते हो।
There's so many
वहाँ से ही हो
different
ना?
things that would make this match so exciting. I mean, I know me personally, seeing Verno on the international stage is something that I'm looking so much forward to.
And I've loved seeing how the fans have just soaked up all the atmosphere here. I love seeing all your happy faces as well. But if you're not here at Masters, it's never too early
Plus one
to start
confidence
making
and
plans for
FSW.
champs. And this year we
But
are
outside
heading
it's a
to Paris.
different,
Make sure you scan the
thing
QR
only.
code to register. for a shot at scoring tickets to the year's biggest event. If you miss out on the Mastercard pre-sale on July 9th, this will be your only other way to get access when they go on sale on the 10th. Registration is open until 25th even, so do not miss out. Of course, my favorite event of the year, I can't wait for it to be in EMEA. No bias there whatsoever, no bias.
I'm in. I made it in.
I
got the QR code. I did it.
Yes, let's go. Let's
See you guys there.
Champs final आओगे पिकनिक Paris.
I'll see you there. I like the confidence of you being able to get your tickets. I love that. I love that.
आपको तो ticket
But let's talk
मिल
about the
जाएगा
matchup
तो
at hand,
problem
because
नहीं.
both of these
मैं
teams, they could
We can
well
go,
be heading to
उधर से
champs. You know,
खेलेंगे,
it depends on how they do here at stage 2, of course. And
वो
start
बड़े वाले
with
बिल्कुल भाई कनाडा डॉलर
Gen.G.
अच्छा
Probably
वो
one of
अलग
the biggest
है.
upset Mel
मैं
was
वही
not
सोच रही
seeing
थी
in the
Canadian
backlog.
Australian
I think a lot
dollars
of people expected them to carry on the way their year was last year.
It was a big shocker, and for me, I've watched countless Gen.G VODs, and
मैं
to me,
members
they're
वाले
just
में
such a
लेता भी
staple now in international events, especially after their win.
I feel
So
also
when that
protest.
happened, I was a little sad. I'll be biased here. I was quite sad. I love Gen.G. I love the Korean teams in general at APAC, but seeing them
चंदा
here
start कर
just
देते हैं
brings
पेरिस
so
के लिए
much
अभी
joy.
से.
Yeah, I mean, watching
अच्छा
Gen.G
idea.
play, they are such a solid team. Like, it
कितने
feels
का
like
होगा
they just
ticket?
understand the
Return?
fundamentals of Valorant at almost a
Stay
perfect
का तो
level.
हम
They've got
try
incredible
कर लेंगे.
shooters on their team. They don't necessarily reinvent the wheel all the time, but they play
कोई ना कोई
best
तो होगा
comps
उधर
on
Binks
most
army का,
maps. They
Paris
play
में.
very solidly, very strongly together.
They are, and I think they're probably going to be back with a vengeance, right? Considering they had to watch T1 lift the trophy earlier this year, and the Pacific region in general, Ender has been
आ गए
probably one of the best
good.
we've seen on the global stage.
Let's
The
go.
Pacific has been coming on fire in the
भाई
last
मैं
few
Gen.G
years.
को support कर रही हूँ.
Gen.G
1000
themselves
वाले
have been looking
जिससे भी
so
पूछा था
good.
1000
I mean,
super chat.
this
मैं
squad,
Gen.G को
I
support कर
just
रही हूँ. Gen.G will win.
I get some fear
Because it's a
in
team
my
play.
soul.
Everyone is
bit
strong
sending,
here,
you know, America sending EMEA teams up against Gen.G because individually they are such a stacked roster, and again, you can't make mistakes versus
Binks
this
तो
team because
sponsor
they
हो जाएगा
don't
right से
leave
अपना
you
देखो.
many gaps to
कहाँ
punish.
से भाई?
Yeah, there is no
Toronto
mistakes.
भी
There's
नहीं
no
आया
room
वो.
to make these mistakes
थोड़ी होता है.
strategically or
Easy नहीं
tactically
है भाई.
or mechanically. You have Munchkin out
International
calling
event.
you, and if they do have like a macro mistake,
Business class
there's the
economy
smallest
2 लाख.
window of opportunity to take advantage in the micro, and even then, the
और मैंने
star
Gen.G
power
डाला
of
है
these
पिकअप
players
में
is
मैंने
enough to push them over
MIBR
the edge.
अच्छा तूने
Yeah, let's not
उल्टा किया
forget
Binks
back
का
in
मैंने भी
Masters
last time
Shanghai
वही
when they
किया
did
था.
manage to
जीती थी
win
मैं
that
थोड़ा सा.
tournament. They did it through the Swiss as well. They're familiar with this stage of the tournament. They know exactly
10-10
what
की
to
शर्त
do
लगा लो, मैं
to get out of the
support कर रहा
stage
हूँ. माल में
safely.
शर्त
And
करते
that
हैं हम,
man
माल्स
on
में.
your screen, we have missed him so much. So let's check in with Texture and see what he had to say to Gen.Li ahead of his Toronto debut.
Hey, what's up everyone?
Hey,
Gen.Li
वापस
here
bell
with
बजा.
Texture. Now Texture, you're facing MIBR today.
अभी
Aspas
किसने
on
क्या
the
send
other
किया?
side. What do you
भाई
think
मैं
you
और
need to watch
शुगर
out
नहीं
for?
खा रही हूँ अभी बस हो गया.
Not much.
Not much?
Hey, don't tell me he has Labubu on his back.
Not much, except for, you know, maybe Aspas'
ये
aim,
Gen.G का jersey भी
movement,
कितना cool है अभी.
mechanics, his
भाई
op,
सारी
his,
jerseys इतनी cool
his,
कैसे बन
his
गए?
just pew-pewing,
His
Mel.
unmistakable
So minimal and
Have I
nice. I
missed
love
out
it.
anything else?
No, I just love that texture. Like, I feel like we get to see a bit of his stream personality just then. I feel like normally in these interviews he's like kind of serious, but if you ever watch a texture stream, it is hilarious. I watch clips all the time translated, and I feel like people don't really see much of just the hilarity that he brings to the team.
You know, my favorite question I've ever asked was, you know, who do you want to play up against at these global events? And some of the EMEA players said, we don't mind as long as our prac room is not on the same floor as Gen.G's, because we just hear Texture screaming from the crack of dawn to the middle of the night. But you have to love him for it as well. I also love his how he's evolved, because Christy, the last time when we saw him on the global stage, he was not playing the Yoru at all. Didn't want anything to do with it.
No, but nowadays it feels like if you're going to be in the duelist slot, you have to have a sick Yoru, or your team is just going to fall behind the meta. So has definitely helped his team out a bunch. And I think today, the challenge first game here back on the global stage up against Esports on the other side. Like, this is trial by fire immediately.
We have seen this
No
matchup
bad.
before, actually, and I can't remember what Texture said about it last time. Maybe he knows now he's played against him, he's not going to be scared. But let's take a look, actually. I think we have seen footage of the last time Texture and Aspas faced each other. Oh my goodness, that jersey. I'm getting a bit of a throwback here.
The old jersey, Texture, never a quiet man up on the stage either.
Yapping away, isn't he? But that's the kind of attitude, Mel. I could help him here. You don't want to be scared of Aspas. You don't want to be looking over your monitor and let him get in your brain.
Absolutely, and I think it's one thing to think individually who can diff who, but I think something that I read was, or what I saw online was them talking about how, I think it might have actually been in the media for today, was as a team, that's how we're going to be. They don't seem extremely individual focused, and I think that's a big shout here too. But let it be known that Texture statistically has been performing well, and I can definitely see this being a gigabanger between the two.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's so interesting to me how like skilled these players are, but how different they are in terms of personalities. Because like Aspas up there is completely stoic, and as one more veteran players on this team of rookies, he's actually the more level head, keeping his team calm, even though he's still gonna be fragging out in server.
Yeah, and for the casual players, you know, maybe you thought, oh, Loud, Aspas, Leviathan as well. And now coming back with MIBR, and is it really as simple as Aspas and squad?
No. I would say it is as simple as if Aspas joins your team, you're going to globals, because you think about MIBR, this is an 11th place team last year. I mean, MIBR has never done much in VCT Americas, but all of a sudden, you put Aspas onto this roster, you sign a couple of out rookies prospects from Brazil in Genom and Cortesia, and this team is on top of the world.
I feel like you cannot give enough love to the rookies, especially on this roster. While Aspas, a dominating player for years and years, absolutely in the GOAT debate, if not the GOAT. His rookies on this team are activated so well by Artzine and Fraud systems, and I think they are a crucial part of how they were even able to make it this far. I mean, the shots they were hitting, the highlight reels I was seeing out of Americas from Xenon and Cortesia, and I mean, I'm not even mentioning Bruno, especially in the mid-rounding, the vocality has been incredible to watch.
Yeah, I think it's been really important too, because stage 1, Aspas still topping in most categories, but he wasn't as dominant as he's been in previous years. You saw those players that you're mentioning, the younger talent, stepping up in a big way.
Yeah, and you say like statistically maybe not as dominant, but as you're saying, it's not a strike towards Aspas in his performance. It's more so that his teammates have really taken up the mantle in that regard and stepping up in his stead.
Yeah, and 4 of them have never been to a global event before, which is so exciting to think about too. And qualifying this event alone was a massive deal for the all, for the young players, for everyone that's on that stage right now. Here's what it meant to them and their families.
Wow, it's like a must-have.
A gente sabe que a sua família tá aqui, né, cara? Então, a gente vai tentar, consegue colocar pra gente, produção, olha a sua família aparecendo, tá aqui do ladinho. Então, se você quiser mandar um recado pra sua família e também pro pessoal do Brasil, aproveita aí agora, cara.
Cara, eu queria agradecer novamente primeiro Deus, porque sem ele não sou nada. Obrigado minha família que sempre me apoiou, e isso é por vocês também, por todo mundo que sempre me ajudou, mano. Já pensei tantas vezes em desistir e tanta gente me ajudou, então... É só o primeiro passo, a gente ainda quer ganhar o VCT Américas, não é só a classificação que a gente quer, e a gente vai por isso. Muito obrigado.
Pouca pessoa sabe do que eu venho passando esse ano, em questão do meu pessoal, em questão da minha família. Então, com certeza essa vitória foi pra você, pai. Foi pra você.
Cara. Filho, e aquilo que nós combinamos lá atrás quando começou, primeiro o melhor da rua, depois melhor do bairro, depois melhor da cidade, melhor do estado, melhor do país e melhor do mundo!
यार फैमिली का सपोर्ट हो तो कितना अच्छा लगता है ना.
You know, it is just such a beautiful and heartfelt moment watching them with their families on the stage, and I just can't help but feel like, even for Artzine, how much of a moment that is as well, because he's a guy that stuck around when times were terrible for MIBR, when they were down towards the bottom of the standings, and now he gets to be sent off by his father to come and try to win a title on the global stage. It is just incredible.
Yeah, and let's not forget, some of the fans, they were not kind to him. He took a lot of the blame and the brunt of the issues that were happening, and Mel, very similar to some of the stories we talked about in the first match, you can't help but want to root for them. You want to see them do well on this stage.
It's hard to root against him. I feel like I'm a little emotional even just watching that snippet. It's just seeing someone who has worked so hard for something and finally seeing some fruit bear, finally making the international stage despite everything against them. It is so great to see, and especially with a revitalized roster and just how they're playing as well has been really impressive. The way they made it here is something that is not that you can't really say for a lot of teams in the world.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the emotions high as well because Fraud is also back. You know, we always love to see Fraud. We saw him in the hotel lobby yesterday. He was chatting a little bit to us, but of course, once upon a time, one of the best on the global stage and overdue. You know, it's a bit overdue. It's nice to see him back.
What I think is amazing, sort of Fraud's journey from like the old Loud to now with MIBR's back with Loud, like that was like an obvious star-studded roster, right? That he's able to take and help climb to the top. And now he is able to play the system, yes, with Ospas, yes, with Artem, but also breaking in 3 very young, incredibly talented players. And I think MIBR is one of the most drilled teams you're going to see in Americas. I think that they play a very calm, sort of almost a slower pace at times macro style around Ospas's play, but honestly, one of the best defensive-sided teams for my money.
I feel like you really can't count how many things were really against these rookies on the rise too. Think about it, bringing in Verno as well, the Fraud's decision to bring in Verno, this team was speaking Portuguese before he came in. So not only is that just a huge difference in language, but also like the systems and bringing in Verno. I think it truly is a testament to Fraud and Artzine and Verno's microing in game as well, that these rookies are able to thrive.
I don't know how you guys felt about this in Americas, you know, and the fans as well, but watching from across the ocean, if you told me that Verno will be qualifying for an event in Canada with MIBR and not NRG, I would have not believed you at all. That is crazy.
I mean, the crazy thing is that there's a world where Verno wasn't even playing in stage 1, right? After, you know, getting taken off of NRG, he's sitting around like, am I going to get a phone call? Is that going to happen? MIBR choose to pick him up, and what has happened to this team since him joining it has just been incredible. The rise to a top 3 finish for the first time in MIBR's history, that's insane.
It's riveting to watch, and I mean, let's be honest here, there was so much talk about Verno with the whole NRG situation. It was a risk, let's say it how it is, right? Everyone was thinking, how is his stocks gonna look after this? And Fraud took that risk, picked him up, and they have risen to the global stage. And all this while he is a rookie. It cannot be understated. And I think a big part of their win condition as well is if you watch MIBR's comms videos, he is such a vocal player, and he is constantly ahead of the game. His game IQ is top-notch, some of the best among this tournament.
And I love his bromance with Aspas as well, because the vibes really do matter. Having good vibes, you know, being able to just slot in onto a team. We have that pairing in EMEA. For me, it feels like this is the Americas, you know, equivalent.
Honestly, no, and I think that the way that the team has sort of embraced Verno, bringing him in, has been so great. Again, Ospas being like this emotional rock for the team, building up that camaraderie next to Verno has definitely shown in how they're playing in the server.
Yeah, let's check in with Verno's bestie. It's Aspas, who spoke with Gen earlier.
Yes, all gotish.
Hello everyone, Gen Lee here with team. Any advice for them?
I just want everyone to feel relaxed and play the best that they can.
Thank you very much. We're excited to have you. Oh!
इसका डीपी देखो.
Binks.
Don't ever complain that we don't give you what you want, you know? Ever again. Me and who though? Me and who? You and I? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Roy. I know Roy is here. My bad. My bad, Roy. If you want to make us
Roy, we can hold hands.
Yeah, you want to run down there? We'll get you and Roy together. But that is the kind of, you know, chemistry we want to see.
And it's honestly, again, it feels like I'm beating a dead horse here, but just the fact that it's just the most random, unlikely duo. Again, like I said, we thought NRG might have had a chance here, and it's MIBR, Ospas, and Verno just bromancing and holding hands. Yeah, insane.
This team is the real deal. I know you've watched them play, but I think this team is serious run here in Toronto.
You reckon the bromance carries? That's the buff?
I mean, yeah, the bromance.
Aura dekho.
I don't know if you forgot about Ospas. We have Ospas in Toronto, Yinsu.
According to texture, it doesn't mean much. But speaking of the players, it's time to send this back down to the stage and welcome back Aspas, of course, MIBR and Gen.G.
Aura. अभी क्या रहा है रात को? विशाल भाई जगह नहीं है घर में,
फ्रिज में भी नहीं है।
15 इंच की टेडी बेयर। अभी क्या रहा विशाल भाई? बस
आई थिंक हाथी हो गया।
का ओपी कर दो। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द लवली गिफ्ट्स मेरे जान के टुडे।
डॉगी हो गया। और कौन सा एनिमल है तेरा?
दोनों फाइनल बॉस
या पैंडा?
दोनों फाइनल
We
बॉस।
have a lot of rookies on this stage, but the main dish, I guess, is gonna be Aspas going up against Texture once again on the global stage.
क्या लगता है कौन
They also
जीतेगा?
have the same players this time around,
क्या लगता है?
of course, with a new map pool coming in as well.
Gen.G
We spoke about this already, and we anticipate a highly competitive match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
दिल
I
से
see a lot
Gen.G,
of
दिमाग से
similarities
आसपास।
between these two teams. Neither of them play
मतलब दिमाग है नहीं तो
super
मतलब Gen.G
crazy,
जीतेगा
like,
basically।
you know, peak of the meta type comps. There's a lot of older style
OTP
comps.
OTP।
A lot built
ठीक है
around
ठीक है
the
ठीक है
duelist, finding
जी
opportunities,
जिसके घर पे
especially
सामान आएगा ये
Gen.G
ओटीपी देने का ट्राई करो।
types of things. And it comes down to a strong macro
ठीक है डन सीन है विशाल भाई।
And I know Fraud is someone that prides himself on the strength of his game plans. And when I'm sunset first map,
Instant sunset. I actually love the bands as well. Makes a lot of sense.
You super target bands.
क्या हाल है
coming
बंक्स
in
भाई?
and
बढ़िया हाल है।
Gen.G's Lotus. Gen.G absolutely don't want to go anywhere near Icebox. No.
Icebox
He
good.
tears that up. But honestly, what we get is a pretty interesting map pool because A, Sunset, haven't seen these teams on it, but it's two very small maps.
ऐसा
maps that
OTP नहीं
aren't
बताते
so
अरे वो
much
बैंक का
focused
नहीं है
around
घर पे
getting an
सामान जो आ रहा है
operator
उसका है।
online. Up until if we get to a Decipher Ascent where it becomes the duel show again.
man, these three maps, I could not be more excited for this matchup. Sunset first as a pick on its first introduced into Masters Toronto this year. I truly wonder what comp is MIBR going to run.
Delivery वाला stream देख रहा हूँ OTP इसका तो
always ran master classes on that map. Always retreat.
That's a good question.
This is a very
That's a
it's
good
risky,
question.
but it's also not, right? MIBR picking the sunset.
भाई
There's
सीधा
no
भाई
footage
सीधा
of
sunset
them
pick
on
क्या
this
MIBR
map.
sunset
We wanted some
MIBR
of the
क्या?
other teams to just have the balls to pick it, but they haven't done it so far. And if they were to take map 1, I think their chances are incredible in this series.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious if MIBR are going to be rocking with the neon.
पिंकी जी आयुष का बर्थडे विश कर दो।
आयुष हैप्पी बर्थडे।
Neon?
कौन सा
I
आयुष
think
का
it's
बर्थडे?
time, personally.
Yeah?
Finally, that would be such a treat to watch.
I wouldn't hate the Waylay either. Is that too much of a cope?
Aspas Waylay?
Yeah, I
I
reckon.
can't imagine. It's just.
Yeah.
I don't think I've even seen him play it so much in rank, so that would be a treat as well to watch.
I fear I am not a Waylay believer, Sue. Sorry.
If it was anybody
भाई
that
इनका
could
भाई का
play
भाई
Slade
सच्ची भाई
on this
बाप
stage,
मैप
it
पे
would
भाई।
be Aspas.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
be honest. Yeah. Thank
Don't
you
know
for
if I believe in
enabling me.
that.
Thank you for enabling me.
विशाल
But
भाई
what
आराम
about
से
the
आराम
other
से।
side of this for
गुस्सा
Gen.G?
नहीं।
Again, not the same roster since we've seen them at Chams as Masters Shanghai, and as we take a look at the agents of like Texture
Aura farming हो रहा है।
hovering the Reina.
चिल करो
Yeah,
विशाल भाई चिल
again,
करो।
you know, you get your little Waylay hover in there as well. I do want to say,
Gods
like, in
don't
regard
know,
to... Wait,
look.
actually, that's a deadlock insta-lock for Foxy.
Yes, it is.
Dhruv
Wait,
Aman
that's
And a
kind of fire.
Viper? Are we seeing Viper deadlock on Sunset here on defense Gen.G? That would be insane.
परसों या लास्ट वीक कभी तो देखा था बिल्डर भाई ने भरा
First of all,
देखो।
like, usually you're seeing like Cypher or Vice is almost must pick on this map.
बिल्डर
You're
भाई
almost
ने
always seeing
ट्विटर पे भर
that
दिया था
dedicated
किसी
Sentinel. Deadlock
अरे
as a
वो
solo Sentinel
वो
means
मैंने
you're
भी
very
फोटो
limited in
देखा है।
terms of
हाँ वो
accurate
मैंने भी
information.
देखा है।
I think what we're seeing here is Gen.G's approach to the idea
Direct
that
aura
this map
वाली
is
मेरी यार की।
incredibly attacker-sided. I
सौ
know we
दो
haven't
सौ वाला
seen
ना?
any of it.
और T-Bone 69!
This map is incredibly attack-sided, so them having the
T-Bone भाई, are you jealous of me? कि चैम्स भाई ने मुझे रिप्लाई किया, are you like jealous? चैम्स भाई ने रिप्लाई किया, चैम्स भाई, the ultimatum of the ultimatum. भाई उस दिन क्या कुछ हुआ था यार।
Agent pool per se, but he does
ऐसा
not
लगा
have
कि
a lot
कल
of
की
games on
बात
the
है
agent professionally. But on Sunset, it's the right choice. I'm ready for it.
It's gonna be a hell of a first map here. Of course, with Gen.G back on the global stage, we gotta bring back your casters, Achilles and Paperthin as well. Have fun with this one.
Oh, there's nothing we can do but have fun with this
भाई
series.
ये गेम
MIBR going up against Gen.G.
ये गेम
टोरंटो
टोरंटो वाला वाइब्स दे रहा है। Congratulations, गिफ्टिंग करो अभी, कल हुआ 500 गिफ्टेड।
incredible players across the board. A lot of
आपके ऊपर से ब्लाउज लैंग्वेज सूरज भाई लैंग्वेज
are going to be the first two names everybody's looking at, but there's so many talented players beneath them that are going to be doing some big
विशाल भाई स्नैक्स का डायलॉग मत चुराओ प्लीज
watching him over in Americas. He's done a really good job.
स्नैक्स भाई का डायलॉग है विशाल भाई थोड़ा क्रेडिट्स दो
coming over to this team. He has integrated so quickly. Beyond impressive what
he's
been able to do.
Yeah, obviously both squads as well having
Vishal,
some of
आप
those
ही
rookies here that are
model
finding their footing for the very first stage.
मैं आपको कैसे पता हो चैम्स भाई है बहन भी हो सकता है बात तो है आपको ज्यादा लोग मैसेज करते हैं लेकिन मैं किसको बहन मानता नहीं हूँ ना पहली बार आज उसको मैं माना
It is certainly going to deliver. Let's go ahead and jump right into the pistol. Ospas taking a tad bit of damage
आशीष की
here.
बहन है वो
Straight shot through the
तो
smoke.
मेरी भी बहन है
Finds him down to 75 HP.
अच्छा मेरा ट्विटर लेवल नहीं है
नाइस स्पेलिंग
एक जगह गाया एक जगह हेड खाया ना तू
Good shot.
हाइड नहीं खाया
Connecting there on to Verno Ash with the cleanup.
5 मिनट का दिया था वो
Sheriff in hand. Ospas again taking damage. Just eating it here on the entry. Does manage to crouch down. Stays hidden for the moment. Foxy9 finding Cortezia, however, at the same time. And now Gentleman's going to be eliminated.
Pacific!
The first cannot quite get that transfer.
जीत गए हम जीत गए हम जीत गए हम जीत गए हम ए जीरे
This might be the first time we've seen Foxy play it that I can remember. But anyway,
he's played it, but obviously not on Sunset.
Yeah. But
Pacific
this is
on top,
really
baby.
they've got some ideas to try to block off that front B
भाई
entrance
क्या
and then
मारा
they
बे
open
ऐश
that
ने
mid to make sure that they're going to be able to clean up any entry from that angle. They do a phenomenal job of it. Ash, another big question mark, one of the newest players we have here in Pacific on Gen.G. He has stepped in nicely as that info initiator. Generally was playing Teo quite a bit for them.
fans
Now, of course, with the nerfs, going to be switching over.
भाई लोग कितना ट्रैवल करके गए रहेंगे ना टोरंटो में चैट
Kills with that sheriff to open things up. A bunch of guardians for Gen.G. Shouldn't surprise anyone. They are big fans of that gun.
That they are.
20 बंदे रिवील हुए वहाँ पे
So a little touch of damage there. Orb going to be picked up. Trying to fast track that rolling thunder. Swing onto the corner. Karan, the one tap spike now on the floor. Slide across
भाई
the way.
क्या टप्पा था वो चैट
Wreaking havoc. Cortezia able to
भाई वो क्या टैप था भाई
weapon to be lost, but that's about it. Texture.
Texture.
Right up into Verno's face. Greets him with a 3K.
W.
And it's going to be Gen.G. Overall, a very clean
GEELI
anti-eco.
shimmy shot right there.
So far, so good. Got some good reads on the map. I mean, for Gen.G, it's all about map control. That is the way they want to play this game. They want to pressure you. They want to use the Sentinel utility to really block off one site, the access to it. They
walk in allowed था 11 बजे रात को माफ करो next time proper बता के करेंगे ठीक है
and that opens up the map
इस बार माफ कर
try to
देना
find his timings to go for those lurks. I was talking to
वो meetup था
Coach
पता
Alex
नहीं
from
था
PRX the other day.
Karen's off the races already.
He's having fun, and oh boy, we already lose Aspas.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. 6 seconds into the round. There's two players playing there inside of B main. Aspas dead, and that's
भाई बोनस
all
भी
of your
जीत
entry
सकते हैं
power
चैट 5-4 है
taken out of your hands here.
not able to sense of that much भाई कुछ चीज लिखा रहेगा जो YouTube अलाउ नहीं करता
He has so much info, and they get that early kill, and they
Band word
immediately
रहेगा कोई
use the safety and the comfort of the deadlock utility to fall back onto the B site to open things up. Now, this is good work by MIBR to open up mid. Just got Ash here watching it right now.
Just Ash here, just
welcome to the global stage.
Just Ash here. Bonus में flawless.
Stay alive and hold on to this weapon. No chance of recovery whatsoever.
अक्षर को देखो भाई भागेगा
Swing in, finds a headshot, stop it from being a flawless.
चले जितना अच्छा मारने मार
Slow down the
मैं हमको
bankroll here of
जीतने दो
Gen.G. Right now,
सुजीत भाई many happy returns of the day मेरी जान के टोटे
3-0 start with
भाई
opponents
aim is aiming chat
looking strong thus far on
5 मिनट में 3 राउंड्स ऑलरेडी खत्म हो गए
Out of the curve right now, our Gen.G. And I was going to say that Coach Alex from Paper X told me that
भाई
he
क्या
hates
भाई
playing
साउंड
against
पे मारा है
one of the
उसने
most annoying opponents.
ब्रो उसने साउंड पे मारा है
Because
ब्रो
of the map control to take, the way that they're trying to just cause problems on your flanks, on your back sides, they are so difficult to get through. They lock down sites so well. And all of that came to fruition there with a little help from Ash just having a tremendous double kill up at top mid. That is huge. Some stingers, a couple sheriffs for MIBR. See if they can find a thrifty and get themselves on the board.
भाई
Big
आसपास
red
है
flag.
MIBR उसकी मर्जी यार.
Get the ball rolling here. Drone able to spot out at least the one. Not sure if Ash had gotten scouted. Cage down. Foxy already within it though, so not going to be giving over any information. That means that Cortezia does get taken down. Hotspots now once again drop. Texture trying to play off the one way.
चलेगा चलेगा.
Get some damage and cross onto the other. They want to try to recover this weapon. Ping out onto Verno. He's able to go ahead
Viper भी आ गया flank. 4-0 clean.
More damage to Karn. Low on HP, but still finding the headshot.
पे मार रहे
3K for the
लोग.
Omen. 4-0 start. Gen.G not
Chil bhai,
allowing any
many
thrifties.
happy returns of the day. मेरी जान के टोटे love you.
Towards A main. Foxy again, really clean. Trying to get Aspas going. Karan having
भाई
none of
अच्छा
it.
खेल रहे यार.
Texture just says,
We also by end of the year नहीं,
see what
not
I can get
possible.
done. Karan just
वॉच पार्टी में अगर स्टार्टिंग से लेके आज तक एड्स ऑन रहता हूँ तो शायद पॉसिबल.
ups and downs this year.
शायद पॉसिबल.
But overall,
लेकिन
still know
तेरे
what he's
बाइक के
capable
गांड
of
में
when he's at
मस्ती
his
प्रो
best.
मैक्स
He
है.
is a difficult player to go up against, especially on the defender side.
Yeah, so early timeout.
प्यार के
Necessary
चक्कर
one
में तेरा
call
भाई
here from
सेंटी हो जाता है.
MIBR.
सेंटी.
See what Coach Fraud's going to be able to do to try to right the ship
मेरा
here.
बर्थडे विश कर दो अंश भाई.
Playing
मैंने
back
हैप्पी
into the
रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे
action
मेरी
thus
जान
far.
के टोटे.
Just one kill. on
पिकेम्स
pretty much
जीतूंगा.
everybody on MIBR at the
मेरे
moment.
पिकेम्स में भी था ना Gen.G.
0. Munchkin, no charges towards a Viper's pit.
वो
He has
आलम
gotten
विलोम कर
zero
रहा है.
involvement in any of the
भाई
actions.
यही
This
प्रॉब्लम
time
है.
hasn't gotten an elimination. Just has one
यही
assist to his
प्रॉब्लम है.
name.
जितना टाइम आउट लेता है उतना पावर अप होता है.
Oh boy.
सोलो लेबलिंग वाला बंदा है आसपास. सोलो लेबलिंग वाला.
Flat zero.
It is, yeah. He doesn't need to do anything.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ ये राउंड के बाद एक और टाइम आउट ले लो.
This has
सीधा
been
फाइनल
pretty
बॉस.
solid. I mean, the defensive ideas here, getting really aggressive.
MIRB लिखा है तूने पोल.
kind of peeling
हम
back,
दोनों का वर्ड पता नहीं.
taking that
हाँ?
early man advantage,
MIRB
and then
लिखा है.
forcing
क्योंकि हारने के
MIBR to
बाद
make
चेंज
some
होने
moves.
वाला लेटर्स.
They've been hitting some disgusting shots along the way. So Gen.G, one of the teams that, you know, when it came to the three
ऑन
teams
कर
that
देख लेंगे
came out
नहीं
of
रे.
Pacific, a
वॉच
lot of
पे
people are
ऐसा
saying
चीजें
this
जो
may actually be
एक्सपीरियंस अभी
the
क्लच
best team
के
of the
टाइम पे
three.
2v1 के टाइम पे
Despite
3v2 के
them
टाइम पे
falling to RRQ there
ऐड
in the
आएगा. अच्छा
final,
नहीं
I
लगेगा.
think this Gen.G
हाँ.
team, if they keep looking like this, who knows? But still a lot of work to do, of course. And Sunset, a map that I was pretty curious about for
Nice
them because
balcony, oh.
going back to
I love
2024,
balconies.
they started off really hot on this map. They were really, really good. But as the year went on, they
Cutie
fell off.
bear.
They started to lose to teams in Pacific. So going back with a very different comp, though, a very different look
MIBR
than
हार
we saw
सकता है.
last year.
2-0 हार
That was
सकता है
one of
भाई.
the things
पैसिफिक ऑन टॉप्स.
That inflexibility from Gen.G saying no, we
आसपास
think this
MVP
is still
लेकिन
good enough
2-0
now.
हारेगा.
Really being willing to make pivots in the compositions. That has changed.
मत करो मत.
I mean, the only thing you're
भाई
keeping is the Sova
sexy
and the
blind
Omen,
दिया
so that's really
भाई.
impressive that they've been this well prepared.
Big reveal on the Munchkin. He's able to straight back. Caron dropping down off the top here. And Market re-swings the corner. Chenem going to be taken down. Texture, second kill. Cortezia hits the floor. The operator's singing out here for Gen.G. And the timeout is not going to lead to much.
Flawless, एक और.
Gen.G now 5-0. The economy once again kicked back here for MIBR.
They're everywhere. They're so active in their micro position. They're going high, low on you. Caron swinging out around
Neon
the box
OP.
when you're not expecting it. He starts out high. They go low.
भाई ये लोग
Munchkin's up
स्लाइड
on
वाले
top
को
of the box,
कैसे
and
मार
I
रहे हैं? ये
think
लोग का
this
गेम
is
अपने
so
से नहीं
difficult
चलता है
to
क्या?
read the defensive positions of Gen.G. And you probably want
अपने गेम्स में तो गांड मार के चला जाता है
This
नियॉन
is a
स्लाइड करके.
Usually, Gen.G gets to pick which side they go.
यार मेरे को इसका चाहिए POV से यार.
Can't do that.
Another big thing.
किधर तो
That
देखा हुआ
operator,
लग रहा
once it
है.
gets into Texture's hands, that's when other teams
Texture
start to
fighting.
crumble. He is one of the best in the world when it comes to that gun.
Quick little jiggle peek there on the angle. Damage
Attacking
not
or
suffered.
defending
Two
map?
Guardians here for the side of MIBR.
This is pretty balanced, but a little
players.
attacking,
With Sheriffs. These Guardians
but very
are weak,
balanced.
though.
Like
Glass
7-5,
cannon.
6-6 half time.
Karen going on a walkabout. Strafing down. He's going to catch Util in hand here. Let's see, trying to set up for that fault line. Falls to the wayside.
खराब लगा यार.
Karen looking for a little bit more.
बेचारा
Munchkin
पूरा
gonna be taken
focused
down.
था.
Karen does fall. Verno, some
टर्न
very nice
देके ही
shots.
रहूंगा टीम को करके ना.
Brings this back into a 3v3. Weapons
खराब लगा.
to be scooped up.
प्राण जाए लेकिन टर्न ना जाए वाला वो था.
Gun मिल गई यार.
Upgrades here. As they get Cortezia
देखो,
joined in
drone
as well.
कर रहे हैं
लेकिन
ये
40 सेकंड है वो लोग
Texture
कहाँ
on a
जाएंगे?
deeper line.
मिड टू भी जाएंगे,
They're not
बहुत
playing
टाइम
around A
जाएगा.
main, so now mid has to be a concern.
Ash going to be called upon again to maybe come up with a huge
अगर एक
play.
गए कुछ
Try to
रीड
shut
करके तो
MIBR
कुछ
out
क्रेजी
around.
क्रेजी क्रेजी हो सकता है.
Oh my god.
Makes noise.
Oh my god.
That's back over
Oh
in
my
towards
god.
Boba. The slow creep up seems like he's got a read on this, but is he going to be able to hold the line? Faces forward, finds the first. Ospas answers back. 2v2. Foxy9 still here on the site. Ospots on the peak, immediately shot down.
Bhai,
What a shot
see.
from Foxy9 in the net, getting the
Oh.
connection. Foxy getting the headshot.
ये लोग slide wall को कैसे one tap दे रहे हैं बाबा?
Player who had a short stint on the bench for Gen.G and has come back.
क्या हो गया भाई Gen.G को?
He has been incredible. For the second half of stage 1, he has been lighting up Pacific, and he's doing a phenomenal job again. I mean, his sight anchoring has improved so much this year. He is such a fearsome opponent to try to get through because of that incredible individual skill that he has. And when he can make good decisions on the back of it, Gen.G will be in full form and will be a fearsome opponent for anybody in this event.
4 ults to work with here on the side of MIBR. As swing around the corner, there's the Hunter's Fury. Ospots having to dodge these. Falls down to 45, quick cancel.
Short, Zenom.
Find one, Munchkin dealt with. Karen arriving here at the back of the B site. Wall still.
Heavy delay from Max.
Position. Stems the tide. I like Gen.G have a read on Venom's position here at the moment. Finds himself in market. Rolling Thunder going to be coming through. Karen on the TP. Gets himself safely into the back of sight once again, dodging out that stun.
But because of
Real way to
Ospas,
scale. Yeah,
they've completely taken over the A site. This is something that MIBR likes to do, is to send Ospas on lurks to find
By neon timings hoega.
It's about to find texture. Here around the corner, the slow walk forward, scoped in, trying to clear out the angle, and Ospas has the headshot. Up
ये
now
round
on the
निकाल
floor.
लिया MIBR,
MIBR pole position to try to get the first round win. See if Shenham's going to be able to hold down this angle, but Karan almost finds him sleeping. Still trying to flush him out. A bit of a back and forth here. One that Karan does manage to win. Spike now going to be playing here on the A side. Hunter's Fury available for Burno if he can play in a disconnected position. Gets punched into the open, and he just takes the Artzine's head. Hunter's Fury no longer a viable option. Burno having to play close. Sends out the recon. Matezia going to be dead. Burno now into the 1v3. Finds the first to defuse, being held. Shock Dart will connect. The spray is good. Looking for the clutch. Another shock dart to Karen's feet. Takes him so damn low, and Burno gets the fade away. The 3K into the full clutch. MIBR are on the board.
Man, that is
चलेगा.
so back and forth.
चलेगा. Economy लग गया लेकिन.
Breathing life here into MIBR.
भाई वर्नो सेक्सी खेला
And
भाई.
that round looked like it might be Gen.G going from a 3v5
वर्नो सेक्सी खेला. वर्नो सेक्सी
into
खेला.
winning. These shock darts and the follow-up spray, perfect. Just understanding these angles. We talked about at the beginning how impactful he's been coming in for MIBR.
Varno था. This is Varno.
Is a huge round.
Huge performance from him. I mean, he's got the whole rest of the team. He's got the same number of kills collectively there. Burno's impact certainly being seen. Heavy stack on this A site though from the side of Gen.G. Three players in position, ready to try to intercept this attack.
Changed up the deadlock positioning.
Stubbins position noted. Foxy ignoring that, tries to go in for the ultimate, but it's going to be canceled as he gets shut down. Fantastic shot there from Artsy that saves Ospots' life. Tucked into the corner. Hunter's Fury, no damage found, no ping reveals. MIBR
बेचारा
decision to go ahead,
भाई.
slowly back away.
वाइपर का पोजीशन
Went
देख.
far forward though in B main.
वाइपर का नहीं साइफर का पोजीशन
By
देख.
surprise. He's ready to swing out, but they know that they've given up their space, and now he's been spotted. He has to peel back.
Oh, Cortezia had an opportunity there to take the operator out of the round. Couldn't quite convert.
Would have been a big pick there, but he's going to make up for it by finding the headshot there on the Munchkin. Relay bolt to hold him in position for the time being, but being revealed off the neural theft. They know exactly where Texture's at, but they can just ignore him. Go for the spike plant.
पीक ही नहीं दे रहे बे. गोटेश को पीक ही नहीं दे रहे चैट.
Do they want to try to commit that here in the 3v4?
They've got no real great ability to pressure. Oh, they're going to go for it.
Pops it, fast lane going to be sent. Some spam coming his way. Slides in, able to find Artsy. Looks for Cortezia, but Karen will be there for the quick trade out. Now we go into a 2v2. Both players playing here in main. Smoke down, the TP in. Defuse it being started. Overdrive though from Ospas, tearing them asunder is Ash. So very low.
Texture ने बाप खेला था ये round bro.
Collects both kills.
टेक्सचर का वॉर और
The pace of these have been incredible, and a lot of that is because Gen.G normally likes to get aggressive early in the rounds, but this time they play a little further back.
गलत presence of mind है भाई उसका.
Intentionally, Foxy9 was still hanging on.
अगर ये शॉट नहीं लगता था ना, straight up round Gen.G का था.
Ult or given the opportunity to throw down some of that, so you couldn't really stall them out. And they took a lot of map space because of that. They're able to claim some mid control with Cortezia, keep Texture off balance, and then find a really nice kill onto Munchkin. Isn't able to really find those lurks just yet. Now he's got a judge, trying to get things turned around. See if they read this.
Economy whittled away at here on both sides.
Shock darts a trap thoda.
Do they want to actually commit into the position? They're reading it, but they're unable to find the opening kill.
Almost 3.
I'm taking
Zanam का HP मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा है. Almost 3 था.
Shots out.
Pick कर.
Having to back away, but
Pick कर Cortezia, I dare you.
both site access points, door just slammed in their faces. What does the call end up being here for MIBR?
Oh yeah, you remove the neon, you
अगर
remove the breach.
उसको टेक्सचर
So
को नहीं
difficult
भगाएगा
now to make
एमिन
an
से,
entry.
पूरा लाइन है
Gotta get
उनके
a good
पास. वो लोग
paranoia,
आराम से
good
बीच तक
recon
करेंगे जो
maybe.
लोग कर रहे हैं.
But it's still a tough ask for MIBR.
Recon
7-2.
confirming that presence still here. Feels like the entry in from market from Cortezia is going to have to be absolutely monstrous.
It's been pinged out by Gen.G. Oh my
Okay.
God, Ash.
I mean, he only had 2 HP, but
30 seconds
still
left.
just able to find him blind through the smoke off of timing. Verno similarly does get tagged up as well. He's now out into the open. Foxy9 makes his presence known. Net will not connect. Verno
Corner में net
have to fight his way
ठीक
out of a
ले गए
very
वो.
difficult position. He's able to do
हो
so.
गया, मर गया,
Nice
लेकिन
shot
क्या
there on
करेगा?
Foxy9. Getting the remainder, not quite going to be
तो
possible.
भाई क्या खेल रहा है भाई Gen.G?
Get themselves up to 7, guaranteeing a lead at the
Guys,
half.
like
Gen.G क्या खेल रहा है यार chat?
Really impressed with Ash so far here
हाँ?
on his international debut.
भाई इस बार Pacific Trophy
Really
क्या
hot.
chat?
One way to get Munchkin going, get him into a tricky spot with a judge and find some value. 3 kills for the IGL. He just loves to find those moments, find those weaknesses. You know, he's learning from what he saw in previous rounds.
वरना चाहिए वरना फॉर्म में.
They're not contesting it early. I bet I can tuck into this corner and catch him completely off guard. He's just so good at reading his opponents. Ash playing a little bit further back, setting up for the crossfire with Texture. Inside A main is a weaker buy. Verno with the hero rifle.
Little bit of noise being made here. Texture just walking forward, and a little bit of movement. That he cannot find that shot, but he breaks back to take down Aspas. 3 peaks.
बाप रे!
Just one by one having him fall, but Artsy with a nice shot. He's able to go ahead and put that operator back down onto the floor.
Bought a ton of time though for the reinforcements to arrive for Gen.G.
मेरे तो सीधा गिरा देता था.
Seemingly don't feel like they have many other options but to commit to this.
Not exactly the weapon that you want to pick up to try to utilize on the attack on this site, but Shenham is able to make work of it. Get some value from that operator. There's still an opportunity here for MIBR, but now it starts dwindling. Spike going to be left on the floor.
The fuck?
Just trying to slowly swing further and further. Try to gain some line of sight into A, but now he's going to be smoked off this operator. Not likely to find much value at all. Shot dart in from behind, and Verno unable to find the kills. I'm just going to be pinged for people out. Not much else to be done here. Has to go for the timing shot. Ash will flush him out. 8-2, Gen.G back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, you just get that operator right back
बोल रहा हूँ
over to
chat.
Texture.
विशाल भाई ने देखो क्या क्या दिया है.
Follow-ups were good. Just don't have many other choices.
एक
Love the way that Karan is
Jaguar
playing
का
onside, not giving Zenham
perfume.
the chance to really
Jaguar
do
classic
with that
gold.
operator. Never gave him the angle.
और
Was
एक
aware of the
Nautica
situation.
Nautica blue Nautica कभी सुना भी नहीं है बहनचोद. Nautica
Really
blue.
in control here on this defender's side.
Oh ये
It's
sexy
gonna have
लग
to
रहा है.
be another timeout for MIB.
बाप रे. Chat विशाल भाई OP in the chat. दो crazy perfume. और
Given the circumstances, the state of things, it's absolutely necessary.
रात के 12:30 बजे.
No, you have to. I mean, they just really haven't been able to find much success other than the rounds where Gen.G wasn't playing aggressive early, where they weren't taking control of the main. Those were the rounds that they were able to get it done, and Gen.G just went right back to creating pressure early. And that is completely throwing MIBR off. They're not used to teams being that aggressive. But Gen.G, again, loves that map control. That is what this
Bye,
team is all
W
about.
in the chat, Vishal bhai. Smell test करते हैं, smell test. मैंने कभी use नहीं किया इतना महंगा
for them
perfume.
to get through, and even if they do, then you've already got lurks going. You've got other things happening, and you're able to
सबसे
respond.
महंगा perfume है ये.
All right, well, back into the action. We'll see if this
Perfume
can
review.
lead to a couple more round wins.
भाई किसने
MIBR
सोचा था
still with an
8-2
opportunity
switch
to
होएगा
try
Gen.G
to
का?
make this an 8-4 half, recovered as much as humanly possible. We do have a rolling thunder available to try to make that happen.
हाँ मेरे को लगा है विशाल भाई W colors. I don't have
Pretty much necessary. Granted, they're playing into a very
ए भाभी का selection तो दो. Crazy,
opposition
crazy.
with Foxy9 on that deadlock.
Good paranoia, though.
Let's get them to go ahead, back away from the forward angles. Barrier mesh. Set up to try to
Mar,
cut this
mar.
off, and just even when the spam out, are able to go ahead and clear out one of the sonic sensors.
Look at Karan.
Flush against this
खुद
tripwire.
पे क्या डाल रही है?
And Munchkin
है
right
भाई
behind
Jaguar
now.
है, Jaguar है.
Oh, it's very nostalgic
starting to
smell.
Sees the
This is a
tripwire.
very
Yeah.
nostalgic smell.
How far back they're playing. They're expecting this
Yeah.
rolling thunder to
Bottle
come through to try to entry onto the site.
W पे.
They don't want to give this up until
ठीक
the
है?
confirmation comes through that they're going to
पर
be
इसका
planting
टावर जैसी दिख
on
रही
the
है.
A.
Without any
Look,
real
अलग से
issues
smell
moving
कर देते,
forward,
नाक
they're
पे
just
गया
not
वो.
going to commit this ultimate, so they don't send it out. And now that flank around the back has been noted. Not
Match होते
possible
रहेगा,
with the
gift
fight
नहीं
here.
मिलते इतने.
On the forefront as Foxy9 does get taken down, but Munchkin around the back.
Oh, ये थोड़ा
Ready for
subtle,
that second
subtle
layer.
type है ये, subtle.
He strikes, finds 2 kills.
ये थोड़ा clubbing वाली vibes आ रही है, clubbing.
With this rolling thunder could be monstrous though.
Jaguar meeting के लिए, ये clubbing के लिए. मेरा हो गया.
Texture trying to sprint forward, trying to get ahead of it.
अबे 8-4 कर दो चलेगा भाई, heavy lead है. मत करो
Swings around the
8-4
back,
9-3 कर सकते हो
Ospas
इसमें क्या होगा.
found. The time is getting
भाई
away from him
split
here.
कैसे नहीं किया default
It's a
पे?
great shot out from Ali. It's all on Ash now, and he cannot get
W
it done.
round cottage है.
Huge round from MIBR.
Chat W कर दो विशाल भाई के विशाल
that
भाई
is a
thank you so
dangerous
much
round.
for the lovely
They do a great job
lovely
of
lovely
avoiding
lovely
some of those
gifts
traps
मेरी
that Gen.G
जान
wants
के
to set up,
टोटे.
but the TP there, I believe, heard by
भाई बहुत
Venom,
जैगोर बहुत पसंद आया मेरे को.
and that shuts down Kara, and then Munchkin
Clubbing
somehow
करेगा ये
finds
उम्र
two
में.
back there. Cortezia, though, really starting to come to life.
W कर दो guys.
Snappy
Thank you
shots.
to Bhabhi also.
26 का
Much
हूँ मैं
needed
भाई.
here for MIBR.
अभी सब गर्ल्स
They can
अटैक
find
होगी
the
हाँ
points.
ना?
More to go in the
कौन है ये शेर नया? ऐसा
Real depth available, as well as from the shadows. Hunter's Fury, 1 charge away for Verno. Some very solid tools about to be available. Munchkin, though. Viper's pin.
चैट नॉन मेंबर्स लोग दिख रहे हैं टिकमार्क वाले नॉन मेंबर्स.
While, and see when that
नॉन
comes into play,
सेंस.
if at all. We'll just
ये
go ahead and
known
try to lock
saints.
down any access towards his ace.
Cast those slow, bhai, cast those slow.
Reach now eliminated the re-push. And, ooh, he's playing on a knife's edge. Karen at the same time going to be picked off. They now know that
नाम
Market
उसने
is
पहले ही
at
मारा.
risk. Just for the
नाम
repeat.
मान रहा bro ये.
I shed him. Texture just
Bhai.
slightly trying to hold this down, but Ash does get involved.
Texture
Finding one,
पागल
finding
हो
a
गया
second,
भाई.
looking for the third, runs out of bullets.
एक्शर पागल हो गया भाई.
Cortezia,
नाम
no
मान
pushes to try
रहा.
to play off to try to get a reveal. Now being hunted here.
भाई क्या मस्त स्मेल है इसका.
Just sending the ult, trying to get any kind of straight
Jaguar
tag
का.
to be found there, but Munchkin
Thank you
slowly
विशाल भाई.
approaching
Thank
around
you
the
so
back.
much for the lovely and thoughtful
Over the angle
gifts
here
मेरी
for the
जान के
exit.
टोटे. Thank
Cortezia
you
can
so
find this.
much.
Maybe he can make a run, but Munchkin will be able to get it done. 9-3, Gen.G. Way out in front of
दोनों
the
में से
half.
बेटर कौन है बोलूंगा मैं. जागोर वाला अच्छा लगा.
Better than I was expecting at all
गोल्ड
for this
करके.
team.
बॉटल मेरे को इसका अच्छा लगा. स्मेल
A
उसका
lot of
अच्छा
work to be done here from MIBR. We'll see if they can get
स्मेल
the
नहीं
pistol.
अरोमा होता है भाई अपने लिए किए रे.
Aroma. Aroma.
इतना वो
Fragrance
नहीं.
नहीं होता वो. Aroma.
What is aroma?
Fragrance होता है.
What is aroma?
My brother sister only. They say fragrance.
तो synonym.
The smell is also that only.
Smell you say when there is a bad smell.
हाँ.
Then you say smell. Smell आ रहा है. एक लास्ट पार्सर है कॉल खरीद लिया क्या इंस्टामार्ट विशाल भाई क्या सीन एक और अब क्या बचा है
आज your birthday.
भाई लोलेक्स मिलता है क्या इंस्टामार्ट पे
नहीं.
भाई लोलेक्स मेरे को लग रहा है लोलेक्स आ रहा है थैंक आई स्ट्रांग है पंकु स्ट्रांग है
मेरा नाक बंद है ना थोड़ा
ओहो क्लबिंग वाला म्यूजिक वो वाला लगा भाई लड़की लोग पागल होके लटक तो नहीं रहे ना बाप रे 1000 लोग हैं नीचे क्यूटीज अभी नहीं बाद में अभी स्ट्रीम चल रहा है लड़ो नहीं रे पागल भाई ऐसा स्मेल आया 1000 लोग भाई क्यूटीज नीचे
रेस मत करो अभी इतना सारा है इसमें मालूम 5 साल लगेगा फिनिश करने को
क्या हाल है भाई सब बढ़िया हाल है और हम फूड का होता है बात तो है
we are back and about to go into the second half here on Sunset. Gen.G have been having a whale of a time. 9-3 the scoreline, and Kara kind of the big carry that we're seeing at the moment here for Gen.G.
No, I mean he is.
Hello bhai, thank you for the 400 meri Jan ke tote. Hitman bhai, thank you for the 8 months.
It's obviously he's shooting. You see him when the observers cut to him and he's just popping heads. He looks great, but you gotta watch his position.
Super set miss nahi ho,
Watch him
strict
on the
set
way
miss
that
hai.
he's moving around sight. He's so difficult to track, and he's so aware of the situation.
क्या लिखा मेरे डस्टबिन बेटे ने?
I always go back to that Zenom moment when he had the operator, and he never gave him an opportunity to use it. Even used a smoke up there to make sure that the angle that he was going to come through was really unfavorable. It's all these little things that he does as the Omen that make him one of the best on the planet.
That's the thing that kind of caught everybody's eye immediately wasn't just his aim, but his mechanics, his game sense were always so damn crisp from the very get-go. But MIBR now
के साथ स्पाइक्रस या एस्केलेशन वैसा टाइप होता है.
going to be able to make a massive run back. Some people believe in curses.
Compis थोड़ा
We are certainly hoping that that is true as they go into this pistol a must win.
Spikers unrated and escalation. That's for the low.
Recon quad push basically out into mid. Out over towards
By
that
Ash का
door.
pistol strong है chat.
Let's look at the shove them back, but okay, well, Karan, for all the praises that we sing, and he's going to be the first one to fall.
Advantage ले गया भाग
Nice
गए.
shot to come through from Artsine.
Meanwhile, Munchkin's just free roaming
Smokes
over at A.
नती चू.
I mean,
I wish
you have
कोई
Verno a
do
bit
मिल
close,
जाता
but
language.
he's gonna get pretty easy
याद
access to the
दिलाओ
site,
क्या?
although MIBR
रेस्टोरेंट में गया था, खाना खिलाया था, बैन बुलाया था, वो बैन नहीं माना था. याद दिलाओ क्या? हाँ? P-Town पे बैन.
They can stop Gen.G from getting in and getting a plant going.
NM Town.
Difficult to try to clear out when it comes down to these pistols. Immediately going to start spamming it though, try to work this down as quickly as they can. And there you go.
Site मिल गया. ay.
Couple shots exchanged, but no real
Ash
damage
भाई
going to
ना
be
मान
taken here.
रहे.
Still the player advantage for the side of MIBR as they get
बहुत easy retake हो सकता है. बहुत easy. Stun है, blind है, recon है, shock dart है.
Connect. Trying to find a timing. There you go. Munchkin coming up big, finds 2. Brings it now into a 3v3.
Look at this reclear.
Is Sheriff not going to be recoverable though for Foxy9 unless he can make his way all the way across. Paranoia does get sent. Shock dart damage going to be found as Ash falls down to 11 HP, but still is good. Going to be good for 1, and now they know exactly where Verno's at. Revealed by the recon, the slide in. He's completely, utterly surrounded. Now netted, locked on the floor, but he gets the tap and brings it into the 1v1. Swings out, runs out of bullets. 2 bullets remaining! And what? Nice shot! The time is not there, but my God, Verno! You are an absolute menace!
Pookie goes.
Oh my goodness.
Boy!
He is on fire today.
6 देखा
14
shot.
He's now tied with Karan in the kill department. I mean, if he just has a few extra seconds here, but the delay, the stall, Ash in particular, the way he's working around the site, very, very heady.
And it's bittersweet because they cannot get the round win conversion off the back of that gorgeous play. But my God, Verno.
कौन है वो?
They're buying up here.
Palo bhai, thank you for the 5,000. 6 को भी मिलता था ये सब सुबह चढ़ा अगर स्ट्रीमर बनता तो.
Wary of something, and they're right to be so.
टॉम फोर्ड नाम भी नहीं सुना रहेगा, मेरे को सच्ची नहीं पता.
Deep push outs. I mean, you saw it on the pistol round that they sent 3 right out
और
of
सब
top
DM
mid.
देखना एक बार. There is something for you.
Be ready.
PRX वाला
Kind of
something.
aggression. Cortezia holding a tight angle with this stinger. couldn't find any shots to connect them.
Not gonna do much at that distance.
The camera on the floor.
W.
Catch him off guard.
Scanning ahead.
We've now confirmed that there's a force buy.
W मैं देखता हूँ बाद में.
Gen.G.
W आशीष भाई इसलिए मैं तेरे को भाई बोलता हूँ. भाई है.
Quick pivot across. Three players
उसका
towards
भाई
this
है.
A site.
लव यू पलवा देखो तो 5000 रिचार्ज करोड़े चैट सब लोग मिलके छुपा दे दो पल्लव भाई और विशाल भाई को छुपा
See if he can get any kind of reaction out of him.
नहीं उसकी बहन है.
It's not going to find either of these players at alley. Shedham's able to find that kill, and that can't be a timing potentially picked up. Texture now going to be paranoid. Aspas does get a dink at range, puts Ash down to 70. Weapon not going to be scooped up. Foxy's able to find one now. Trades it out. Net connecting. Spike planted. Drone hunting around here from the back.
भाई क्या बीती बिरे ने.
That bulldog right back out of their hands. Texture dead here on the side. Ash across to the opposite side as Munchkin gets the spot out, but cannot get the shots to connect. As Aspas is doing so much damage. Swap to the classic, and he shuts down Foxy 9. Rotates over, gets a weapon upgrade, back over for the defuse. MIBR. The force
तेरा भाई
buy.
मैं नॉट उसका पिंक पे समझो इसको भाई वो मेरा भाई है वो मेरी बहन है.
मुंबई कैसा है बैंगलोर से नहीं.
Amazing how many headshots that Aspas is hitting with that stinger. Some great shutdowns as well, but they are so well drilled there.
भाई ये लोग का स्टिंगर थोड़ा अलग लगता है ऐसा नहीं लगता है.
Hits that he's getting, Foxy doing his damnedest, but Aspas just too.
कोई सी नहीं. heavy lead है.
That was a risk that paid off
There was a
big time
perfume
for
का नाम क्या है?
MIBR.
Gold
It's their
Pixel.
map pick. They've got to turn it
बहुत
around.
मस्त मिला.
Let's see if they can keep it going here on this defender side. A few sheriffs going to be bought up for Gen.G. But otherwise, not much to speak of.
Net does get the grab there, but
Oh, that's us. परम भाई है.
मैं वही तो बोली. कभी देखा मैंने रिएक्शन भी दिया.
ये क्यूटी परम भाई.
Tiny bit of damage suffered. Grabs the orb. Looks like he's trying to fake
परम
it
भाई
back.
मेरा अगर आवाज आ रहा है वहाँ
Really
वेन्यू पे वहाँ पे सामान लेना राइट का ठीक है. Love
trying to
you.
bait some responses out of MIBR. Munchkin's trying to get the download on what these defensive setups are going to look like, so he can kind of figure out as this half goes on how he can maneuver
Binks
around it, where he can spot
celebrity.
that
Oh,
weak side. So far, not too much. MIBR's been holding their cards pretty close to the vest, so.
it is भाई पौवा चढ़ा के आई गाना बना तो नहीं सुन रहे ना आजकल. हाँ?
Cage set up, a little bit of spray through. He's able to find some damage. Eats quite a bit of damage in
भाई
response.
heavy damage दिए.
Down to 14. Exit trying to escape. Shock Dart will chase him, but Aspas Cortezia able to find one piece. Aspas Inferno now.
चलेगा. Good eco.
Dynamic duo getting involved. Is guard with the classic. Will get the
आज
shutdown mid
आज
slide.
बेचारा आसपास का वो नहीं है.
Gets a headshot to try to make a go of it, but can't find
बेचारा
much more
कुछ भी
damage
कर
there.
रहा है.
3 players
कुछ भी कर रहा है भाई.
surviving. MIBR up to 5.
कुछ भी पढ़.
All right.
ये अलग है ना.
Now rifles
Thank you,
come
thank
into play for
परम भाई.
Gen.G. You have Foxy 9's
आज
ult
तो
annihilation
membership
available for
किधर
Deadlock.
गया?
Aspas
अच्छा ये वो परम नहीं है.
starting to heat up. Slow start to the map.
बहुत सही का.
7 kills now. He can
वो
keep
मेरा
picking
खास
it
दोस्त
up.
है.
Definitely, MIBR could come back into this. Bruno has been
मेरा
there
आसपास
trying
क्यों
to
Heavy
लिखा
fan
है?
भाई.
मेरा ही नहीं है.
भाई मेरे को भी चिल्लाने का यार ऐसा लैंड पे यार.
really start
International.
stepping up. Here goes that 3-man push. Down mid again.
C5.
This time though, don't like what they see. Recon there. Texture's just
Lucy भाई देख
gonna
लो.
send some shots into the
कैसा
smoke
it is?
just to make sure there's not going to be any
It
more
is आजकल
aggression.
तू मेरा
Gen.G 's
फेवरेट
gonna-
वाला गेम खेल रहा है क्या यार? मैं
I
3
thought they
दिन से
might
नहीं खेला.
consider trying to take some mid control, but instead they're still just
कुछ नया इवेंट आया क्या?
watching to see what MIBR is going to do.
A recall on the cam there for
भाई देखो
Cortezia.
अटैकिंग
cleared
साइड
out.
पे हेवी लीड है. ये मैप तो
Suspicious
प्लीज
though.
क्लोज कर दे
Seeing the
Gen.G.
wall and gets a very solid read on Munchkin's
अगर
position.
ये मैप हारा ना मैं दर्द में चला जाऊंगा.
Like it's MIBR, the ones that are getting the download
नाम लेना
now.
Valorant. I just love Valorant.
Yeah, they're just corralled right now, or Gen.G. They're going to have to hit some pretty nasty shots to get out of this.
Aspas over the top, drops down to the worst possible moment there as Texture.
No
Trying to
way.
escape, slides back across the wall. Shots flying, but the grab comes in. Cortezia
Bro, कोई
being
what the
dragged
fuck
to
is
his
this
demise.
movement?
Foxy 9.
Karen ने दो मार दिए
Finds
मिड
some
में.
value with the ultimate. That now leaves Shen up low on HP. 7 health, getting the kill. Onto the first. Foxy9 playing ring around the rosy. He's going to rotate across over towards Boba. There's the ping reveal. And there is the shot. Gen.G not letting MIBR build up the momentum here to give themselves another round win off the back of the bye. Still suffer some heavy losses though.
आगे जाके पीछे जाके आगे जाके क्या मूवमेंट था भाई.
The fact that Texture gets out behind his own fast lane.
Oh, एक बेचारा गन आउट नहीं था.
It's incredible. The timing as well, just a bit unfortunate for Ospas. Just wasn't quite
timing.
Any other weapon, he's dead to rights.
Yeah, and then that opens up the annihilation behind it. I mean, that's just the way everything kind of crumbled there.
Revealing area.
Same dart here from Ash round over round.
तो पता नहीं मेरा TVF जरूर है
MIBR.
कहाँ था वो?
Allows them to funnel their focus forward onto the sites themselves.
कौन सा ट्रिप है ये?
Just a sheriff in hand here for the Cypher.
Yeah, that's a really nice
trip. Awkward tripwire setup.
And going for the diagonal. Runs out of bullets, running straight back.
This thing बेजे आपके ट्रिप को जिससे हुआ है.
Sends out the relay bolt to try to hold him back.
Slide वाला ट्रिप था लेकिन slide ही नहीं मारा. लॉल हो गया. Hey, chat box दे दें.
Got a lot of util here on Foxy9. He can decide where he's going to funnel MIBR into.
भाई match point Viper smoke भी डाला है. Don't tell.
I mean, they want them to have to only go through market now. The pit's going to be invested. Locks off back of sight Boba.
Fresh smoke डाला अभी blind भी आएगा.
Sends it, catches on the
Oh my God, delay देखो.
Get the clear fault line.
Blind देखो.
So as the util gets exchanged, it's still going to be Gen.G who end up coming out on top. Karan gets the spray down for the final 2 players, and Gen.G get themselves up to map point in flawless fashion.
मैं ban हो गया कहाँ से?
They're just
नहीं पला भाई आपो.
Crossfire setup, Texture finding that first kill to open up the
5
site.
इधर में तो मेरे को भी डाल दिया तो भी ban नहीं
Nothing he
गई
can do.
सब.
Foxy looking really sharp there, catching Ospas on the end of the slide. Car in there,
By
tucked into the cubby on
W
site.
late smoke and blind bro.
Just incredible the form that Gen.G has come into this opening match of Masters Toronto with. A lot of ults though for MIBR.
MIBR पैसे नहीं करे just
This one though, a bit more desperate.
भाई बेचारा कितना टाइमिंग में मरेगा बे.
Cypher dead. The spike going to be planted here. Less than 20 seconds of the round starting. Karan up over the top, about to catch Eclipse. Gets the readjust.
भाई कोटिजिया के साथ क्या हो रहा है मालूम है? जो पार्टी टेक के साथ हुआ था.
That was some of their heaviest hitting weapons available to them as Ospas desperately tries to scoop it up.
Next में बोल spike के वरना dance.
Hunter's Fury fishing for the rest. It's a 2v4.
जीतेगा तो Gen.G.
Able to find the first. A great headshot there.
लेकिन मैं 3-0 up हूँ. अगर हारा तो 2-0 कर सकता है.
Able to just go ahead, peek in, finds the kill, and takes Verno down the boot. 13-5. Gen.G looking
Pacific baby.
Pick up Sunset.
That is an
रात के 1 बजे.
on their opponent's map pick. Crazy good stuff
Pacific
for your
on
Shanghai champions.
tops.
They are looking to add another one to their title.
That they are. Well, we're going to have Haven coming up next. We'll see if Gen.G get the clean
Aura.
closeout or MIBR can rally back.
Aura. इधर तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है टेक्सचर पर. अबे कौन चिल्ला रहा है बता किधर मिस किधर
किसी महान इंसान ने कहा है तुम जैसे जैसे तरक्की करोगे वैसे वैसे तुम्हारे हेटर्स भी ज्यादा होंगे.
बात जेरी तुम्हारे लिए एक और महान इंसान ने कहा है लेन डी कितनी भी बड़ी हो लटकती हमेशा है. ये तुम्हारे लिए.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You are a Landy hater.
Let me show you how the folks does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
अच्छा था ना मेरा वाला. चलो माते ब्रिज भाई. भाई एक बार तालियों के साथ वेलकम करे ब्रिज भाई का. फाइनली ब्रिज भाई को याद आई है. वो हमेशा आते हैं, वो हमेशा उनका स्क्रॉल फीड ही है. पहले वर्टिकल देखते हैं, समझ रहे हो, वर्टिकल देखते हैं, फिर जैसे सब गेमिंग का होता है फिर एक सेक्शन आता है वर्टिकल का, समझ रहे हो, वहाँ पे सबके चैट में जाते हैं ब्रिज भाई. ऐसा कर करके बाद में क्यूटी जैसे लोग क्लब हॉपिंग करते हैं वैसा हर क्यूटी कितना तरक्की कर रहा है करके ब्रिज भाई पता लगाते एवरी डे, समझ रहे हो. और फार्मिंग करते, और फार्मिंग. डब्लू ब्रिज भाई. मेरा चैट में क्या बोला विशाल भाई? इधर क्या
अभी नहीं होगा.
मैंने पेज रिफ्रेश मारा, कोई बाइंस करके लिखो क्या बोला विशाल भाई ने. China can build a team in such a short time. Pacific has been doing great at world events. We need South Asia, that is G, to think seriously, as this is obviously doable. Not at all hate comment, just a wish. That's very true. और ये होगा, टेंशन मत लो. विशाल भाई ने क्या बोला? माइनस करके बोलो. लव यू बंक्स एंड पेगे, लव यू अक्षय भाई. अक्षय भाई आपने बोला नहीं आपके फैमिली में और कौन कौन है, आप कहाँ से हो, ये सब बात करो थोड़ा. लेट्स टॉक ड्यूड. वो 15K का एसएस भेजा है, कल आएगा तेरे में मेंबर्स या मेरे में रिफंड. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है. तेरे में मेंबर्स मतलब मैं मेंबर्स गिफ्टिंग करूँ उसका. डन सीन है. लेंडी का पता नहीं बट आपके हेयर्स भी.
बोल अभी इसको बोल.
एक फेमस इंसान ने कहा है आप हमारे लिए
वैसे हेयर होता है.
ठीक है 5K या फिर डांस ना, ये वाला रीसेट. ठीक है मेरे हिसाब से जेन.जी जीतेगा, ये वाला भी मूड में. जेन.जी डब्ल्यू सुपर चैट क्यों लिख रहे हो भाई? एक हेटर एक चुंबक की तरह रहता है, समझ रहे हो, चुंबक. एक हेटर ऐसा सारे लोगों को सक कर रहा है, सारे हेटर्स को सक कर रहा है.
Huge win on
जल्दी बोलते.
I just wanted to ask you, what was your initial thought when you saw MIBR pick into Sunset? 감독님, 선셋에서 결승을 거뒀는데요. MIBR이 선셋 픽하는 거 보고 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨는지 궁금합니다.
इसे डालो. बहुत गर्म हो रहा है.
아메리카 팀들이 선셋을 좋아하는 거
के
알고
प्रेडिक्शन
있었고
के लिए अगला नेक्स्ट मैच जीतने के बाद डांसिंग आंदो गेमिंग आंदो
할 거라고 예상을 했었어요.
आंदो. थैंक यू फॉर द 449. आईफोन है भाई, ऐसे 10,000 फेंक के मार सकते हैं. आईफोन है भाई, 449 का गोगो चैट है भाई. आईफोन है भाई. काश दोस्त का मेंबरशिप लो भाई. आईफोन है भाई, क्या फायदा आईफोन है जब काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप ले है.
Was
Aura
aware
minus होता है
that
कि
they
नहीं?
might pick into
होता है कि
Sunset,
नहीं Aura
so
minus?
you know
अरे
we
बहुत
prepped our
ना,
Sunset
Aura
and it's
minus
looking good, so we're good to go. Thank you, Solo. Good luck.
होता है कि नहीं भाई आईफोन का?
That sunset looked more than prepped. You can't ask for a better start for Gen.G here. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back with Ender and Mel. Maybe I cursed it by saying it's going to be extremely competitive, but almost flawless for Gen.G.
I mean, they just
best
crushed. I mean,
best
overall dominance.
How to love
throughout.
your
I mean,
wife
starting on the defensive
on
side
cam.
especially. I felt like just their control over the map with their
W
fight wall,
gift.
the
W
sensors.
gift.
MIBR just never
W
found a
gift
way
chat.
to really solve their attacking rounds.
There was really no way it felt like for them to get into these rounds, and I feel like Gen.G can we just talk about Solo's prescient vision of the veto? He predicted they would look at their Sunset performances from a year ago and expected them to pick it. That's just like some prescient like Lisan Al Gaib like read into the veto. Like, actually insane. But
solo Algaib, sorry.
Bikini ko patola gift karo.
I had a vision. I had a vision.
Patola nahi hai.
Oh my god, but it felt like really there was no way for them to get their footing. Gen.G had an answer at every turn, and I feel like in the server, if you're MIBR, you're confident enough to pick Sunset, you're probably playing pretty standard comps in practice. And so to show up to the match and you see double smokes, Viper, Controller, Viper, Omen, and Deadlock, that can be a little annoying to deal with.
Yeah, on the side of MIBR, they had maybe a couple of moments of
individual brilliance.
Yeah, individual brilliance. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. So let's take a look at one of them in our HyperX reflex of the day. And it was, of course, Verno winning pretty much. And how is this the round that they win? This is an unwinnable round.
Look, 1v3, but his shock darts here are so good into the spam shot to get the kill. And then just baiting this corner. This shock also hits the Omen. Takes Karen down to 1 HP. It was brilliant.
Also
into the smoke, in.
He turns his gun out too, so he has like less time for the player in the smoke to react. Just really clutch stuff.
At 0-6 as well. This is what you need from your players. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough because Mel, the side of Gen.G, Caron, Texture, they all showed up. You can see the experience on the side of that team.
Yeah, I mean, we see Caron top fragging, but like you said, I really do feel like it was a team effort. When I'm watching the game, I wasn't feeling like someone was explicitly taking over and carrying them to the victory. It was actually the other way around. I feel like as a team unit, they really plugged every gap that was available. It felt like they knew every time MIBR could possibly be taking a timing. I know there's a round that comes to mind where Aspas is holding, and then they have like a perfect timing to hold as he's coming up. Just really awareness, great awareness from both sides from Gen.G.
And looking at some of those individual players that were just popping off. I mean, Karen, for like the majority of all game really, but especially early on, was seeing so many of these rounds just getting multi-frags, 2-3 kills. And then once Texture got the op online, it was just game over for MIBR. He was so mobile with this on the Neon, quick repositions. Like half the players he's swinging aren't even looking at him, and he was so confident refighting these lines.
Oh, this though, the fact that he managed to just triple dip, quadruple dip, is that a thing?
Absolute for Texture, yes.
Yeah.
It honestly looked a little bit disrespectful. At a certain point, like, Gen.G are up big numbers in these rounds, but they're still re-swinging and re-fighting lines that, you know, if they maybe felt like it was going to be a closer game, they wouldn't. They'd shrink back. They'd play numbers. No, this team felt and knew they were better in the server today.
He was right, though. Aspas almost caused no issues for Gen.G whatsoever.
It felt like Gen.G, like the fights they were taking, they were really confident, but I never would categorize them as like bad engagements either. They were smart, good fights that were needed and necessary for the round to win. Although I will say, when I saw switch sides and I saw Gen.G on the attack pistol, 3 sheriffs. Oh my god, I love that Texture. Oh my god, I could watch this guy's highlights all day, honestly. But seeing them pull out 3 sheriffs on the attack pistol, it just kind of felt a little BM.
Man, although I can't afford to
give this man
anything, the love you guys give
I would
him
love
and
to
everything
know from
feels
them,
so
honestly.
personal.
Maybe we
Love
ask them
you,
after the
Chad,
game.
making
But
good
let's talk about the
better.
next one,
Oh,
Haven.
Sam,
And
thank
now
you,
this
yaar.
is on the
ऐसा
side
नहीं है।
of Gen.G. They chose this night. They managed to win MIBR's map pick. How dire does it look right now for MIBR?
It's tough because I don't think MIBR adjusted to the comp that Gen.G was running on that map, and they play a similar thing over on Haven where you're going to see the Gen.G Viper. This is something that if you're an America's team, you just don't have practice against.
I wonder if maybe they can think of some game plan. Maybe the game plan they might already have for Haven didn't really apply on Sunset, so maybe there's a chance for MIBR, but I'm honestly concerned to go either way for this match because I just feel like a total jinx. I mean, I hyped it up to be this big giga banger, only for the first map to be a complete blowout. Like, give us something.
It could still be a giga banger. It could still be one, you know. We could still get map 3 as well as we look at Haven again. Tejo not being picked whatsoever today already, and we don't anticipate that to come out on Haven either.
No, and honestly for me, I think like obviously you're going to see compositional changes, all these different things. I don't think the micro is what I'm so concerned about from MIBR. What I look at in MIBR is a team filled with rookie and young talent, right? And when MIBR debuted feud in America's back during kickoff. Cortezia and Arton were supposed to be like the next, superstars out of Brazil. They were supposed to be those rookie sensations. In their opening match versus 100 Thieves, they bombed out. They did not make much of an impression. All of a sudden, everyone that had high stocks on MIBR, it's down into the gutter. But that team still went on.
Thank you so much for the 3,200 you
those players come back.
They're not messing around. The insta-lock here, and they'll Aspects back on the jet.
Oh, I mean, now this is a
फ्रिज
comfort
खोला
role.
फ्रिज
This is the Aspen
कम
that we wanted to see
केक
because
शॉप ज्यादा लग रहा है
frankly,
पता
we had
है
a bit of a quiet map,
डोनट
but
से
it is rare that
कपकेक
lightning
से
does not
जलेबी
strike
है
twice in place. I very
पापड़ा
doubt we're
है
gonna see an Ospots that
सब
we
है
saw in the first map.
Oh, you said that no experience.
चल एक काम करते हैं रसगुल्ला और गुलाब जामुन
Haven.
मंगा के
That
रख
is Aspects.
कंप्लीट
That's
पैकेट
the loud stuff.
Yeah.
They made this.
Yeah, it's just
Huh?
been a long time,
Yeah.
right? The
वो तो
Viper
तू है
is so effective on defense. Get ready for Gen.G.
sorry.
Keep flooding the sights
मत
behind
मार
the
यार
Well, Gen.G about to 2-0 MIBR Achilles
भाई
and
2-0 हो
Haven.
सकता है
Let's take us into map 2.
देखो भाई ट्राई कर
Don't mind if we do. Let's go ahead.
मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट करने बोला उत्सव भाई ने सच्ची बोला
Gen.G.
मैं कर दूंगा
1-0 start here.
उत्सव भाई
Looking to close it out with their map pick of Haven, MIBR. We
बोला क्या
need to see the rally back. We started getting the gears turning a bit there on Sunset, but it has to be from the outset here on Haven.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a confidence pick for Gen.G going into one of the strongest maps for MIBR in Haven. They beat G2 on this map. It is going to be a very different composition.
बोला 9 के लाइक्स करो पहले
The very stock standard Haven composition that you see most teams run with the Jet, with the Sova, with the Breach. With Gen.G, they still are going to keep texture on that Neon. They're going to have Munchkin on that Viper. Some curveballs there, as you're going to see.
क्या बॉडी है ना मेरा thumbnail में chat
Wall for Munchkin. He had some hit and misses with it on Sunset. But you got to be really head on a swivel here for MIBR because they are going to be all over this map on this defender side.
Action ready to start. Texture just spamming out some shots here, but big reveal exchange. We'll go ahead and back away quickly.
तो B retake है लेकिन fast retake होएगा
for
chat
MIBR is Snakebite is going to be cycled forward here.
क्या स्पिट
Slow them
किया
up,
ना
make them reroute. It's going to push them in towards Foxy 9, who's holding close. Just the classic paranoia goes across, and he's going to be able to find.
ब्लाइंड था वो
भाई heavy trade पे trade
Does come away with 2 kills.
बेचारा वो मैप देख रहा था मैप देख रहा था
A
वो
little bit wider, but it's getting taken down. 2v2, but Texture here a hell of a lot faster than they might have anticipated. Clears the
क्या उत्सव भाई ओपी कर दो कम
Gen.G. Once again, off to a ripping start.
चैट उत्सव भाई और पालो भाई ओपी की चैट कर दो 40 गिफ्टेड हो गए हैं लास्ट मैच में पैसिफिक के लिए W.
That's been a great position for Foxy 9.
जिसको भी उत्सव भाई से मिला है उत्सव भाई को छुपा दो जिसको पालो भाई से मिला पालो भाई को छुपा दो
It's the full forces of MIBR. It's even trades all around. Munchkin takes an off angle coming out of the link door. And then Texture on the back of sight. Like you said, unexpected with a Sheriff.
ज़्यादा स्लीप लिया ना
He's just going to stick with that. A couple Guardians
इसने
and a
मैडम
Bulldog
कम से कम
otherwise.
10 घंटा सोई यार 10 घंटा
The lighter buy here for Gen.G.
6 बजे सोई मैं कल
Flexibility as far as how many they could afford to lose on the round.
कितना घंटा हुआ
Looks like Texture going to be taking that first contact. And
मेरे से तो बहुत घंटा हुआ
down. Reach out of the equation here. Tiny bits of damage taken from the classic shot. Swings in, looks for a little bit more, but it gets whipped. He ends up stunning himself into the corner, and he cannot escape. Paranoia Cross does come in from Karan. Everybody from MIBR now clustered up here on this B site and into the meat grinder. Is able to just get mowed down. Cortezia.
प्लांट का पैसा
भाई लेकिन भाई राउंड इज अ राउंड चैट जिसको भी फॉलो भाई से मिला प्लीज फॉलो भाई को टैग करके थैंक्स बोलो छुपा दो जिसको उत्सव भाई से मिला उत्सव भाई को टैग करके थैंक्स बोलो
All weapons going to be saved as Gen.G start things off 2-0.
Yeah, I mean 3-0 in the pistol rounds for Gen.G. They're just in cruise control today. Texture continues to
अच्छा खेल रहे हैं ना यार Gen.G.
He was 5-0 on Sunset. Picks up another one here.
आसपास के लिए बुरा लग रहा है पे genuinely
He is really just shutting them down at the
बहुत
point of
अच्छा लग
attack.
रहा
I
है
mean, this
Gen.G.
is everything you could want as
बहुत
Gen.G.
मतलब बहुत
You're getting Texture online. You're getting good, solid sight holding.
मतलब भाई को क्वेश्चन था कुछ मतलब भाई
good crossfires, everything you could ever want. And they look really well drilled here, really well prepared.
अच्छा खेल रहे हैं गिरदर नेस दिख रहा है भाई एक चीज नोटिस करो, अपना जो मैचेस है बहुत जल्दी जल्दी खत्म हो रहा है पैसिफिक का, ये नोटिस करना है कि नहीं? PRX का 10 मिनट में 2 मैच खत्म हो गया, Gen.G का 15 मिनट में 1 हो गया.
He doesn't seem to be like that concerned with
रेडी
his
से आपका गेम प्ले याद आ गया था.
You know, especially on this map, Karn likes to
को हंसी का को
not able to find that kill. Let's put him down to 20. So Foxy
4v4 अच्छा ट्रेड लिया.
does trade it back.
But 4v4 is always attack favored in Heaven. Always. Like 99.100%.
right in the wheelhouse for Gen.G.
और रीड देखो, Gen.G का रीड देखो चैट, रीड देखो, Gen.G का रीड देखो चैट, हेलो चैट, Gen.G का रीड देखो,
Jiggle peek there.
Gen.G का रीड देखो.
Top the box and spot him out. Paranoia further try to slow things up now. Has that smoke cycled in?
Shit, smoke
still available here for Aspas, but it looks like MIBR maybe reading that.
मेरे को लगा रीहिट ए वाला सीन है.
Swing going to be coming through now. It's going to be taken down. Verno, Aspas, however, answering back.
Texture में थोड़ा सा शर्म है.
Down to 57.
Texture में पूरी टीम मर गई है. शर्म है.
There for MIBR, recognizing that Gen.G might get aggressive out of that position.
Texture swinging down in towards Sewers. Not pull the trigger fast enough. Ends up falling. It's now down to Foxy9. Looks for the first. Can't quite make it happen. A triple face forward. MIBR. This time preventing the bonus conversion.
Yeah, MIBR is a team that will play pretty slow sometimes on these attacker sides. They're going to take their time. It's not going to be quite like you're going to see in some of the other regions where the attacks feel a little bit forced. This is one of those rounds, and MIBR does a great job here. Good calling by Artzin.
Let's go! Let's go!
And they're able to catch Gen.G as they try to spring a trap out long A. That basically breaks
वरुण भाई, thank you for the 5 gifted. मेरी जान कर रही है जिसको भी वरुण भाई से मिला. Please वरुण भाई को टैग करके छिपा दो. Thank you for the 5 gifted. मेरी जान कर रही.
Standard wall from Munchkin. Across that front of the B site into the A axis as well.
पता?
हाँ, अब
क्यों बोलता है?
Ready to go here at the door.
Anas भाई, thank you for the 10 gifted chat. जिसको भी Anas भाई से मिला, छुपा दो. कुछ और बोलने वाला था मैं. जिसको भी Anas भाई से मिला, Anas भाई को टैग करके प्यार दो. मेरी जान कर रही है. Thank you for the 10 gifted. वरुण भाई, thank you for the 5 gifted. भाई क्या सीन, मेरे को लगा कल ही बारिश है, आज भी बारिश.
Happy to play patiently.
रोज watch party हो जाता था.
It's going to be rewarded. Slow drift forward. It's not quite ready. Omen now going to be taken down.
भाई दो बंदे साइफर को देख रहे हैं.
Looks like they're giving us a consideration.
भाई ओमेन का टाइमिंग, ओमेन का टाइमिंग ऑन
Win it he has. Tucks back into the corner. Kara now just trying to run him down before the ping reveal comes in. He's eventually find the kill. Has to back away. He's out to safety. Paranoia, Sen. Quite connect.
30 seconds left.
After Shrug to try to hold back that C-link door access, but Karan pushes forward again, being rewarded for his aggression, finding Verno. Just tucks into the corner, Artsine able to find that stun. Gets himself into a corner as well. Hold down the same angle as Aspas.
Last player
Push forward, they're not ready for this timing from Karan, who's just playing so fearlessly. Gets himself a 3K, and it's now down to Aspas to see if he can try to clutch out the round. The defuse already held to half, and Ash hits the headshot. Gen.G, 3-1, they maintain the lead.
I mean, Karan is just in demon mode today. He is absolutely just changing rounds in Gen.G's favor. A good early win for Ash on a trade as well here. That's a huge one right there.
Are we beating Aspas?
You're really changing that round. You're denying access to the A site. And they have no recourse. Even though that early kill on the Foxy9 by Aspas was very nice, give them a little bit of hope in the round. Gen.G is just in cruise control.
Sorry, Pacific fans.
And Karan, he is made for big stages, it feels like. He is just fearsome.
No spring of the trap there outside of A long. Ash just playing back right there. Out to safety. 2 Guardians again.
बहुत बात करता है Gen.G.
What we were seeing from them on Sunset.
और DRX ये लोग का गेम मेरे को बहुत पसंद है.
2 players with classics.
PRX तो ऐसा है कि जल्दी खत्म हो जाता है.
Respecting this eco, they're giving up a
ना
lot
देखने
of
नहीं
space.
मिलता है. 5-10 मिनट में खत्म कर देते हैं.
The toxic screen of Munchkin, anticipating that this could be an A hit.
By first time वो angle खेल रहा हूँ.
Tempted lurking and done. Spot on the Aspas though. That's going to send MIBR into a bit of a pause. Let's see if they rethink this hit or not. But this doesn't change much in the equation for Gen.G.
Ready to go here on the entry. Ashlow dodging out the fault line. Spam into the Cloudburst. Just try to flush Aspas out. Unable to do so, but the stun's still there. He will end up getting picked off. Cortez going to try to go for a lurk here, but Foxy9 hadn't rotated quite just yet, and now is still going to be in position to hold down this C site. MIBR trying to make up their minds here with just 28 seconds remaining on the clock.
जैसे turret बजेगा देखना क्या होता है.
This B site once again. To get ready to push forward, but Karan is still here.
About the last player you want to see in this situation.
Wait out the wall. Cycle is smoked. The plant can be stuck. No way to interrupt this. Seems like he might have caught a glimpse there. Sense of the paranoia forces the reposition from Shen up now. Fast lane in. Texture starts scaling forward, and Foxy9 still never present over on that C link. Comes away with the kill onto the enemy breach.
Oh shit!
No to the TP there, and they're just right on top of him, knowing exactly where he's going to go.
By clean kill
find one more to stop
bhai.
being a flawless, but Gen.G now stretch the lead by 3 rounds.
Clean kill chat.
At every twist and turn.
अगर ये round अगर Gen.G जीत गया ना.
Here on this entry, Aspas trying to create some space, just gets shut right down.
Straight up over.
Foxy9 with the timing on the counter lurk.
भाई क्या sense है बे इसका?
Trying to clear that space to make sure they can get this defuse safely. And it's good to go. He's just always having fun.
Always having a good time.
भाई Valo खेलो तो ऐसा खेलो भाई.
By MIBR.
वो level पे बंदा chilling करके हंस रहा है भाई.
Yeah, and there's a lot to consider.
Valo खेलने का तो ऐसा खेलने का भाई.
A couple big ults on the side of Gen.G. You've got the lockdown. Hunter's Fury, one away from the Rolling Thunder. So those are things you want to make sure that you're considering and making sure that, you know, you anticipate that Gen.G's going to try to contest you for some of those orbs potentially. So making sure that get to that post plant scenario. Make things a little bit trickier.
Mouse खाना है वहाँ पे direct.
Tough to even get the spike down cleanly.
Sorry,
I mean, Gen.G is just all over the map, and their mechanics are extremely on point to boot. So see if they can find some success here. Maybe this timeout will be the one that can start turning things around for him.
Hello.
Critical timing. Lose this one. Economy again down in the dumps.
सारे friends यार कभी-कभी मेरे को
They're going to be able to find those orbs, get those ults online, utilize them.
कर बाप.
There's still time to run this back and get themselves into a favorable position.
सारे new positions.
Omnipresent.
The money starting to really get stacked up.
He's omnipresent. सब जगह से सुमड़ी में देखते.
Overdrive behind as well.
समझ रहे?
Let's look at the read here from Gen.G. Triple stack on this C site. That's where the lion's share of MIBR looking to go, at least to try to get the orb.
Waiting for the turret contact potentially.
भाई क्या shot मारा भाई.
Swings right into the spray as Texture struggles to clear a drone, but he'll kill the goat.
It's just been that kind of day for MIBR.
That's some W casting right there.
That's just brutal. No other way to put it. Munchkin gonna tuck himself into that same corner we saw Ashton earlier. See what kind of success he can find, but he's all alone, and you've got a 3-stack from MIBR.
एक मार दिया तो अच्छा.
Munchkin looking to reposition. The push about to come through. They're suspecting him on the opposite side. He sprays down for 2. Can't quite get the third, but the damage is still dealt. Munchkin just so clean with the reposition.
It's unbelievable. The game sense he has. It's off the charts.
Now the 2 remaining players from MIBR worlds apart. Shenam does manage to find one, but the spike is still being ushered forward.
Pala bhai, thank you so much for the 400 मेरी जान के टोटे.
TP forward, both players now arriving.
Balls of steel.
Barely a full HP bar between the 2 of them, and Ash just holds them at 1. Finds the kill, the relay bolt connecting. Texture slides across.
Bas.
They make it a bit closer than it would have appeared, but
Pala bhai, thank you so much for the 400 मेरी जान के
Chat
टोटे.
पढ़ ले.
And now you've got every ult available for Gen.G. Some counter ults available for MIBR. They couldn't really get into those orbs. They couldn't get into a position. try to get these ultimates,
Why?
and it starts with
Don't
this.
show it again.
नहीं दिख रहा पल्लव भाई.
Oh my goodness.
That is just so damn unlucky.
लिखो फिर से लिखो.
Like this, a smart play. Textures kill, hero blind lock.
Mods लिखो ना अगर तुम्हें दिखता है तो.
Still able to scrape it together a bit.
नहीं दिख रहा.
Ospas with the knives, looking to see if he can try to find
Ashish,
some solid impact. There's no one on this C site. Util, yes.
Action हमारा sexy खेलता
Players,
ना.
no.
Mods क्या लिखा पल्लव भाई ने?
He's playing retake the whole way.
That they are, and the lockdown comes through nice and early. Hunter's Fury, though, is available. Now we'll go ahead and clear this out. Dueling Hunter's Furies now come through. We're just going to see ults invested across the damn board. Rolling Thunder comes through. Peek back around to the flank. Spike's still not yet planted.
मारा भाई क्या util spam कर रहे एक दूसरे पे.
The push forward coming in. Ospas slicing and dicing able to find one. Foxy 9 going to be down on the floor. Ash ducking back, but they're looking to hound him down and make a pivot across over to that A side, but they have to get through this. Sova and Ash is holding him down.
Ace था
He gets the
उसका.
4K, and that's likely more than enough.
Ace था यार. Ace miss. Ace miss यार. Crazy ace हो जाता था. 5 second
rookie
ace.
from Gen.G absolutely
ये कौन है भैया
tears
जी?
them to pieces.
It's just unbelievable. When it
अरे
looks
पल्लव
like
भाई
maybe
क्या लिखा था
they're
वो
gonna start
बोलो.
breaking space open.
काय मुक्का मार रहे हो मुझे?
Setting Ospas up and for his
W
first kill
लात
of the
है मुक्का bro.
आपका चैट सच्ची
And
नहीं
the
दिख रहा है.
second
काय
one,
मुक्का
just
मार रहे हो
Ash is
मुझे?
just so fast.
ए मोड्स क्या बोला पल्लव भाई ने बोलो? पल्लव भाई देखे तो 400 thank you for the 1000 मुक्का.
It's just brutal.
Understandably so. It was again a big investment.
ठीक है मैं समझ गया. ठीक है मेरे को समझ गया मार रहे पल्लव भाई समझ
Vandal
गया.
Guardian, 3 sheriffs.
पल्लव भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 मेरी जान की टोटे. लेकिन क्या लिखा बोलो
Still up on the
प्लीज.
shadows available here for Gen.G.
क्या खेल रहे भाई? सेक्सी खेल रहे भाई. ऐश कहाँ से आया बे? सारी नजर टेक्सचर पे थी.
Ban कर
ऐश
They tried a lot of different looks.
बैन कर दिया.
Some other things
किसको?
like that, but Gen.G is just so on top of
कौन
the game.
किसको बैन कर
WhatsApp
दिया?
कर लो. WhatsApp कर
On
लो.
top of the box.
नहीं आपका चैट दिख रहा है.
Extra cute fan में
And then
लिख लो.
says, oh, hello. Peeks in,
Oi.
finds one. Shut up. Doing well
Good
to get
for
the one
one.
tap.
3 2
Looking to be
1.
out on the floor, swing through the
W3
wall,
2
though,
1
and
Ash by. W3 2 1 Ash by.
Revealing area.
That's the
हमेशा
weaponry on
काम
the
करता
floor.
3 2 1.
Double push up. The start about to fly through. Ash will immediately know
Ui.
Verno's position. Okay, no. Doesn't get cleared, but Munchkin just sprays through. The
क्या
smoke
support
finds
था
that
वो?
elimination. Karen will find the other. 7-1. Gen.G.
किधर बैन नहीं समझा पल्लव भाई.
Absolute domination.
It has to start here for MIBR.
Do you
It
think
just has
Texture,
to.
Rossi, Mone, Aaron,
It can't
Basi
keep going like
or
this.
one more player could have
I mean,
taken
you're
3
losing
to
Ospas
Master
so
Sam?
often.
अभी think करके क्या
Texture
फायदा भाई? वो लोग
continues
टीम
to
छोड़ के आएंगे.
dominate in
Hey,
first
Binks, you
kills.
think so?
And Ash
चलो
has
हम लोग
been
आ रहे हैं जी. ऐसा नहीं होने वाला.
unworldly
क्या करो
here on
करके?
Aven. 9 kills now, topping the charts, topping the server.
भाई sexy
The
खेल रहे
confidence
हैं.
behind that toxic screen to just peek through and take Zenom down.
Language, Madbox by
Right at the
language.
operator for Texture. And this is where
MIBR का
things
हालत
get
काफी ऑफ लग रही है. मेरे को
Final
चलेगा.
boss बोल रहे हैं.
Gen.G के सामने चलेगा. भाई
It's the first to fall.
Spike down. C.
Chef's
well
kiss
confirmed.
shot.
And immediately,
Chef's
look to
kiss
reposition.
shots
We know
कहते हैं
how
इसे.
quickly Texture can pivot with that operator. And he's already starting to reroute. MIBR wanting to try to break through into garage.
भाई कितना क्लीन है. सी पे ऑफ शॉट लिया पूरा सी छोड़ दिया. इनको भी पता है वो लोग नहीं आने वाले.
At A lobby here from the side of
अरे अभी तो सी पे था ये.
comes to fruition. It absolutely does. Verno's
सब
not
जगह
ready for
fight
it.
आ रहे
Texture finds another outside of B.
सब जगह फाइट हार रहे
MIBR, I
हैं.
think they're going to have to go for a forced save here if they can.
Last player standing.
सब जगह फाइट हार रहे हैं
Just
चैट.
Ospas now left alive. And not for very
भाई
long.
सब
Around
जगह
the back.
फाइट हार रहे हैं चैट.
Foxy 9 gets the
ये
back
नकली
side.
आया घर पे.
Flawless.
थैंक यू
नकली
देवस आने के
सेन
लिए.
फैन
Have to
dude.
suspect that
नकली
that
सेन
second
फैन.
final timeout is going to
Binks
have to be
आके
called
वॉच
here.
पार्टी भी किया. तू किधर है?
I agree.
कर दो कोई टैग. कहाँ पे?
So difficult. And if you try to go to one
किधर
side of the
बैन
map,
हुआ?
they're
आपका
pushing you
सारा
on
टेक्स्ट
another.
दिख रहा है.
They're always taking space, and it makes it so hard for MIBR. to get any kind of map control.
नहीं समझ में आ
And
रहा
if they
पहले
try to
भाई.
take long A, Gen.G's happy to see that over, but they're going to put 3 stack there on that site to make sure that you can't get through. They have full confidence in Foxy
Mods
9
कोई
over
पल्लव
on
भाई
that
को help
BNC
कर
side
दो.
to make good decisions, to just play for, you know, setups, get a quick kill and get out, play for retakes, those kind of things.
बुली हो रहे भाई,
And
मजा
there's
नहीं
just
आ रहा है बिल्कुल. doesn't feel like अभी
so
सिटी
many
मैच चलेगा
layers
भाई.
to the
आज
way
मजा
that
मत
Gen.G
लो,
is
हम लोग को
approaching
जीतने
this
दो,
game,
कोई
and
सीन नहीं.
at every
आज
twist
इसी
and
गेम होने
turn,
दो, चिल है.
they've had MIBR.
हमको जीतने दो. नहीं जाएगा क्लोज, चलेगा मेरे को. एंजॉय हो रहा है मेरे को.
Fortunately, just hasn't even really been that close.
No.
Back to back Pacific on tops का chat.
Already a devastating scoreline considering
Shanghai
that
के
Gen.G's
बाद
here on this
Toronto.
defense. Crowd, do you guys want to see MIBR bring this back?
Huh?
Do you want to see a map 3?
ना no.
बैंकॉक में कौन जीता था?
Little bit of a weak response, I'm not
Bangkok
gonna
कौन जीता
lie.
था?
Maybe there's a lot
जी.
more Gen.G fans here than I thought. If you want to see it,
मेरा दिल
those
जीता.
players on stage are gonna need your
कितना
energy.
इग्नोर करता है? मैं नहीं करता इग्नोर.
So right now,
ठीक है 100% हो जाना मेरा. लेट्स गो. मेरा भी.
Munchkin is buying an Odin.
come on, Munchkin.
He doesn't do
I
this
want to like
often.
you.
Well, too
Well,
bad. Oh my
भाई
God.
ये
This is
क्या
a change up from his usual. It's just spamming in the window.
Yes.
Note
He's
कर
a step ahead again. He's already thwarting some of their plans.
And trying to set up for texture. Relay bolt will come through fast lane. He's gonna fake an exit. Tries to play off that recon ping, but it's gonna be Ash who's able to find one in its top
भाई.
The worst possible target.
भाई ये लोग के सामने कैसा फाइट लेगा बे?
And
भाई 4 लोग आ
MIBR
जाते हैं, हम
cannot
बोलते बस हो गया
catch
बे,
a
4 लोग
break.
भाई
आते हैं
ब्रिज भी चाहिए बे ये लोग के सामने भाई.
I mean, they just
लेकिन
knew
ब्रिज
what
है
that
उनके
timeout
पास.
was going to be about for MIBR. It was about
The
A
fuck?
main control. They knew they had to start taking some of that space to prevent these quick lurks.
चैट
that Gen.G
हाँ
was
वो
taking.
अगर आप YouTube पे
And
कुछ चैट
Gen.G's
लिख
just ahead
के
of the
वो
curve.
कर रहे हो ना तो
They're
एक दो
reading their
वर्ड कुछ
opponents
ऐसा रहेगा जो नहीं लिख
brilliantly.
सकते. ऐसा नॉर्मल हाय हेलो करके लिखो आ जाएगा. बैन नहीं हो इसको.
What are you meant to do?
Good luck.
रिफ्रेश या
Might be
ऐसा
back
कुछ करना
into
पड़ेगा.
an operator.
I mean, your only hope here is that Foxy 9 makes a mistake, and you can win that battle.
And now there's a smoke cycled forward.
Yep.
Karen reading it. Said I'm dead. Actually
फिर
finding
से
a second
सारे फाइट आ रहे
on
चैट.
the little jiggles. Ash is able to find
30
Cortezia,
seconds
so
left.
कैसे क्रॉस
full
करेगा? केज
information
है.
gathered here is
केज है.
I don't think you're gonna be able to exit at all. The texture. More and
भाई
more these days
अटैक
just look like
मैप
Mr.
पे
3K.
9-1
See if he
up
goes on
पे
the hunt to try to
Gen.G
make it a
अटैक
4K this
मैप
time
पे
around.
the most attacking map
me,
of the
try to take
attacking
first
world
fight
of Valorant of attacks.
Verno desperately needing to hold on to this weapon. The team just does not have any money. The recon is gonna be sent. And
मेरे को लगा
Munchkin
इसने मारा.
will go
मेरे
ahead
को
and
लगा
find the
इसने.
headshot.
सच्ची मेरे को लगा इसने मारा.
It's another flawless here for Gen.G. Now up 9-1. None of these timeouts. Neither of them here on this map leading to any big adjustments.
बिंगा वैसे तो मैं सेन का फैन हूं पर आपका
Gen.G's just
टीम
getting
देख
it
रहा
done
हूं
with their
बिकॉज़ अपना
macro
पैसा
play.
अपने लोगों को मिलना
Haven't
चाहिए.
had to
लव
use
यू
many
ऋषिकेश
ults.
भाई लेकिन मेरा एडर भी नहीं ऑफ
They're just
रहता है.
outguessing
मैं
their
सिर्फ
opponents
good
there.
viewer experience
Aspas just can't do anything. Just brilliant timing from Ash on the util. Follows it up. Backing up Texture's operator.
जस्ट बता दूं आज के दिन ही शंघाई जीते थे Gen.G. सम्यक भाई बेस्ट बात पता है ये आप नॉर्मल चैट पे लिखे थे मैंने पढ़ा था.
It is his safety.
मेरे को पता था इग्नोर होने के बाद आपको पता चल गया. थैंक यू फॉर द 40 मिनट जान के रोटे.
Johnny on the spot. Texture finds the body shot, pops the overdrive, takes down Aspas here in range.
Right.
In with a shout to try to get himself another 4K, but Verno will deny it.
खेलो कोई एजेंट खेलो गाइस.
Himself a second
Bye.
kill.
Very
Immortal
balanced
खेलो.
agent. Very
Would be
balanced
an ace
agent bro.
clutch.
एजेंट ही खेलो. सिर्फ स्पैम करो ये.
Saw how tenacious he was
Very
on
balanced
that
agent.
opening map. Position known.
हाय टैग बैक भी कर रहे हैं.
And there you go. Quick shots from Ash, who's been so very clean here today. Gen.G get to double digits.
करके मारा भाई.
I immediately turned around and looked at Texture.
And bye, thank you for the 16.69 मिनट जान के रोटे. इसके बाद 2 गेम वाले बग में नहीं. इसके बाद मैं बग ओनली कल्टी.
한 명 남았습니다.
हिल्डन पगलू रात को.
Well, maybe we don't get the reaction.
Oh, he just laughed it off. I saw the hands go up, so I
Not as
thought
upset
maybe.
as I would have anticipated.
I thought maybe we get a
इसको
little more
लगेगा
out of
कि ये
there.
क्यूटी इन गेम जानवर है करके.
I mean, at this point, given the
Huh?
game state, we're basically just watching Texture clip farm.
इसको लगेगा चैट.
Very
Making a
much so.
highlight reel.
Predators Gen.G
16
final
at 6 at the
3-2 PRX.
They're gonna try to
Guys,
go through
you
the
heard it
garage
first
again.
year.
Foxy playing a bit
Possible
further
है.
back. Smoke there. to force him out of that position. Trying to play a little bit of contain as Munchkin here around the corner. Foxy going to rely on the util, and Texture's just clearing out C-main.
Valo खेला ना इतना tired होके नहीं खेल सकता यार.
Having the
मैं
read.
बाहर गया था
It's a
ना
bit messy, but he still gets a
बोल
headshot to
event
the
के
wall. Osboss down low. Has to
2 घंटा
evacuate,
travel
and Munchkin
किया.
just continues to spray away, finds him
वहाँ पे
in
था.
the end.
आस-पास बेचारा.
सीधा के stream क्या.
He didn't take any damage in that exchange. Unbelievable.
Texture now on a deep line.
Normal करना है.
That pin is not going to cover the front of sight.
Normal. Final boss.
Trying to set up a way to give themselves
Final boss
access to the site.
Normal कर.
Is what it looks like.
It's the final last.
It's going to have to be cleared
Then
out.
game over.
Still being brought around.
लेकिन आज वैसे भी नहीं मार पाऊंगा boss को.
हाँ पर देख हाँ वो भी है.
Hand it off.
तो थोड़ा सीख के फिर normal करें.
Trying to get the breach in position here to try to prevent the flood retake. Hunter's Fury looking
अगर हुआ तो highlight
narrowly missing.
नहीं होएगा 100% नहीं होएगा.
Unable to get those tags. Tizia trying to play forward. Texture though. Finding the first. Shenum does fall. The push coming in instantaneous with a headshot. Now the ping reveal about to come through off that neural theft, but it doesn't matter. They just flood in before they can gain the information. Bruno trying to fight back, but
भाई Gen.G का मैप पिक 11-1 डिफेंस में जीते 11-1. Gen.G के मैप पिक पे 11-1.
Faster conclusion than we could have ever anticipated.
I'm flabbergasted. Completely flabbergasted.
ताजक भाई पेड में वो नहीं करता. Raid. Raid नहीं करता. I'm really sorry. बेचारे लोग. भाई ये ऐसा मैंने देखा नहीं कभी MIBR को पूरे इवेंट में यार.
From how the
पूरे
pros
इवेंट
train
में.
to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it
ना?
all down. 12 episodes packed with insight and lessons for
थोड़ा बुरा लग रहा है लेकिन मजा भी आ रहा है. मतलब very happy for Gen.G लेकिन बुरा भी लग रहा है. ऐसा नहीं देखा यार कभी आसपास का.
You won't want to miss it. It's like they're reading them very well. अच्छा homework करके आए.
They are also twinning. We should also twin and do watch party. Matching.
जा flower वाला पहन के आजा.
फ्लावर नहीं फायर में. W और भाई परम भाई मेरी आवाज अगर टोरंटो तक आ रही है तो मेरी कार जलाना बंद कर दो. ग्रुप में बेंच फोटोज डाल रहे मैं टोरंटो के यहाँ. बंदा सिर्फ फोटोज पे फोटोज डाल रहे, वो भी 1 क्लिक फोटोज की दूसरी बार ना देखे वाला फोटोज डाल रहे. कांड डू.
Alrighty, we are back for how long? We don't
Guys,
know.
आज की आपकी स्पीच बहुत ही इंस्पिरेशनल थी. For real. Love you यार देश
Look at
भाई.
this.
लेकिन
Karn
फैक्ट बात.
with 100.
फैक्ट बात.
Absolutely having a tremendous effort.
Thank you, Desh
Texture
bhai.
with 75. Ash 89. I mean,
भाई
you
ये
come through the roof as you
पंको
expect when you're up 11-1.
ये बासुंडी की गांड सबके साथ फोटो खींच रही है. देख
जॉन क्यूटी
लोड होना बवासीर
नहीं होता. 1 टाइम ओपन है वो.
अरे ये दूसरा फोटो है, लोड नहीं हुआ है. अभी हुआ
अरे
शायद.
यू जस्ट स्टॉप्ड इट बंगू.
ये देख और गिफ्ट्स भी है. देख किचन विचन. ये देख सिर्फ सुबह से मेरी गांड जला रहा है. मेरे सब गांड जला रहा है ये बंदा.
ओ जेकिन चैट. जेकिन के साथ भी फोटो लिया यार. रोले
दिखा नहीं दिखा रहा हूँ. डिलीट कर रहा हूँ फोटो.
Toxic screen that's
Extra
always going to
cute,
cut
extra
through
खास
Honest question, if XG players are doing so good now, then why they
little bit of info denial there. They're going to leave the
Click at
alarm
G.
box to
Super
make sure
chat
if
after a
there's any
lot of days.
aggressive
Remember
lurks
me,
from the
ऋषभ
side
भाई
of
इतना
MIBR.
याद
They're
नहीं है
accounted
genuinely
for
बोलता हूँ.
Gen.G.
But thank you so much for the 100 and वो question का answer है
response
नहीं.
just yet from MIBR.
Sometimes if you're not at the right place at the right time, you don't do right thing.
To go.
Maybe वो लोग का sign करने का time
Gen.G doesn't
नहीं
like
था.
that.
समझ रहे हो?
There's just too much going on over there.
Player
This is
same
the
है
ball line to
लेकिन
follow.
वक्त बदलता है ना दोस्त.
But
वक्त
MIBR is going
बदलता
to
है.
quick pivot. Already working their way across towards this A site where it has just been Verno lingering. Should have a sneaky
वो
suspicion
question का answer
that
सिर्फ
it's
G
going to be
दे
a player
सकता
in
है.
sewers because Munchkin loves to play around that
Extra
wall.
cast दोस्त सोच रहे हो एक
That's
extra
something
cast.
you have to be aware of.
1 लाख का
Munchkin
कोई है जो महीने
somehow
का 1 लाख
finds
दे
ways
सकता है चाहे?
sometimes to just catch you completely off guard.
उसमें आपको मॉर्निंग एंड नाइट पे एक लिप्स वाली इमोजी मिलेगी मेरे तरफ से. गुड मॉर्निंग और गुड नाइट एवरी डे. तो अगर तुम्हारे पास गर्लफ्रेंड नहीं है, लोनली फील करते हो, तुम लोग एक्स्ट्रा वन फैम ले सकते हो एंड आई कैन किस यू.
Looks for the third, but Ospas will finally shut him down. But
भाई
my
GG.
God, how has Munchkin just done that? He should have been
GG.
dead and right. Ospas trying to fight back for something else, but he can find nothing.
13-1.
2v4. The attempt of the retake. Gen.G looking to go 4 and 4 on pistols and get up to
नहीं
match
पॉसिबल
point.
ही नहीं है. कहाँ से आएगा स्मोक के अलार्म बॉट है. 4 बंदे देख रहे हो, लोगों को पता भी है फ्लैंक नहीं क्योंकि टरेट ऑन है.
Staring down Zenom.
एक टाइम में टरेट तोड़ते तो भी मालूम पड़ता. इम्पॉसिबल है ये रिटेक.
Cortesia, but the time is
Crossfire
just
देखो.
not going to be there. Caron will find it. Ash gets the
Impossible
other.
है भाई.
12-1, flawless in pistols, and damn near flawless in this map, it would seem. MIBR will need to go for a force, and they need to run 11 consecutive round wins.
Oh my goodness. Just unfair. Unfair. I mean, they
ना 1 लाख में गर्लफ्रेंड ही मिल जाएगी आपको देने से कम फायदा है. जस्ट सेइंग वो आपको छोड़ के जा सकती है. मैं पूरा टाइम यहाँ पे स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ. जस्ट सेइंग.
That's incredibly frustrating. It's just been that kind of day for MIBR.
लॉयल्टी देखो. आज मैं एसएल डिनर मिस करके वॉच पार्टी किया तुम लोग के लिए. लॉयल्टी
Rude awakening. Textures has got the
देखो.
opener again.
और देख.
Dead within
प्लीज बोला मैं तक
seconds.
भाई को प्लीज मैं जाऊँ.
Given no opportunity,
बंद बोला यार.
no
जा मेरे
chance
को
for
जा.
recourse for response. Gen.G are completely and utterly in control and have been this
मंचकिन का
entire
शॉट
series
देखो जो
long.
घूम के मारा ना पहला वाला.
And they're slowing the pace down a little bit.
जी भाई 12-1 में ट्राइड कर रहे. वीसीटी चल रहा है क्या भाई?
Rotations from MIBR, so try something a little different. And just 3-man push this corner. Cortesia on the corner with the sheriff.
जी जी. तेरा और मेरा एनिवर्सरी सेम है 16 नवंबर.
Gets spotted out. Takes a tiny bit of damage there through the
है
box.
घर
Spotted
तो
once
और
again.
16th नहीं है
Peeled
मेरा.
out. They really want to flush this
21st
sucker
है.
out of the sight, and they will do just that. Texture finds the headshot. As
26. लव यू यार ऋषभ भाई याद दिलाने मुझे. मेरे को लगा 21st है.
they're having too
भाई
much
खत्म
fun.
कर दिया भाई.
Comes up with 2, looks for the final
भाई
player.
नाइफ फाइव करेंगे क्या ये लोग अभी?
Who will be able
Bro,
to get the
actual
kill.
में knife
Maybe a
करेंगे
chance
क्या?
for Ash. The headshot connects. Foxy swooping in will bring this to an end.
13-1. ऋषभ भाई डब्ल्यू डेट एनिवर्सरी का डब्ल्यू डेट. 13-1.
Back on the official stage for the first time this year. And they absolutely destroy MIBR.
बाप रे. Excuse me.
Why they were
अरे भाई ना मान रहे.
champions last year. And they are in
मेरे भी एक्चुअल में ऐसे
impressive
फैंस
form,
हैं
to say
लेकिन
the least.
ऑनलाइन नहीं है यहाँ पे.
The game plans today.
अरे बोर्डिंग नीचे रखो मैडम.
Absolutely brilliant. Top to bottom. Great play all around. This team
पैसिफिक चैट जल्दी से जल्दी स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. पैसिफिक जीत चुकी है.
To kick off a tournament.
और मैं जीता और 5000 विशाल भाई से.
Here in tier 1. A fantastic performance. Foxy 9. His first one as a
ऐसा नहीं है
starting
दोनों
player.
सेंटी मत कर.
A
Excuse
steady
me.
performance as well.
Thank you for the 5 मेरी जान के जेरी.
Gen.G will go down to the elation of the fans. Enjoy this winning moment. MIBR though obviously.
Prediction on
the road
point.
doesn't
Let's
end
go.
here.
Ando
It
gaming.
certainly
ando
looked a hell of a lot
ando.
rockier than we could have expected.
मेरी जान के मैं बोला था ना जीतेगा.
Have a rally back
Gen.G.
now that they get that first loss out of the way.
Too strong,
We're gonna
bro.
go ahead and send it
Too
down though.
strong.
Gen Lee's gonna be standing by with Caron.
जब भी Gen.G फील करता है ना भाई फील करता है भाई हर एक प्लेयर देखो बे ऐश आज कहाँ से निकला देखो ना मैंने भी जेंजी बोला था तो फिर ड्रॉ हुआ
네. Solid game. Tell us about it. 대승을 거뒀는데요. 좀
भाई
살살하지
बहुत
않았어요.
इजीली
오늘
जीता
경기
है
어땠어요?
कैरन भाई इंट्रोवर्ट है
살살하려고 했는데 저희 이제 신입 기강 살려줘야 되니까 그래서 세게 했습니다.
Hey, we were gonna go easy on MIBR, but we also had Ash playing his first game, so you know what? We said, let's go all out, you know, play lights out, play a strong game, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. Now let's talk about Sunset. Deadlock, rather unorthodox. Can you dumb it down for us? Sunset에서
Normal 해요,
데드락
그냥.
바이퍼 좀 자주
깜짝
보는
놀랐네.
조합은 아니거든요. 요거 설명 좀 부탁드릴게요.
카페
일단 저희가 선셋을 좀 정석 조합을 하면 되게 못해가지고 그냥
ओ
우리만의
हाँ
특색을
वो तो
가져가자.
कॉस्प्ले वाला टोपी है वो
그래서 그냥 바이퍼 리딩 잘하는 상범이
क्या?
형이 그냥 바이퍼를 쓰겠다고 했고요. 그리고 이제
अपने
조합을
वीडियो लोग किधर है इधर ही किधर तो है
상범이 형이 그냥 뭐 되도록 하면
अपना वीडियो
괜찮을
लोग
것
किधर
같은데
है
해서 이렇게 조합이 탄생하게
हो रहा
됐어요.
एक और है राइट साइड में किधर तो है परम भाई
us and the conventional or more of a stable comp on Sunset, but we didn't have a high win rate when it comes to running those standard comps on Sunset. So we tried to be more creative, and Munchkin, he wanted to play the Viper since he had really good reads on the opponents. I mean, he's our IGL as well. So when we were thinking of other agents to kind of pair with the Viper or slot in,
sexy खेलाना यार
we just
चैट
thought, hey, Deadlock looks good.
कहाँ
So
से है बे
yeah,
Ash
that's
अचानक से
the decision process behind the Sunset comp. Now, speaking of Ash,
भाई
first Masters game. How do you think he did?
blue by
Ash
insane
선수의
insane he
마스터스
did
첫 경기였거든요.
insane
잘한 거 같나요?
일단 사실 현철이가 경기에서는 이제 되게
मेरे
떨
다
것
हरामी
같은데
बोलता था
생각보다
मैं
이제
ओके ओके
그냥 저희 스크림 하던 대로 그냥 박살을 내놓더라고요. 그래가지고 그
क्या गेला खेल सकते हैं
긴장을 좀 덜 한 것 같다. 이게 좀
और
알을
कोई भी
깬것
मार देता एस
같다라는
मार
느낌이
दो
좀 들었어요. 그래서 되게 잘해줘서 너무 고마워요.
Honestly, I thought he was going to be really nervous, you know, have that first day stage jitters. But when he was playing up on the stage today, he was slaying, and
Right.
he was, you know, performing
Crazy
really well
खेला
like he does on the scrim. So yeah, I just feel like he really leveled up. Now, Karan, I'm just going to ask you one more question. People are saying fans are excited because it looks like you guys are back in Shanghai form. Do you feel that way as well, or do you feel like it's too early days? 팬들이 벌써부터 상하이 폼 돌아온 것 같다. 기대가 높습니다. 확실히 좀 그때 폼이랑
भाई
비슷하다고 느끼나요?
कैसा इजीली जीता बे पैसिफिक बे
그때보다 더 잘하는 것 같아요, 제가 지금. 그래가지고
मैं
폼은 뭐
पूछता हूँ
그냥
अगर मम्मी
계속
के आसपास हुआ
잘한다면은
राइट
상하이
स्टोर
때보다 더 잘할 것
तो
같아요.
मैं
Personally, I
बोल
think I'm
दूंगा
playing
वो
even better
केज
than how
वाली
I did in
टोपी
Master Shanghai.
है
So if we
उधर
keep the
ही
things
है
going, you
वेस्ट
know,
में भी
keep the
हाँ
momentum
क्या
rolling, I think we're gonna have a
W
really,
यार,
really good
please, please
form and possibly do really well in Masters Toronto as well. Now, thank you very much, Karan. I'm gonna let you go. 감사드리고요. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
I'm letting him go. Why? Pourquoi? Because parce que it's time for the draw show.
हाँ?
We are going to find out what the next couple of
Chat
days
पिकेम्स के
are going
लोड़े
to look
लगेंगे
like.
इधर यहाँ
Now,
पे
of
मालूम
course, we
पड़ेगा
have Victoria from Riot Competitive Operations to help us out with the draw show. So, Victoria,
क्या ड्रॉज रहेगा अभी मालूम पड़ेगा
explain the
अपने पिकेम्स के क्या
draw
आएगा
show for us.
Yeah, of
समझ रहे हो?
course. Super straightforward and simple. We have our 1-0 teams. They will only play other 1-0 teams. 0-1 teams only play other 0-1 teams.
Upper bracket, lower bracket,
regional
basically.
matchups are allowed, so it's fair game. I'll draw the first team of each match.
Okay,
then their
PRX
opponents, and
versus
then we'll
Gen.G
move
भी
to
हो सकता है allowed है
0-1 teams. That's
Alright.
it.
very simple
Shall we?
ठीक है
Yeah, of course.
1-0 first.
मतलब PRX versus
1-0
Gen.G
first.
भी हो सकता है
That was a good pop. Okay, first 1-0 team.
Alright, we have Paper X.
Paper X.
PRX versus Gen.G भी हो सकता है चैट प्लीज
जेनजी कैसे होगा
हो सकता है रीजनल मैच बोला
And
उसने
the first opponent for the other 1-0 match.
प्लीज Gen.G नहीं प्लीज
स्क्रिप्ट दिख गया
We have BLG.
BLG
PRX जीत गया ये एक भी कम से हो गया मेरा
BL will Paper X face.
अरे नहीं रे PRX versus है fuck
Paper X will be facing. Oh my god, guys.
Gen.G.
Jinx! Oh my god!
We got the Pacific matchup.
Kali Zaban.
No, this breaks my
Cheat.
heart. And the last
Cheat.
team
Is
will be
Gaya Khatam Khalas.
Sentinel against Billy Billy.
Ay, Bhagwan.
All right.
Now, just to clarify, this is what these matchups are going to look like, but not
Yes.
the schedule, right?
To an extent. So for 1-0 teams, they play tomorrow. Gen.G played last today, so they will play last tomorrow. So your first match will be BLG Sentinels. Second match will be Paper X Gen.G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Good to go.
Easy peasy.
Right. Let's move on to 0-1. First team,
TL.
Team Liquid.
Nats आ गया वापस. Nats आ गया.
तो सेन गया प्लेऑफ में एडवांस सीधा. सेन प्लेऑफ में है सीधा.
And the next team
पिकअप
from
में
0-1
दो राइट होने वाले हैं हम लोग का चैट.
So for the other match,
दो
we will have
चाहे कुछ भी हो, दो
Team
राइट
Magic.
होने वाला है.
Oh, the EMEA.
बच गया बच गया बच गया बच गया बच गया.
Okay.
प्लीज.
All right.
PH वर्सेस वॉल.
So Team Liquid's
लिक्विड
opponent-
वर्सेस MIBR.
Ooh.
नहीं नहीं नहीं. ओ फक. पिकअप्स के लोडे लग गए.
Ooh.
MIBR.
MIBR.
TL versus
Okay, guys
MIBR.
तो
like that?
PH जाएगा नेक्स्ट राउंड. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक
And
है
of course, Wolves.
ठीक है ठीक है. प्रेडिक्शन सुनो. यहाँ पे पॉज. प्रेडिक्शन सुनो. PRX वर्सेस Gen.G जो भी जीते एडवांस प्लेऑफ अपना एक पिकम्स राइट है. सेंटिनल्स जीतेगा, हमारा दूसरा पिकम्स राइट है. ठीक है. PRX वर्सेस Gen.G में जो भी हारेगा लोअर ब्रैकेट में जाएगा. BLG जाएगा लोअर ब्रैकेट में. ठीक है. उसको फेस करेंगे MIBR क्योंकि लिक्विड से जीतने वाला है, और TH जो कि वॉल से जीतने वाला है. बराबर. उसके बाद मैचअप होना चाहिए Gen.G या PRX वर्सेस MIBR और TH वर्सेस BLG. तो मेरा 4 का 4 प्रेडिक्शन राइट हो सकता है चैट.
Now we're gonna quickly react to the draw show. I was thanking, you know, everything in my life, praying on my knees that we don't get
बराबर.
Liquid versus Heretics as the elimination.
भाई
And my
Pacific
goodness,
match
I
क्यों
can
हुआ
breathe at least
यार?
a little bit. What did you guys think of it?
I mean, Gen.G versus Paper X.
Boo.
Like, come on, that's crazy.
The classic.
Shit, man!
Like Victoria was saying, though, the fact that they are both like upper bracket, right, at 1-0 means they're not actually eliminating each other, which is nice to avoid that, of course. But that to me, I think, is the best matchup on paper still.
Yeah, and not a lot of turnaround time, Mel, for the teams that played today. For MIBR, especially, how do they bounce back?
It's pretty quick. I mean, at least MIBR get that one-day break, but yeah, I think a lot of it weighs in that bounce back. And I love the send bundle signs behind us, but yeah, a lot of it. I think a lot of
कुछ
pressure on
बोल
the teams that are
please
playing
Lexi
tomorrow. They
में क्या
just won
किया
today.
Lexi
The
bye.
teams that are that played today, like Gen.G. And
Time
so
for the
immediately going into it, I
2.7
mean,
time
I'm
for
sure they'll be
6.9
fine. They
and
had
Dallas
a pretty
में
good
जान करो
standout
डे.
showing today, but definitely low time.
कल क्या
I've also
PRX
got
Gen.G
my
है क्या?
down
नहीं कल नहीं
in
परसों
the
PRX
0-1
Gen.G.
bracket, right?
कल
Team
नहीं है रे
Liquid
बाबा.
versus MIBR.
Gen.G
If he
आज
gets
खेला.
bounced back, he's got
कल
a season now,
सेन और
but, like,
BLG है.
so
परसों
much pressure to come
PRX
onto the
Gen.G है.
stage, and an MIBR that
And
just
second
got
match also.
absolutely crushed.
Kali
Like,
hai.
they've got
Second
both
match
those
bola
teams
na?
have to find some way to bounce back.
नहीं
I
नहीं
can't wait for tomorrow
नहीं है
because
कल.
I want to cope a little bit about
कल
Sen.
नहीं है.
That's also the
कल
matchup I
नहीं
want
है.
because Sen record against CN teams, I think they're
कल
0-1. But then Billy record
कल 12:30 को है. तो परसों हुआ ना रे बाबा.
The
कल
narrative is so heavily leaning
परसों
towards
हुआ.
Billy, which is crazy.
कैसा
But
नहीं?
let's check in with our bingo. We set this up at top of show
उधर
today,
कल है.
and I do believe we managed it. Did we get the bingo?
Womp womp.
Hold on.
क्या ये?
I think we did because trash talk on comms.
भाई इतना भी टाइम नहीं है कि बिंगो खेलूं. ठीक है, मेरे को मेंबर्स ओनली भी करना है. ठीक है, चलो गाइस देखते हैं जो भी है. कल भी ओपन करेंगे बूम बाम वॉच पार्टी. सेक्सी मैचअप देखेंगे. यही मजा है टोरंटो का कि बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स वहां पे खेलता है. कोई भी मैच देखो उतना ही मजा आने वाला है. आज का ये वाला मैच इतना देखने में मजा नहीं था, लेकिन जेन्युइनली हैप्पी फॉर Gen.G के वो लोग जीते. दैट्स व्हाट्स अ बिग 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 डब्ल्यू फॉर पैसिफिक. तो अभी करेंगे एल्डन फगलू. ठीक है, 5 मिनट में मैं स्ट्रीम मार रहा हूँ मेंबर्स ओनली. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe the stream. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye. Adios. Chaddi mein adios. Thank you so much for all the gifted members. And Vishal bhai, thank you so much for the lovely gifts. And Palo bhai, thank you for the first lal super chat of the stream. Big vada pav to all of you. मिलते हैं जेरी भोसड़ी का है.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better than